Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, October 26, 2023, and we are in meeting room 120 of the Johnny Wilson Building with some participants joining us remotely via Zoom. The time is now 10:15 a.m. and I'm calling this hearing to order. I apologize starting a little bit late. We are just starting to do hybrid hearings for committees. So we are still working out kinks and we may experience some of those kinks during the hearing. So I will let you know if we do, and I apologize if we do, but we will handle them. DCHA, or the DC Housing Authority, plays a critical role in ensuring housing affordability for tens of thousands of people. They are by far the largest federally recognized public housing authority in the district, processing federal housing choice voucher rent payments for about 12,000 households. They play a similar role in our local copy of that program, known as the Local Rent Supplement Program, or LRSP, which at this point supports almost as many households as federal vouchers in DC. And our public housing stock is owned and in many cases managed by DCHA as well. Although DCHA is one of our most important housing agencies, it has also had some of the most significant challenges in recent years. As everyone here likely knows, the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development visited DCHA headquarters last March for a comprehensive assessment. A few months later, that is a little over a year ago now, HUD released a blistering report that laid out over 100 findings, observations, and recommendations. The report highlighted the need for DCHA to improve everything from its board members' understanding of federal program requirements to how the agency calculates its payments to voucher landlords. While many of HUD's findings were consistent with concerns that local advocates had already raised, the HUD report nevertheless galvanized a lot of changes. Under former Executive Director Brenda Donald, the agency laid out plans for remediating many of the HUD findings and got to work on executing them. The mayor and council worked together to install a new stabilization and reform board of directors, and they've been overseeing improvements. At the DC Council's Committee on Housing, we've worked to secure additional budget resources for public housing improvements, set up new auditing protocols, cementing public reporting requirements, and brought bonus payment practices into line with other district agencies. A few months ago, Dorian Jenkins, who had been assisting DCHA as a consultant, stepped in to serve as interim director. And now the Star Board has selected Keith Pettigrew to serve as executive director starting next week. I call this roundtable because I want to help the public, the council, agency staff, and the Star Board get on the same page about where things stand and where there's still room for improvement. I appreciate the executive team and the board working with me to find a time this fall. We recognize that there was no perfect date with the leadership transitions going on, but this agency's services are too important and the need for transparency too great for us to not come together for this discussion. That said, I want to try to keep this conversation as focused and productive as possible. Based on what we've been hearing in recent months, I intend to focus my questioning today as much as possible on 4 key topic areas. First, we'll need to talk about our public housing buildings. Too many of our public housing units are sitting vacant because they're not in good enough condition for someone to move in safely. Keeping up decades-old buildings is hard, but DCHA has been working for many months now on strategies to get units in better condition and get people off the waiting list. We need to understand why the occupancy data aren't showing the level of improvement we all had hoped for, and what DCHA is planning to do next to move that in the right direction. Second, I'll have questions about DCHA's management of our housing voucher programs. DCHA staff are responsible for confirming that people are eligible for vouchers, inspecting the apartments that voucher holders select for themselves, setting up payment contracts, and handling periodic renewals of those arrangements. In practice, many of our local homeless services recipients navigate a complicated flow through multiple different agencies with varying degrees of assistance from case managers. Some level of complexity is unavoidable here, but we need to do everything we can to minimize misunderstandings, duplicative work, and errors that set people back on their journey to safe and affordable housing. DCHA leaders have taken steps to streamline and monitor their portions of the process, and I'm looking forward to talking with them about what else needs to be done. Third, I want to revisit conversations that we started earlier this year about organizational integrity and capacity. When I became Housing Committee Chair, I asked the Executive Director at the time to share any internal audit reports with me and the board. I want to give her credit for honoring that request and sending reports to me and my team. Unfortunately, some of the reports we received as a result were so troubling that it was necessary to call for an overhaul of the agency's internal compliance methods, and I referred some matters to law enforcement. My understanding is that our law enforcement partners have continued to look into some of these concerns we heard about back in the spring, and I want to give them space to do their work thoroughly. But I also would like an update from DCHA leadership about concrete steps they're taking to protect the integrity of the organization and nurture a culture of compliance. I need to be very clear here. I'm willing to assume that many, even most of the people who work at DCHA are there for the right reasons. They want to help people and they want to do their jobs well. But compliance isn't just about individual intentions. It takes investment and attention at an enterprise level. It's about how an organization trains and retrains people, communicates its values internally and externally, establishes open communication so that people know how to raise problems, and enforces clear and consistent processes for fixing things when they go wrong. I want to understand whether DCHA has changed anything to try and achieve this level of intentional, enterprise-wide compliance management. Finally, I'd like a brief update on the status of DCHA's engagement with HUD. From conversations that my team and I have had with the Star Board and executive leaders at DCHA, I'm aware that DCHA has done a great deal of work to try and make sure HUD's concerns are addressed. The public also deserves to understand where things stand and what to expect going forward. So I look forward to reviewing DCHA's progress and outstanding issues. I'll now turn to my colleague, Ward 3 Council Member Matt Fruman, if you have an opening statement, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I'll be very brief with my opening statement. I'm very much looking forward to the testimony today. I am very grateful to you, Chairman White, for convening this roundtable, staying on these issues that are critical to the future of the city and the ability of our citizens to live in adequate, great housing and feel safe and feel like they have an opportunity going forward. I have a number of issues that are a focus for me. I'll be very curious to learn about where we're going in terms of fixing up the units that have been vacant that haven't been able to be used. It's painful to think that we have a housing shortage and we have many units that are sitting there unable to be used. The operation of the Section 8 voucher and other related voucher programs is something that is very important to me, and I'm going to want to learn more about today. This is a really, really important program, but the question is, are we getting it right? Some of this doesn't sit on the shoulders of DCHA, but DCHA is in the mix on these issues, and it's really important that we be working together to get that right. Also share your interest in the work that DCHA has been doing with HUD. Very, very important work. There has been a lot of movement in the rent reasonableness area. I'm going to want to learn more about that and what's happening as a practical matter in the implementation of those changes. As you know, I have legislation about rent reasonableness and rent stabilized units. I'm going to want to more fully understand the interplay between the changes that you've already made and the changes that I've been proposing. So very much looking forward to hearing from the agency, very much looking forward to hearing from the public witnesses today. I'll be in and out because I do have some other things, but I will be also watching online wherever I have an opportunity to take. So thank you very much for coming out, and thank you to the public witnesses for coming out today.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Let me mention there are two people who are logged on to testify virtually, and we just see phone numbers, but we don't know who you are. So if you could send a message in the chat or email the committee team so we know who you are would be helpful. One is a phone number ending in 7302. The other is a phone number ending in 6904. Email, please, housing@dccouncil.gov. And I do want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. As I mentioned earlier, we may need some patience with the managing technology today. This is the committee's first hybrid hearing, but hopefully things will go smoothly. We have some witnesses in person, some virtual, so our panels will generally be a combination of those. Witnesses are going to testify in a series of panels. Everyone who is participating in today's hearing should have received a copy of the witness list by email. I'm going to use that witness list as a guide for the order of calling up witnesses, but I'm going to exercise my discretion as committee chair to play things a little bit by ear because, again, some people are in person, some are virtual. So we are balancing that, but I'm going to try to make sure we move through everyone as expeditiously as possible while still giving you an opportunity to engage fully. So I'm going to start out by organizing our panel so that each one is either if you're joining us as a Zoom witness, when I call your name, the staff will promote you from attendee to panelist so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back in as a panelist, after which point you will be able to unmute yourself. And so be on the lookout for a pop-up that may prompt you to accept promotion to the panel. If you're virtual, when I call your name, you'll get promoted, but you will have to accept. So you'll see something pop up. If you're in person, then when I call your name, you'll come up and sit at the witness table in front of the dais. To make this work, we'll need all witnesses to please pay close attention anytime I'm calling out people's names. And if you told the committee that you were going to testify on Zoom, but you're now here in person instead, please come up and let one of our incredibly capable staff members know. specifically Committee Director Sean Hilgendorf, sitting to my right. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, and advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes to testify. After we reach the end of the public witness list, I'm going to ask all DCHA Stabilization and Reform Board members who are present or listening on Zoom to join us for a final panel discussion before we turn to the agency's executive team. We will take a very brief recess after the public witnesses, about 10 minutes, just to give everyone a brief reprieve. So we'll start with our first panel of witnesses. We're going to do panels of about 12. Daniel Del Pelayago, Vanita White, Detrice Belts, Linda Brown, Kenneth Council, Pat Malloy, Karen Settles, Tori Collins, Lynn Amano, Patricia Bishop, Lori Leibowitz, and Shafika Pasha. And just give us a moment to get everyone promoted. Daniel, you can begin your testimony when you're ready. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember. Good morning, council members. My name is Daniel Del Pielago, and I am the Housing Director with Empower DC. We work with public housing residents around the city to improve and preserve public housing we still have left. While preparing for this hearing, I had a litany of issues that show how DCHA is not improving. However, I want to narrow it down to one that underscores the ever-widening trust gap that exists between public housing residents and DCHA staff and board. When we hear about hearings like this, our major duty as Empower DC is to let residents know about this hearing, help them get registered, and support them in developing their testimony. We want to ensure that resident voice and lived experience are central to these oversight efforts. Who knows best what's happening at DCHA but their residents? What we've heard from residents about speaking publicly on issues they are affected by has been dismaying. Many residents just don't believe anything positive will happen. They've been let down so many times that these avenues to provide input just don't seem meaningful. The other and most disturbing part of this is that many residents are afraid of speaking in public because they fear retaliation from DCHA. Several residents we've encountered report they become identified as troublemakers on their property and fear that their maintenance requests go unanswered. They become singled out and fear that adverse action may be taken against them. This is especially an issue for residents who may be back on their rent. They feel that any public opinion on DCHA will result in an eviction proceeding. We have also heard from several residents that DCHA will call them to say, "We noticed you're on the list to testify, and how can they help?" While this isn't inherently wrong, it does call into question Why call now? And once again, many residents feel singled out, like, I'm going to be talking about you, DCHA, so I better be quiet. I want to ask the committee to please bring this to the attention of the new DCHA leadership. Fixing this agency needs to be a collaborative effort, namely between DCHA staff and its residents. As long as residents feel left out of the equation and fear interacting with their landlord, DCHA, there will be no trust and nothing to build a relationship out of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heather Day with James Creek. I'm sorry, Daniel Del Pielago was from Empower DC. Heather Day from James Creek, welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can, welcome.
Okay, good morning. My name is Heather Day and I live at James Creek. I've lived here for 2 years and 10 months. My original house was on Elvins Road that caught fire on December 8th, 2020, due to an exhaust fan in my upstairs bathroom that I requested maintenance on that never occurred. I'm here today to testify about how DCHA is not improving and the public housing residents are the ones that are suffering. There's been no updates on anything on Elvis Road. I was in the ABLE program called Achieving Your Best Life, and it was a home buyers program that was there to help us with first-time home buying. There has been no update on what happened to any of the funds that we put into the program. There's been no update on us getting our money back or anything that's being matched. And now we're being told that the program is now terminated and we received letters of termination. So I wanted to follow up on the ABLE program. If it's discontinued, what happened to those fundings? As far as the unit on Elvins Road, 2444 and a half Elvins Road, the unit is still in the same condition as it was on December 28th, 2020, when my family and I were locked out. We had some deadlines. There were a few issues I don't have time to really discuss. However, me and my children went to retrieve our items that were still left in the house. DCHA changed the locks and, we were just pretty much locked out of the unit. The tarp is still on the top. Nothing has been done to the unit. And I'm just trying to find out what's going on. Here at James Creek, I have had issues in the past as far as maintenance. And there was an issue where we actually had rats in our house, not mice, but rats that ate through the wall from a vacant unit that was neglected next door. Right now, my main concern on the property is safety. From the dope fiends in the alleys, I call them the walking zombies, but from the drug addicts in the alley to the bullets that are flying all over the property any moment of the day is really unsafe. I've reached out to Chief Maupin a few times and, they're saying these things are being addressed, but they're really not being addressed. Also, the fact that I had DC Housing Police along with DC Police witness a lot of these safety issues and ignore them is insane. The neighborhood seems to be a safe zone for those who are committing the crime, but not for residents such as myself. Last year, sitting in my vehicle, my car was surrounded by DCHA and DC Housing Authority police officers with their guns drawn on me and my friends, looking for someone. We did not fit the description. We were not males. The car did not fit the description or anything of that nature. So safety as a whole is the issue here at James Creek. I am thankful for being placed back into public housing to get my family out of the hotel. However, I feel like DCHA has caused more harm than it has caused help. I expect me and my family to at least be back in our original unit by now, but again, there has been no update on the Melfco RAD project. Why do these redevelopments take so long? Like, this keeps residents from returning and we end up homeless or displaced for long periods of times with no answers. When will we start getting some answers for some of these issues that we have? They're pushed off month by month, but there's no real response. My name is Heather Day, and that is my testimony.
Thank you so much. Next public witness is Nicole Odom.
Hello. My name is Nicole Odom. I am currently a voucher holder. I previously lived in Berry Farm. Today, I want to talk about the experience of using my voucher. I am currently housed. My homeowner had to, my landlord had to sell her home, so I have to move. And I can tell you, this has been a nightmare. So anyone that has any experience with the voucher knows it's very hard, and it requires you to be very quick thinking, and you have to do a lot in order to even get an application these days. And so for me, I finally got to a place where I could apply for a home that fit my family, had all of the things that we needed in it, because I didn't want to have to move again. I didn't want to move this time, but I had to. I was given information, first of all, about, the updates on the voucher and such. And I was even given information about security deposit, only to find out that that wasn't a thing anymore. So moving forward, though, I applied to this home on May 28th, and it was sometime, I think it was August 10th, where we had finally found out that the home that I applied for in Parkview was not going to get the offer that the landlord wanted. And so there was an offer made from the RMA that was done, where they determine what the rate should be based off of information. And so it wasn't what the landlord wanted, so it was canceled. Now, I was in contact with the homeowner's agent that they were using, and he later told me that there was another voucher user that had just moved into that home. After I had been told and shown, they shared with me the screenshot of the offer that was made. And I even reached out to Ms. Jackson, who is the voucher supervisor. And she told me, the house just wasn't worth what, the homeowner wanted. So that wasn't going to happen if they didn't accept the amount that was offered. So I later found out that, there was a voucher holder in there. They were not emergency move or anything else. And I was told that there's no value in the voucher. It's based off of the bedroom size and the neighborhood that you moved to. And I emailed, and forgive me if I'm pronouncing her name wrong, but Miss Gebre and Miss Jackson. And I asked for answers. I asked what happened, because I put my heart and soul into getting this home. I went there twice to even do kind of like an inspection myself, where I pointed things out and told them, this is going to have to be done. That's going to have to be done. And they worked with me. They actually did those things that needed to be done so that when inspection time comes, it would pass. And then, so I just want answers, because my family, we're still in the process of, trying to move into another home. It's not the size we need. I have to get rid of a lot of things. It doesn't even have a washer and dryer in it, whereas the other home had more than enough space. It had 3 sets of washers and dryers. It had everything my family needed, and I fought for it. And it would be mine, but DCHA failed to explain to me what happened.
Go ahead. Are you, do you have more testimony left?
I do, and just a little bit, just to close. So I'm
Sure.
I'm really confused as to what happened. And I have not gotten an email explaining anything back. There's some other things I'm going to put into a written testimony, because, time just won't allow me to say everything, but it's really disappointing. It's stressful, because when your home's not right, nothing's going to be right. My family deserves to be housed. I put a lot of work into this, and to be slapped in the face like this, I don't know what to do. So that's why I'm here today, to testify.
I appreciate it. Thank you for being with us, and we'll try
Thank
to
you.
get you some clarity. Next
Thank you for
public,
giving me
I appreciate it. Next public witness is Vanita White. You will have to accept promotion. Vanita White, hopefully you see a button that says accept promotion. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to Detrice Belt. Vanita, I'm gonna come back to you after. Oh, there you are. That. Vanita White, are you with us? All right, Vanita White, I see you here, but I cannot hear you. You may have to unmute. Okay, hopefully, Vanita, you can resolve the issue. I'll come back to you after Detrice Belt. So Detrice Belt, who's from Berry Farms, welcome.
Good morning, council members. My name is Detrice Belt. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Detrice Belt with Empower DC, and I'm the president of the Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association, former resident of Berry Farm. I'm here to talk about how DCHA is not improving. I am a former resident of Berry Farm. I've been displaced since 2019 when the last of my neighbors were pushed out for this now stagnant redevelopment. DCHA does not provide accurate timelines of how long these redevelopments will take. I'm going on 5 years being away from the farms without any idea of when I'll return. I know they are building a senior building, but that does not benefit me or my daughter at all. My property is not the only stall redevelopment. Look at Park Morton, Melbo, Kenilworth, Greenleaf. It's all the same story. A rush to get residents off the property, but no real idea of when we'll return or what rights of return we have. I want DCHA to be more honest in their timelines. I want to know that I have an actionable right of return. I want to know that DCHA will deliver these redevelopment projects faster than what is happening now. How can we have any trust in this agency if we are displaced and have to wait 10 plus years before anything can be rebuilt? Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, and we will get more clarity on that. This is an important issue, particularly given our track record in the city with displacement. Vanita White, are you with us yet? All right, we'll keep working with you, Vanita. Email us maybe a phone number we can call, and we'll try to get you squared away. In the meantime, in the email address would be housing@dccouncil.gov. So email us and the phone number we can reach you at, and we'll try to get you squared away. So now we are going to Linda Brown from Greenleaf.
Morning, Councilman.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Brown, and I live at 1200 Delaware Avenue, apartment 14, with my daughter, Kaya Brown, whom is disabled, totally disabled. I'm here today to testify about how DSHA is not improving, and as a resident here, I like to state why. I have been on this property for 10 years or more, and we have been discussing since I first moved in here about repairs to the building and renovation. I have attended all the meetings for residents and commissioners about how we were going to do repairs and renovation. But during those meetings, we've never set a timeline or agreed how we would proceed with renovations and repairs. One of the things is communication about a timeline, about if we have to move off of the property, when we, excuse me, when we will be able to return, and what that timeline will look like. Because it's not just about leaving the property, it's about preparing to find another place to live. And with my situation, considering my daughter and other people who are disabled, that is not an easy feat something easy to do, with finding the place that is appropriate, that is accessible for them as well. So when we have these meetings about what is going to take place, I would appreciate it if we have some communication before we leave the meeting of a timeline and what will be necessary or how to prepare the residents for the next move. So I would appreciate it if we could, at the end of these meetings that we're having, that we would have come to some agreement of a timeline of when they will take place and how they will take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We will we'll get clarity on that today. So I'm glad you're with us. Next, we're gonna move to Kenneth Council. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Council, and I'm a former commissioner at DC Housing Authority. I'm praying that the new ED will not allow himself to be manipulated by any members because the senior staff have their own agenda. I have seen 3 EDs fail because of the heaviness of words and of their mouth. They need to make sure, or the new ED needs to make sure that he's really fact checking, and to be careful and to beware. Do not let them manipulate him, because in the past years, some of the senior staff have told the ED a lot of things that were not true, which we see today. It's still going that way. He needs to use his own judgment, the transparency, and be watchful to make sure that things go well. As you've seen in the newspaper a couple of months, the things that have happened, there are answers that I've been asking over and over. You know, the biggest one is the sale of 1133. There's still no paperwork for it. No one is talking about it. No one's doing anything about it. There's certain departments, senior departments, that's not doing anything. Since I've left, it's been almost 10 months. There's nothing there. They haven't done anything. The Office of Operation Management, PMO, basically, I've seen just a couple of weeks ago when I testified at the BOC that the Office of Procurement outright lied, and the way that they were saying HUD told us what to do and they never did what HUD asked us to do. And some of the stuff that they thought they cured for HUD, it was things that were old things that were already on the books that they put back on the books to try to play a game. I'm just praying that you and the new ED make sure you have a watchful eye and fact check. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next public witness is Pat Malloy.
Good morning, council member and committee on housing. My name is Patricia Malloy, former Lincoln Heights Resident Council President for over 20 plus years, also former chair of New Community for Lincoln Heights Richardson Dwelling, ANC Commissioner from 2003 to 2022. I was relocated to the Strand residency, one of the off-site units under new community in 2022. Today, I'm here to speak on lack of DCHA's communication with Lincoln Heights residents. On 10/11/23, at the Board of Commissioners meeting, an application was submitted to the Star Board, which they approved, to demo disposition of Lincoln Heights in phases. In 2015, the same application was submitted to HUD to demo the property. Mr. Stringfield said that the demo disposition that was submitted in 2015 was denied. But if the demo was denied, why was 33 units taken down? Why are they doing this process again? Residents was not aware that they were submitting the demo application to the Star Board. The residents of Lincoln Heights are not testifying at any of the meetings or hearings because they are not made aware. DCHA is making decisions that suit them, not the livelihood of Lincoln Heights residents. DCHA is wasting money. First of all, Lincoln Heights is one of the 10 properties that was named in the lawsuit. One thing is, why would you install doors with no locks? That was part of the lawsuit. Also, the maintaining of the building, the lighting, along with daily activities. Lincoln Heights had Tuesday, they had what you call an open house, where they did come out and they told the residents about the demo, and they told them about the work that's going to be done on the property. But why tell them after the fact? Let them wait on what's going on and give their input. That is not being done. I would like to see for the rental office, I am aware that they have a new area manager and a new manager came on this week. The office does not have desk phones. They have the headphones connected to the computer. No one answers them. No one gets back to the residents. The residents are just left in the blind. The communication is not there. I get so many phone calls and I'm not going to let them down. Councilmember White, the only thing I'm asking is they need a better communication within DCHA. If you have noticed, and if anyone will pay attention when they have the Board of Commissioners meeting or like this hearing, the residents are afraid to speak up and speak out for various reasons. Lincoln Heights also has a public safety issue. The residents are afraid. They're even afraid to sit out on the front. That was part of the settlement within the lawsuit. How can we resolve that? The residents, they would rather call and speak to me than speaking to the management. Please help us bridge the gap between DCHA and the residents of Lincoln Heights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us and sharing that testimony. Karen Settles, you are up next, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White and the rest of the council members. My name is Karen Settles. I've served in many capacities in my communities and the communities before I came to the community when I was 13 years old, never stopped since. So I've been an ANC commissioner for almost 30 years. I've been a resident council president for quite a few years. And I'm now just a citizen that's an advocate and activist in things that we need as far as people are concerned, not just in the community that I live in, which is started tourists, but continuing to have effects all over the city. I thank you today for being here, for having this oversight hearing. It's well needed, but it also just having this oversight meeting is the tip of the iceberg, I would say. It needs follow-up and community follow-up. Residents need to know if what they're saying matters and being addressed. I'd like to say that DCHA is not improving and is still violating residents' human rights to safe, sanitary, and affordable housing. I also would like to say that the residents are being intimidated through fear tactics, threats of eviction and homelessness. As we all know, you're a step away from homelessness when you violate your lease. I'm not saying that it's right to violate your lease, but we have something that HUD has upheld, and so has the Supreme Court upheld the 30-day notice to cure. It's being totally ignored and undermined, and I demand that we have our rights within the 30-day notice to cure when residents are having issues. I challenge us in the search to work together in a collaborative, trustful, and respectful way with DCHA. I challenge us that we, at this point, and all the tries and wrinkles, even though we're receiving, and I respect we're receiving a new director. I know a little about him, and I'm hoping for the best. But I feel that we have primed ourselves enough with protests, situations talking about our problems. We need to prepare ourselves for the United Nations. Our human rights have been violated to the core. Unsolved murders in our housing complexes all throughout this city are not paid attention to. Missing children are not being paid attention. And many other matters that we as citizens have the right. But what, in short, I'm saying that the challenge of our human rights, which is the Declaration of Human Rights, which is found basically in Article 25 and 26, I find every citizen of the District of Columbia within the bounds of that. And we all are suffering from the crime and things that are going on in our community. It's better for us to do this together as opposed to treating the poor one way and the elite another way. We have to stop and do better. I thought the pandemic had taught us a better lesson, but we are going right back to where we were. And I just want us to take and do an evaluation of that and remember how we've been left in public housing with the impact of the pandemic. So I thank you so much for allowing this testimony that I'm making, and hope to see that we have a task force or something of the sort to pull out some of the issues. I'm very happy you pulled out a couple of things that you did about what your objectives for the day is. I'm right on target with that. And we need more conversation and tabling for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us. Our next public witness is Tori Collins.
Greetings, council members. My name is Tori Collins, and I am a transplant to Washington, D.C. from Chicago, Illinois, who has lived and worked in the Navy Yard and Ward 6 community for about 9 years. I'm an advocate for racial equity, affordable housing, and a professional in transportation. I've been working with Empower DC alongside my ANC and my senior neighbors like Ms. Rose Oliphant for over 5 years on this specific issue to ensure that the 200 units of replacement public housing, which are still owed to the community, are finally delivered. It appears DCHA has delayed its promise to provide these replacement units, and I am extremely concerned by their inability to provide what has been promised over 20 years ago. As much as I am concerned, I am extremely invested in this issue for 2 reasons. 1, housing is a human right. 2, as a professional in public administration, what is happening with DCHA is not an effective or efficient use of resources or skills. The role, as you know, of our public service leaders, whether elected, appointed, or hired, is to advance the common good and affect public change. It is not an advancement of the common good when promises have not been kept. It seems there is no viable plan for these replacement units, and it seems DCHA continues to seek extensions from the Zoning Commission to delay the process of project delivery. Thus, the land where people should be housed, 3 lots and or parcels of land designated for this build out, has been used for baseball game day parking. So I'm a resident who lives adjacent to what is now Capitol Quarter, formerly Arthur Capper Carrotsburg, right? So there's 130, so there were there's currently 138 market rate townhomes, 86 units of subsidized housing, which count towards the 707 replacement housing units. There are 76 workforce rate units. There's supposedly 13, I think, Section 8 ownership units, and 300 units of senior housing and 39 subsidized units in the Bixby, which also those two count towards the 707 replacement units as well. So all of these were built and completed by 2012, with the community center being completed in 2014. So here we are, 9 years and several extensions with the zoning commission later. There's still a little over 200 units still left to be completed, and 3 plots of land that are sitting empty. I'm concerned, extremely concerned, like I stated before, that the leadership's constant and rapid turnover is essentially devastating this project's ability to come into fruition. And it's been pushed further and further down the road for so long that I hope that it just doesn't disappear one day, or just doesn't remain on the list of to-dos and they never get done. So here's the thing, this is what I'm asking, I'm personally requesting to be provided. One, I want to know what DCHA has in place to deliver these replacement units. What is the adequate updated, or what is the updated plan? Where is the updated plan? How will the projects be delivered? How will this project be delivered? Under what HUD policies will be used and adapted for this project? And when will this project be presented to the community at large? 2, how are residents who were promised the ability to return being communicated with? And when was the last time a communication went out to these residents and or their next of kin? And how are we keeping the current residents of Capitol Quarter, how are we keeping them informed? The third thing is regarding the financials and the budgets for this project delivery. Where are the funds? How are funds being used? How will funds be used? Those are things that are so important to ensure that these units, that these people who have been displaced have the ability to come back to their community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next public witness, Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy with Friendship Place.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for allowing me to testify today. I'm Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for those experiencing homelessness in Greater DC, serving 4,400 clients last year. We appreciate our collaborative relationship with DCHA's willingness and consistency in meeting monthly with us and other providers for the past 3 years. We realize the difficulties that DCHA has faced this past year and its efforts in meeting the guidelines and requests laid out by HUD. Medicaid processing leadership changes, including the new board of directors, relocation, staffing challenges, and caseworker shortages for both government and providers, have all played a role in our ability to provide housing. We must tackle these challenges together. But we are still failing those experiencing homelessness. We all agree that the match to lease up process has been taking way too long. Thousands of individuals remain homeless while 3,000 funded vouchers go unused. Approvals of completed applications take 45 days. Landlord packet processing, rent reasonable determinations, and inspections take an additional 46 days on average, even when we remove those who have not yet leased up from the average. Friendship Place has clients who have been awaiting housing for over a year. This impacts not only those currently experiencing homelessness, but those that will experience homelessness in FY24 and FY25 and beyond, as it has resulted in very few vouchers for those who are more recently homeless. DCHA is undergoing massive changes in policy and approach to a wide scope of areas, including the repair and improvement of our public housing stock, outsourcing elements of PSH voucher processing, including eligibility determinations, landlord packet processing, rent reasonableness determinations, inspections, and landlord payments could allow DCHA to catch up in these other areas. Outsourcing inspections to providers was already road tested during the CARES project to speed up placements from encampment clearings. Trained providers or a third party could perform parts of PSH work in the same way that Greater Washington Urban League handles FRSP. Our families are moving into rapid housing much more quickly. Challenges with instituting so much change have also resulted in communication and clarity difficulties for our caseworkers and clients. In some cases, we are not getting responses back from housing specialists, even when supervisors have become involved. Changes in protocols or policies that lack clarity and efficiency cause housing delays as DCHA sorts its own way through these difficult processes. When multiple units do not work out due to slow processing or rent reasonableness determinations, our clients become even more disillusioned with a process that depends on building trust. We continue to advocate for a multiple access housing voucher portal for caseworkers, clients, DHS, DCHA, and landlords to address communication and transparency issues. Each access point could have visibility limited to its own data set and communications. Clients could approve caseworker assistance to expedite the process, and the portal could show both voucher status and points of contact. Changes could all be updated automatically, so caseworkers, DHS, and DCHA could communicate more easily. Landlords could incorporate the central unit repository. DCHA could include spreadsheets of approved rent reasonable apartments, so our clients' hopes are not dashed when their unit of choice doesn't pass. Banks and universities operate these kinds of systems, and we believe our housing community could too. We could use money freed up from the delay in voucher use to improve and expedite this process. Please take these opportunities into consideration as you evaluate the performance of DCHA moving forward. Thank you for allowing us to testify.
Thank you very much for being with us. Patricia Bishop. Patricia Bishop, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm here to bring to the attention of the people who will hear me loud and clear. First, we had a promise with housing, of fair and equal housing for all. My second major issue is that there is a new star board, but it's a particular person in that position is missing. That is the person that will be a commissioner for the disabled and the elderly, or to separate. That need to come back as soon as possible. And that'll be something that we will be gratefully thankful for in the following months. I would also like to ask DC Housing to change the way their WebEx is set up, because people speak and announce themselves, but we can't see their pictures to know that that's who's speaking and be able to see the faces clearly as they speaking. And I would appreciate it if they work on that as soon as possible. I also ask that DC Housing do more for the tenants here at Greenleaf, like to move the people into the units that are remodeled, fix their units up and place them back in their units. Under the Build First site that we as the steering committee and have always asked for years, so that people will not be displaced and lost around the city, or placed in more public housing that is facing the same or more worse of conditions than we have here. To Build First will also allow the DC Housing to establish the property for public housing. And it would also increase the amount of units when they do replace all 400 and something units. Because there is a high rate of homelessness in Washington, DC, that will help it. And because of these policies of downsizing, that is removing the tenants from the property already, because they qualify for a one-bedroom unit, which they're moving into other properties that might have the one-bedroom unit, but in the worst conditions, just like Greenleaf is. I would love to be that commissioner to sit on that board for the disabled and the elderly. I would like more positive meetings with these people who are the developers, because a lot of things has been going on the same way it has been going on for years. with these developers. They get the right to build first a senior builder, but not build back all. But they get the land for a cheap price while we as the poor suffer each and every day awaiting to return. I also want to continue to be an activist, not just for Greenleaf, but for everyone, because the way a lot of the meetings that I have attended in person are going with senior properties or mixed properties. The people don't understand what they're saying to them, but they don't break anything down to layman terms to have them understand. But the right to return, they go to the head of household and give that person the right to return. But if a 17-year-old at the time has became an adult over the years and have children of their own, where would they be able to have the right to return? That's another big issue that needs to be looked into on DC housing, about how they allowing this to be conducted. I don't appreciate the parts about housing with the Section 8 vouchers and how they have been disputed. And people not being able to get the unit, as the lady spoke earlier, that was more suitable for her and her family. Once again, the big and most important logo of DC public housing to be ran is fair and equal housing for all. We shouldn't be worried about rats running around. They have a contractor. You shouldn't have to call a call center. That contractor should have enough people of housing employees to make sure that once that phone call got picked up for pest control, it should have been at least, with this pandemic and how the rats are taking over the city, it should be at least once every week that they get around to every property. That will help limit the situation. I appreciate everyone listening to me, and I'm here to answer all questions to the best of my abilities.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Next on this panel is Lori Leibowitz.
Good morning. My name is Lori Leibowitz. I'm a housing attorney who has worked with public housing tenants, voucher holders, and people experiencing homelessness in DC for more than 15 years. Right now, DCHA is utterly failing in its mission to provide quality, affordable housing to low-income DC households. It's been a year since that shocking HUD report came out, and from the perspective of public housing residents, voucher holders, and low-income DC residents trying to afford housing, nothing has improved. In fact, most things are worse. Today, I will touch on public housing vacancies, rent reasonableness, and the new regulations DCHA has proposed. At the time of the HUD report, 1,904 public housing units were either vacant or offline. Now there are 2,700 units that are vacant or offline. 33% of our public housing units are sitting empty, and only 74 of them are move-in ready. A year ago, DCHA's vacancy rate was the worst in the country, and now it is worse. We see charts about work orders filled and redevelopment financing plans, but where is the concrete plan and timeline to repair public housing units and make them habitable, the vacant units and the ones people are living in? DCHA needs to tell this committee and the public what needs to be repaired in each property, in what order the repairs will be done, and on what timeline. Rent reasonableness. I'm a huge supporter of DCHA enforcing rent reasonableness. I've brought lawsuits on the subject, and I believe the practice of overcharging is harmful to everyone involved, but DCHA has managed to make things worse here too. DCHA has eliminated neighborhood-based payment standards and refused to provide guidance to tenants about what reasonable rents might look like. Instead of having an in-house person look at comps and compare rents to what landlords are charging unassisted tenants, as federal regulations require, DCHA has paid some undisclosed amount of money for a proprietary computer program that tells them if rents are reasonable. The system is opaque, and there's no way to predict whether DCHA will determine that a particular rent is reasonable. This means that voucher holders trying to leave homelessness or stuck in terrible conditions are delayed in finding a safe place to live. I'm working with a family of 5 who is desperately trying to leave the mold-filled home that is making them sick. But DCHA did not approve the apartment they found after weeks of searching because it wasn't rent reasonable. even though the rent is within the payment standard and is the same as the other units in the building. DCHA told us that the landlord can appeal, but the landlord didn't appeal because the landlord doesn't want to deal with DCHA. And who can blame them? So this family must stay in their unsafe home and watch their children get sicker while they restart their housing search, find and get approved for a new place, and then wait another 2 to 3 months for DCHA to approve the unit for move-in. Despite strong source of income protections, despite the great new tenant screening laws this council has passed, things are worse for voucher holders looking for housing because DCHA is making things harder. On the new regulations that are supposed to address the HUD findings, these are also worse for DCHA's participants. The proposed regulations reduce the time public housing tenants have to grieve an adverse action from 12 months to 30 days. DCHA has elected to adopt every single optional ground for eviction that HUD allows and make them mandatory. They have done the same with grounds for program exclusion. At a time when the district is prioritizing housing for returning citizens, DCHA is proposing to establish longer look-back periods and engage in more criminal background checks than HUD recommends. DCHA is also proposing to further limit guests for both public housing tenants and voucher holders and make it easier for DCHA to remove full-time students and elderly people receiving long-term medical care from assisted households, meaning that they can't come back. We know that family and community ties help lift people out of poverty, but DCHA is making it harder to maintain those ties. Further, DCHA is proposing to increase paperwork and eligibility requirements for families, to reduce appeal rights for applicants who are denied, and make it easier to permanently remove someone from the waiting list for not receiving mail. Finally, customer services at the agency is as bad or worse than ever. This committee must demand that DCHA present a concrete plan for improving conditions, improving customer service, and fulfilling its mission. This committee should not accept any more haphazard, short-term, or small victories. DC low-income residents deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness on this panel is Shafika Pasha. Excuse me, you will need to accept promotion. Okay. Hopefully she will come back. Vanita White, have you been able to? Oh, wait. All right, hold on. Pause. Fika Pasha is back with us. You can begin your testimony if you're ready. I can see you on the screen. Doesn't look like you're muted, so hopefully we'll hear you soon.
How do I? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. It's a little muffled.
Okay, give me 1 second.
All right. If Shafika Pasha returns, I will add them to the next panel. So let me run through some questions and comments for this panel. Won't likely have questions for everyone, but there are some issues that people raised that we will get some updates and clarification on from the Housing Authority. One issue will be public safety. We've had at least 2 residents mention public safety concerns, so we'll get an update there. We've had a couple people testify that there's not enough information on and clarity on timelines for redevelopments. We heard that from someone who testified regarding Berry Farms, also Greenleaf. So going to ask for more information on timeline and repairs for projects that have started, like Berry Farm, but also those who are sort of in limbo, like Greenleaf. I will have some questions along those lines for the agency. There was a theme. We also heard from Patricia Malloy about the need for better communication as well. Don't know when repairs are going to happen. So in that same vein, we'll get more information about how the agency can and will improve communication with residents. Obviously, that is vitally important given the history of public housing and people not being able to ultimately return after being promised. We need to make sure we get tight on that. Couple concerns about retribution. Residents afraid to speak up for fear of retribution. I'm going to want to get into that with the agency and get clarification on the policy, the practice, and what we should be saying to residents who feel like there's a practice of retribution. So we will address that with the agencies. Similar with Capper, that's another project we need to get a status update on. And I'm going to ask some questions around, obviously, vouchers. So that's another issue that's come up. Let me start with Daniel Payalago from Empower DC. You were the first person to mention concern about retribution for complaining. Is there any specificity you can give? Is this for complaining about repair issues? What has that retribution looked like?
Yeah, I think what we've heard is, if a person is very adamant about getting their repairs fixed, so they'll exhaust the avenue of speaking to their property manager. And then what we always encourage folks to do is to attend the monthly Board of Commissioners hearings where, they don't get necessarily caught up in the bureaucratic process. They're able to speak directly to the director, to the kind of management positions at DCHA. They then start becoming identified as a troublemaker, or they feel like they are. And, it plays out as people on the property, saying this is the person that's a troublemaker. The tickets that they submit aren't answered. And in general, just begin to feel like they're being able to voice their concerns will adversely affect them. I had actually two people who we helped to register this for this very hearing drop off because they were just concerned that they would be targeted. So it is very real and unfortunate because, people should feel like they can speak freely about what's going on their properties, what their personal experiences are. There could be mistakes, there could be misunderstandings, but we're getting to the point where people are getting very afraid. And I think this is made worse by the changing policy that is just making it hard for public housing residents to stay in public housing. So they feel like we can't say anything because it's so hard to stay here already. We should watch what we're saying.
Do you have any, obviously the obvious recommendation is don't retaliate, but do you have any specific recommendations on what policies need to change or what practice the agency can implement that would give people comfort in believing that there is not retaliation for complaining?
I think there is almost like a pettiness level, especially at the property level, where property managers take this personally, or maintenance staff take this personally. So it's hard to affect that, but I think training the staff to not be like that, to not act in those ways is important. The other practice that we've heard that we know happens is the call that people will receive prior to testifying. So if anything, I think people should be called after they've testified, so it doesn't make it seem like, hey, we know you're going to talk, and that intimidates folks. So I think that practice would be important to change. I'm all for DCH. That's what they should be doing. They should be contacting their residents. But when it comes before somebody testifying, it tends to intimidate them.
This is a practice that cuts both ways. We see it from some agencies when people sign up to testify. The agency will reach out and try to address the issues. I'm always happy when issues get addressed. They need to get addressed, but I do recognize it can cause some discomfort. People can feel like they're being watched. So I'll work with you and others on that. Again, anything we can do to get issues addressed, I think is a good thing. But we certainly don't want residents feeling watched. Heather Day, I want to get a little bit of clarification, just because I was multitasking and I want to make sure I understand some of the critical elements of your testimony. Your previous residence on Elvins Road that caught fire, you're supposed to go back to that property?
Yes, to my knowledge, it was a part of the Melco project. They were doing something under RAD and they were doing a redevelopment of Elvins Road. So to my knowledge, they were gonna repair the unit, but then they were gonna wait for the redevelopment, but neither has happened. I was scheduled to return back to that property. And like even now, I'm here at James Creek, I'm in a 5-bedroom unit. My property at Elvins was a 4, and even with the flat rent and the new rent scale, I was asking about getting it lowered down to a 4-bedroom unit, because there's things that are changing here on the property that should be according to my old unit, which is not. But yes, I was supposed to return to Elvins Road. There has not been any update to that unit since the fire in 2022.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
And
2020.
23. And the issue that you mentioned of rats, is that at the current place or Elvins Road?
That was here at James Creek. That was repaired. They did repair that issue, but it just goes to talk about each property you go to, there's some sort of issue, whether it's maintenance or just lack of communication. Now, I will say the communication here is better, and the rat issue was resolved, but it's still, it's crazy. We're dealing with rats on the outside and then had to deal with rats actually in my house where I have a little kid and, everything else. It's unsanitary. It's unhealthy.
So yeah, you are absolutely right. I'm glad it's fixed for now, but I hear your concern that it feel everywhere you go there's something, and that's a real health and safety issue. What I'm going to request for you, Ms. Day, because this is your individual matter. Agency leadership are here. I'm going to ask them to be in touch with you if you want to pass. I'm sure they have your information, but if you want to email it to us, we'll make sure they have it so you can get a status on returning to your property. Same with you, Ms. Odom. Understand the issue that you have been having with your voucher, the sort of concern and question of, you had your heart set on a place and then you find out that you've been undercut by somebody else, trying to get an understanding of what happened. Just one, for clarity, but two, so that this issue doesn't happen again and catch you off guard. I'm going to ask the agency to contact you individually to work through that. And both you, Ms. Day, and you, Ms. Odom, you can let us know if you don't get that clarification, but I believe that you will. So if you make sure, we should have your contact information, but if you would email a good contact number to housing@dccouncil.gov, we will work with you to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, I very much understand your concern and probably a great deal of stress dealing with the unknowns of the timeline for redevelopment, and your concern that there's not enough information given, which makes it really hard to plan and obviously causes some undue stress. So we're going to get some clarification on that as well. Same for you, Ms. Belt, as I mentioned earlier on Berry Farm. We're going to get clarification there. Patricia Bishop, quick question. You mentioned rats. This was a conversation we had when I visited you and others at Greenleaf. Has the issue with rats improved since we were there together?
It's on maybe a 3-week term when they do come out and bait. But being that it's getting cold and the heat is on, they have started coming into the units just running around. I was in the Board of Commissioner meeting and I spoke, and the head person of the pest control did reach out to me, and I met the gentleman, did a walkthrough. But these are the same holes that I have shown you during our walkthrough from years ago. A lot of situations has came to a stop, but then they might pick back up if I speak out. But that shouldn't have to be the way it is.
Right. All right. Well, we'll check back into that. I do remember us having that conversation. So we will get back into that. Karen Settles, just a point of clarification for you. You mentioned the issue of residents being intimidated. You said through threats of eviction and obviously the concern about homelessness. It sounded like you were saying that there was possibly a threat of eviction if people weren't following the rules. I just want to get clarification so we're all on the same page about what you are hearing and experiencing.
Sir, rules are rules, sir. And thank you for asking that question. The point is that right now in the District of Columbia, we're in a different stage. I mean, we've been shifted because of the pandemic. And what I've seen is some ugly practices of threats of evictions. And it's some cures. I mean, I've helped people with some cures to, not feeling threatened that they're going to be evicted. But we have certain protections that residents are not really aware of. One I would specifically say to you is the 30-day notice to cure. And the 30-day notice to cure, which has been secured since 1987, I remember when the Supreme Court threw it out the last time, when they said that they would not take that out, the HUD regulations, because that was the only protection that HUD, that public housing residents had. 30-day notice to cure simply says that if you cure the issue, and right now we're talking about eviction, that means that residents have to have the resources to be able to have somebody that can nail down or help them with their rents. We need the agency to be sensitive enough to know that one, there are many reasons why people become back in their rent. But the other thing is that it's almost like an empathy thing where you have to do some social work and then some extra care to residents who may not fully understand. And I don't know why people don't understand that some people don't understand. I've always, when I came into housing, they showed residents on a chart how paying their rent rewards the repairs they get and other things, amenities that they have on their property. That's a sure cure to have residents input into, having things like what property paid the most people paid their rent or whatever. What I'm saying to you is that this is a time where we're going to have to embrace one another and have some sincerity in the fact that when I seen these new regulations that they're making, residents are being victimized for something that they didn't do. What happened on the inside of 1133 and now the new home of our housing authority had nothing to do with what residents did. It had all to do with mismanagement. And that's not a residence matter. And if we're going to come out of this better, we need to work together and stop all these tactics and things that residents have to go through. It's a lot to think about. Well, I'm going to get evicted if I do this, and I'm going to get evicted. Residents come to me with that. So I have to stand on that.
I appreciate that. I think we're going to hear some more testimony around some of these themes of respect, personal respect, and information, and engaging residents in developing new regulations. I heard some of this when I was in the community yesterday, and I think some of these folks are set up to testify later. So I think you won't be alone in that testimony, Ms. Settle. So thank you very much. Mr. Council, I hear you loud and clear. I appreciate you being with us and sharing your concerns. We are going to continue to dig into those and make sure there's real progress across the agency. Tori Collins, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to get an update on Capper. Lynn Mono, I appreciate your thoughts, particularly on the vouchers. I'm going to ask some of those questions. Obviously, vouchers is one of the key areas we're going to focus today. So I'm going to do that. I'm also curious about your proposal to ID rent reasonableness apartments ahead of time. I'd be curious to get the agency's thoughts on that. Seems like a very practical idea. Lori Leibowitz, quick question for you. The example you gave in your testimony where there was a family living in bad conditions, they found a new unit, the rent was on par with other rents in that building, but you say they were denied because the rent reasonableness was not approved. Do you, how is that so? How could the rent be not determined reasonable if it is on par with other market rate units in that building?
I mean, first of all, that's a great question. And second of all, that's exactly the problem. We've been told that if landlords that there's a proprietary computer system that tells us what's reasonable, but we've also been told that if landlords submit comps into the computer system, then rent reasonableness will change, and like that's the strategy we should be using. But that can't be the system. It can't be that we're deciding rent reasonableness based on which landlords decide to submit which apartments to the system. HUD regulations require that in multi-unit buildings, landlords submit the rent rates of similar units with the lease-up packet. Like there could be a process of comparing, and that is exactly what the HUD regulations say. But instead of doing that, no one knows what this computer algorithm does. DCHA doesn't know what this computer algorithm does. So it is literally impossible to predict whether a unit is going to be determined to be rent reasonable because we don't know what the computer algorithm is going to spit out.
Okay, yeah, this is still a new program, so I don't know why it is working or not working this way. So we will get some information more on the program and the algorithms. So lots obviously to cover with the agency, and I know we still have a lot of people who want to testify. So let me thank this panel. My colleague, Councilmember Fruman, I believe is with us virtually. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions for this panel?
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I do not have questions for this panel. I think you went through it very well, and you at the start of your questions to this panel sort of checked off the things that had been raised by this panel that you were going to want to learn more from the agency on, and that was exactly the same list that I had. So I very much am grateful for the testimony that we heard, and also looking forward to benefiting from that testimony as we talk with the agency representatives later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman, who's been an incredible part of this committee. Well, thanks again to this panel. You're helping us sharpen, so I really appreciate you being with us, and we'll get into a lot of these issues with the board and the agency. We will move now to our second panel. Let me start with some witnesses who are in person. I know who signed up to testify in person. Not sure everyone who's here. I know one person, Robert Warren, is with us. You can join at the witness table. Jakia Carroll with Universal Right to Housing, People for Fairness Coalition. Are you with us? Luther Lacy, are you with us? There you go. Reggie Black, I've not seen. Andrew Anderson, there we are. Rochelle Ellison, I've not seen. Kadir El Amin. James Shabazz. Or Shabazz. Don't see. Sandra Johnson. Laverne Hedrick. Laverne Hedrick, all right. Angela Thomas.
Ms. Thomas is here on Zoom.
Okay, then, oh, sorry about that. Okay, I'll add her. Sheila Herring. There we are. Come on down.
So now we should have Ms. Hines here.
I gotta remember who the other person was.
And then virtual. Here, do you want 8 people?
Yeah.
Black is online.
Okay.
Chris Williams is here. Thomas is here.
Got it.
Sheila Herring is.
I think she's in person. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
all right. Frank, come on.
Okay, we're gonna add some folks who are virtual to this panel. We'll start with the folks who are in person, and we're gonna move to our virtual witnesses. On this panel will be virtually Shanta High, President of the Council-elect Park Morton, Reggie Black, Christopher Williams, Angela Thomas, Sheila Herring, Ilani Christidis, Janet Phoenix, and Sharisa Liu. So we will start with you, Mr. Warren.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I'm one of the founding members of the organization People for Fairness Coalition. We are grounded in the belief that housing is a human rights. In that effort, PFFC has adopted a universal right to housing campaign to bring about a public policy based on DC residents having the ability to qualify to receive housing vouchers based on HUD's definition of affordable housing being 1/3 of an individual's income. People Fairness Coalition is a grassroots organization that is working to ensure that housing instability ends in the District of Columbia through advocacy, outreach, and peer mentoring. We believe and are sure that universal housing rights must include all facets of affordable housing. This will mean that social housing, public housing, as well as cooperative ownership should be included as policy. A universal right to housing should embody the principles of economic personification, meaning that all countries should be allowing individuals to live with dignity, respect, security, empowerment, as to reach the development of their full potential. People Fairness Coalition is expressing its continued call for cities to support in developing a universal housing tax-based subsidy system to ensure that vulnerable populations can achieve stability to succeed, in addition to supporting housing subsidies. We are in support of public, social, and cooperative ownership of housing. Here are some of our thoughts on public, social, and cooperative ownership as it pertains to our universal right to housing, justice for all mission. Public housing is a social program experiment designed for economic recovery from the Great Depression. It was meant as a stepping stone to ownership and entrance to the middle class of incomes, prosperity. As of 1980, public housing has become a real estate industry opportunity. It is slowly incentivizing less government participation in the maintenance of new construction of this form of housing. People Fairness Coalition Universal Right to Housing Committee emphasizes that Article 17 of the General Resolution 217, where all have a right to own, either alone or with others, be upheld, strengthened by calling for sweeping reviews and actions based on recommendations outlined in 2014 United Nations Right to Adequate Housing Special Rapporteur's report to ensure that ownership, especially corporate ownership, models be explored and maintained. Why America needs social housing? Housing affordability is central to other national priorities like healthcare, food security, education, and housing. The United Nations Declaration on Homelessness in 2020 in its resolution, the UN Commission for Social Development calls for a response by all sectors within government agencies and government societies. The Commission recommends the resolution be adopted by the UN Economic and Social Council later this year. The Commission also celebrated the 25th anniversary of World Summit for Social Development. Its Copenhagen Declaration, stakeholders and experts from all over the world expressed strong support for the work of the Commission, noting that the outcome of the Copenhagen Summit remains relevant today, continues to guide social development in their countries. This can be achieved by supporting resident ownership, by supporting investment in hybrid social housing, corporate ownership models create and advanced by current residents and their supporters. Ownership of public housing properties should be afforded to the residents of these properties, considering potential land sales of their community. Tenants should be given the first right of refusal of such sales, as well as awarded the opportunity to build resources to organize and own governmental produce real estate opportunities in the district and across the nation. We hope that all will support People Fairness Court in properly advancing Article 17 in this fashion, which all but guarantees adequate and ensures houses and ensures secure housing. I want to reference the Washington Post report on the 31,000 vouchers that are still sitting in a queue, not being used to house any of the unhoused population as of October 2023. We need to have DHS, DCHA, and Department of Housing and Community Development to have a coordinated entry system where these three agencies can all focus on the individuals that qualify based on their income, especially those over the age of 55. We have had two recent unhoused individuals killed in the District of Columbia that were matched through the current system, who may still be with us today if they had been housed in a timely fashion. Leo Coulter, who was killed in McPherson Park, Brother Ali, who was fatally stabbed inside Pepworth Library, where a lot of the homeless go for shelter during the day. The last thing I wish to bring to your attention is that we couldn't even get the ashes of these individuals to give them a proper burial as in the past years, because now DC is charging us $485 per person who has passed away without the dignity of a home. We need to address these issues. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren. Next on this panel, we have, I don't remember my notes, Luther Lacy. Welcome.
Hello, Councilman White, members of the committee and fellow witnesses. My name is Luther Lacy, member of People for Fairness Coalition, and also a resident of Ward 6. It is my sincere hope during our reimagining of the DC Housing Authority that when it comes to what public housing will look like going forward, that we are committed to providing housing that's smart, that's just, and that works for all of its residents. And that's going to take input from the residents, some former and current. These individuals should have a say as to what it's going to take for its residents to be happy and to flourish. Accommodations such as on-site convenience stores, community meeting centers, recreation areas, computer rooms, fitness centers, locked entrances, camera surveillance, and security guards, 24-hour maintenance and staff consisting of resident managers, service coordinators, and social workers. Programs such as daycare centers, youth programs, and peer mentoring, re-entry centers, and training programs for landscaping and other skilled positions. In talking to some of the residents of public housing properties, these are some of the hopes, concerns, and needs of individuals if public housing is ever going to truly be successful. If the mayor and the council members and the head of the DC Housing Authority would do a simple walkthrough of most of these properties and talk to the current residents, a true blueprint for what public housing could and should look like in the future can be realized. Yes, we believe that housing is a human right, but also being happy and thriving to do better and having the means and tools to do so should also be a human right. Thank you all for allowing me to give my testimony today. Now, having said all that, sitting here and hearing everybody's concerns, I guess my thought is, well, this is a vision, but how can we get to this if we can't address some of the things that the concerns that we have on the table today? So yeah, so I just wanted to go on record as saying this is a vision that we would like to see.
I appreciate it. It's a beautiful vision. Actually, that's what I wrote. This is a beautiful vision. So I appreciate it. I think you're asking the right question. How do we get to something like that unless we address the fundamental issues? So thank you very much for your testimony and for being with us. Next on this panel is Andrew Anderson.
Let me begin by thanking the panel, Robert White, constituents, other individuals, concerned individuals for allowing me to testify today. Let me begin also by saying that a news report came out featuring an individual who was apparently whose mother had passed away. And unfortunately, yeah, his living situation is in jeopardy. Today, there are many other peoples whose living situations are in jeopardy who are living on a voucher. To add to that, there are others that are waiting. For those that are waiting, which are including returning citizens, they're finding themselves placed in a quagmire in which it's becoming more difficult, for even them coming out of prison, to seek housing. What I hear today in the witness testimony pretty much adds to that quagmire. What was just said regarding issues that have just been brought up, if these issues cannot be resolved in a timely fashion, how can individuals coming out of prison expect any better? Add to that, we have people that are living in the encampments right now who are scheduled to be evicted. They're now going to be facing an uphill battle. To add to that, DCHA is making it more harder criteria-wise for those who qualify to get into housing. There are several different issues regarding housing that's really, it's unpredictable. And it's becoming sort of a way of disfranchising people from this opportunity. I would say today, specifically, as I said to Charles Allen when I testified regarding the criminal justice system, there are many issues on the table that need to be resolved. And I believe you, Robert White, and I believe other council members have a desire to want to correct this issue and make it more realistic. But until the willingness for people to really support this effort to correct these problems, nothing is going to happen. I believe that willingness is the key. Willingness is the key to provide better education, better housing, better employment, for individuals coming out of prison as well as those living in encampments. These people need help. And as advocates, working with other concerned, citizens and concerned organizations, we need to band together to come up with a solution, a workable solution. We all have to work together with this, a workable solution to solve these problems. It's not enough just to play word games and semantics. This issue is becoming problematic and is growing as time goes on. And as I said earlier, we're getting ready to face an eviction with these encampments. And you keep spending money on evicting these people, which could better be reinvested in providing more better housing, suitable housing, long-lasting housing. I encourage you, DCHA, I encourage you, Robert White, I encourage you to put your money where your mouth is and correct these problems as we go on. If they're left undone, you're going to see more of these problems pop up with no solutions. Have the willingness to step forward. Stop hiding behind a microphone and a speech. This has to happen. This is a critical problem that we're facing at this moment, and we need correction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us. Next witness with us is Sheila Herring. Welcome.
Good morning, council member, White, committee, every residents. First, I would like to start off by saying everything that everyone spoke on those panels are issues we are having at Kenilworth Courts. Our biggest issue is, I guess, me, because as they say, they make you out to be the troublemaker. Well, I'm number one. I'm the biggest one because I'm not afraid to speak. I'm not afraid to stand my grounds, say what I feel, say what I know what is right from wrong, whatever, I'ma say it. Majority of our residents are afraid to speak also because they fear of being evicted. They complain about how management do not know how to talk to people. You name it, they complain about it. My phone rings more than DC Housing, your office and everybody else's phone ring around the clock. I've had a big issue as of recently, personally, with my house. I'm also the resident council president at Kenilworth Court and a 30-year resident. Back earlier during the year, maintenance been going in the houses, taking parts out to put in other units to fix it, going into vacant units. These vacant units are full of mice, rats, whatever, but they are vicious. These things know how to get off of traps. If they get stuck on the sticky thing, they know how to get off of it. I have some in my house that pose for me and let me take pictures and videos. I left and went out of town in August for 3 weeks. I came back the 2nd of September. I'm sitting in, I go to my room. Mice drop is on my bed. I go to walk up the steps, the mice coming down past me. Like they had a household. That's how they run through these houses. They tore my house up. I have mice feces, and if it's feces, it's showing following on everything in my house, from my linen closet to my bedroom closet, dresser drawers. I washed 41 loads of clothes. That doesn't include the dry cleaning part. You know the house is infested because I called you and told you. I told you before it got to that point. You went in this house and you disturbed it, send the exterminator in there and send them to my house. It shouldn't have to take for me to go on a public meeting forum to state my issues with this, to get somebody to call me and send an exterminator out when I've been reporting it. I reported to management. They say, no, you got to call it in. I call it in, they tell me I got to go to management. No, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to tell you, you're going to give me a number. You put it down. Y'all figure it out. Y'all call each other, work it out. Somebody need to send an exterminator to my house. So now I'm going to move on to the policy changing. These policy changes were done, and so and my thing is they were done like snake moves behind the residents' backs. Because you may change these policies, but you fail to tell the resident that you changed these policies. Because I had a situation where I tried to take my son off my lease 3 years ago. I was told I couldn't take him off. Now you're telling me I had 30 days to report it. But if I tell you the week he moved out, that's within 30 days. It's your fault that it went 3 years. Now you're telling me I have to do it within 30 days when I had a year at first. But you didn't tell me I had 30 days now because you changed it. It's crazy. It's like all of the rules that they have changed and that I've seen and went through are the same rules that the contractors have on their applications when you move into their places. So it's like, is housing going by the contractor's guidelines? Do the contractors have something over housing? Some type of power or something they have against housing, where housing following their rules and doing it the way they doing it? You signed the contract. You sat at the table with us in 2016, made an agreement to all of these rules and that you was going to implement, that was implemented, and you agreed to and said that this is the guidelines and rules that we're going to go by during the Kenilworth 166 project, the redevelopment project. These are the rules you're going to go by, but at the same token, now you're giving us the rules, the same rules as the construction people have for their new redevelopment project. I'm not understanding that at all. I have a lot more, but I don't want to overdo it, but I'm going to write a testimony. I'm going to call because I need to sit and meet with you because again, it's a lot to it because they brought in vendors that's every bi-weekly saying to have 2 or 3 pages of things they saying they're doing for the contractors that I know they're not doing. I mean, doing for the residents, but they're not doing it. But you got 3 pages of stuff saying you did this for the residents and for the community, and I know you haven't done it. So it's a lot. And I thank y'all for listening to my testimony. I wish I had more time to tell y'all because y'all say I can talk. But and I really appreciate it, but I would like to follow up later.
Okay, we will do that, and I appreciate you being with us. And I do have a few questions for you at the end of this panel as well. We're gonna turn to our virtual members of this panel, starting with Shanta High.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Good day, Councilmember White. Can you all hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the issues today. I'm Ms. Shantae High, President of the Council at Park Morton and the owner of High Alert Emergency Preparedness. Too many times people have come to the DCHA Board of Commissioners meetings and the DCHA oversight hearings to testify about the same exact problems we've complained about before. And I agree with many of my colleagues here, such as Ms. Patricia Bishop and Ms. Karen Settles. I have been a witness to all of these issues that that have been promised to both Park Morton residents as well as Berry Farms residents and Greenleaf. I have been a witness and have experienced firsthand the fight against DCHA trying to unhouse my family unjustly just because they wanted to redevelop my property. But I'm not here to speak on that. I'm here to add yet one more issue to the pile. In the past, DCHA has failed its HUD Section 3 registered resident-owned businesses, and I am one of those businesses. We as residents are expected and required, almost mandated, to participate in the self-sufficiency program, even if the resident is a retired veteran, elderly, or completely disabled. However, I don't fully grasp the meaning of self-sufficiency by the terms defined by DCHA, as I've done everything humanly possible to become self-sufficient. Yes, yet I've been oppressed by the agency and remaining stagnant in the same position for many years, despite my trying to help myself. Although I am disabled, trying to meet the requirements, I can work by law 20 hours per week utilizing the ticket to work. DCHA also likes to encourage residents to utilize certain services, then later penalizes residents for using said services. For example, employment services, job fairs, or temp agencies. And if a resident has zero income for a number of years, then they get hired through a DCHA job fair or employment services. The resident wouldn't have been employed for would have been employed for less than a week or two before their rent skyrockets. There needs to be a period of adjustment before that resident makes it, through the probationary period. So this needs to stop. Also, our children have to have a way to sustain themselves in college before our rent jumps up. Same thing. Our kids go off to college, they get a job, our rent jumps up. There is no possible way that a single person income can afford to pay rent, the utilities, and foot the bill, putting our kids through college as well. If our rent is spiked because our kids get a job when they're away at school. So I just want to take the time to thank you all for allowing me to speak on these issues.
Thank you very much for being with us. Our next public witness on this panel is Reginald Black.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Reginald Black. I represent various organizations, but I come before you today as a housing choice voucher recipient. I am currently living in Ward 4, and DCHA needs to do a better job of helping our residents have more stable conditions, and partner with landlords who are better actors. Right now, within the rent reasonableness conversation, my landlord is grandfathered in at an overprice. this over price is not worth it. We don't have, the amenities that have been advertised. The building conditions here are, the building conditions here are similar to a lot of residents around the city. We experience pests. We experience damages, slow repairs. We have a door, both of our doors, which are supposed to be secure. For 2 years, that door has been broken. DOB has cited these as violations, and our landlord fails to remedy those. I believe DCHA and others had a meeting, an interagency meeting in which my council member, Janice Lewis George, convened, and her sort of like satisfaction on what came out of that meeting was inadequate because our landlord is being overpaid, and our landlord has not addressed the concerns of the residents, which in turn has created situations in which the neighborhood is opposing us who are on vouchers, who are in the Section 8 program. I walk around every day with an unjust stigma and stereotype and vilification just because I am, a Section 8 housing choice voucher recipient. I'm Black and I'm a male. And so, I've walked around with this stigma even over 10 years ago when I experienced homelessness in the city. And that was an uphill battle just to get where I am. And now, I am a civically engaged housing choice voucher recipient who even went as far to run for advisory neighborhood commissioner in my neighborhood, but yet I am looked at as, other than because of a few people who are not residents of the building, who are accessing the building because the landlord refuses to fix the door. These are things that DCHA needs to be proactive about. They need to do proactive inspections when people, are complaining about their housing conditions. They really need to penalize some of these landlords. They should not have been able to, gather a whole building and do vouchers direct and still not have things up to code. The new building is having issues with rats, rodents, insects, all kinds of things going on here. And it's not worth the money that they're being paid. And actually, they were cited in the Washington Post as being overpaid. So I urge you to help residents like myself who are civically engaged, who are not a nuisance to the community, and those that, are in these buildings that just need a little help making sure our living conditions are what they're supposed to be. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Christopher Williams.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My testimony relates to Greenleaf Public Housing. First, the 2021 Comprehensive Plan approved significant land use changes on the Greenleaf footprint. The council approved these and other FLUM changes despite the district's failure to conduct progress reports every 4 years and failure to provide an adequate environmental assessment related to comp plan amendments. Second, the plans for Greenleaf have significantly deviated from the request for qualifications and proposals. The RFQ and RFP, along with the DC Comprehensive Plan, emphasize build first for Greenleaf. There is still no build first site. There are numerous well-documented and firsthand accounts that there were irregularities in the scoring of the final proposals for Greenleaf. Southwest Voice published an article from a former DCHA staff member. Third, the RFQ did not have any plans for preservation of Greenleaf Senior. Now there is some speculation of historic preservation. All of Greenleaf dates to the same construction period, so historic preservation is warranted. It's in its entirety if this is the argument. In addition, the RFQ was misleading. The language reads, all of the properties were built in 1959 are physically obsolete and have high maintenance costs. Greenleaf Senior cannot be deemed physically obsolete if it is being renovated and preserved. Greenleaf buildings remain structurally sound. Fourth, we all know that the rental assistance demonstration, or RAD, is associated with displacement. Greenleaf Senior strongly opposed the FY23 and FY24 moving to work plans calling for RAD. They put in writing to the DCHA and to the Citywide Resident Advisory Board. RAD would have been entirely avoidable if DCHA had not had procurement irregularities and had selected a development team with site control for a build first site. The final development team did not have site control, unlike other proposals that were not selected. DCHA recently approved RAD for Greenleaf Senior. Councilmember White, you noted on a recent call with the DC Citizens Federation that DCHA acts without a long-term strategy. DCHA cannot continue to proceed in this fashion. Fifth, there are unabated rat infestation and mold issues at Greenleaf, which several residents shared and provided photographic evidence. Intense gentrification in Southwest is adding to the rat issue at Greenleaf and other residential buildings such as Capitol Park Plaza and Twins. Finally, DCHA has yet to come into compliance with the provisions of the Moving to Work Agreement on substantially the same requirement, meaning that it serves less than 70% of those residents than it had when it entered the NTW program in the 1990s. DCHA is proposing only to replace the number of units for Greenleaf, not the number of family units, which risks it being out of compliance with the family unit requirement for the federal Moving to Work program. The last plans that I saw for Greenleaf called for 80% market housing. This is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Southwest Small Area Plan. DCHA should conduct and conclude a full investigation on the Greenleaf procurement process and not move forward on any redevelopment plan until it receives unqualified HUD approval of the FY24 Moving to Work plan. Due to time limitations, I will provide my full testimony in writing for the record to include the need to repair the harm to residents and resident leaders.
Thank you so much. Angela Thomas, welcome. Angela Thomas, are you with us? I see you. There we are.
Okay, I prefer not to show my face.
Okay.
Because I am a target and I have been a target for DC housing for some years now. It has causes me, and I'm sorry about this, but I'm from Kenilworth Courts residents and I've been a target for years. I have been under fear of being evicted. I have been harassed and everything with different property, DC housing properties, management. I also have concerns because my unit supposed to have been a contracted unit that I just moved in November. As of December, my front door would not close. I called it in. It was around the holidays when the office was closed. My front door was not be able to close. I called it. I reported it and called it in for maintenance. I was told from the maintenance worker that a contractor had to come and fix my front door. Also, when I first met the property manager, she spoke to me rudely and harshly. I felt, some type of tone in her voice. And I responded back to her with manners because I know if tenants respond back rally or try to defend themselves, we get evicted. And my biggest fear is to go through an eviction when that I have a disabled child in my home. I have kids in my home. and the fear of the stress that's going to cause me and more. I had a past issue with housing where that I had just removed back to DC from Texas because of a situation that was neglected on behalf of housing that was towards me, where that the commissioner, Mr. I forgot his name, Smothers, something. I talked to housing, removed me from where I was, and relocated me back to Kenworth. I also have a concerns of the ERAP. When I asked for assistance on helping me fill out the ERAP form due to the fact that I have a concussion from my vanity in my bathroom falling and hitting me in my head, I've been dealing with headaches, blurry visions, nervousness, shaking and everything. And I have so much fear that I just don't want to be evicted with my kids because of the past experience of the neglect and the negligence that went towards me in the past. With the new residents development that they fixing in Kenworth, they promised us that we was going to move back, but now they saying that the property manager has say so and which residents can move over there. And I feel that by her having some type of animosity or being a target, it's going to prevent me from moving in the new development on the property. And I do not want to move on no other housing property due to the safety of the neighborhood beefs that we have in the community of the society today. It's so much neighborhood beef of people beefing with each other and shooting each other and killing each other. I do not want to experience my child or my children being harmed when that I already experienced my house living under housing, my old resident being shot at, and nothing wasn't resolved until I had to come out of my fear and keep contacting someone and coming back to DC from Texas and going back into my old unit where that the bullets that hit my door that caused me to have anxiety panic attacks where I barely sleep at night because I'm scared something's going to happen to me or my kids or we're going to be evicted. I also was trying to get resources and everything since I've been back because I know laws and rules has changed. No one is assisting me with resources, but my resident council, she's been trying to help me in all ways that she could. Even she told me it's time for me to speak up. Thank you for hearing my story. It is more that I want to say, but I'd rather speak in privately because I don't want no retaliation to come towards me and my family. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll try to help here. Our next public witness for this panel is Elani Christidis.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, council members and staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a Ward 1 resident and supervising attorney in the Housing Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. Today, my testimony will focus on the danger of DCHA's rushed issuance of emergency regulations, which conflict with local law, as well as alarming trends we are seeing in DCHA's failure to process tenant recertifications. Both are placing tenants at risk of eviction and making it harder for DC residents served by DCHA, predominantly working class Black women living in Ward 7 and 8, to access housing and remain housed. In May, DCHA published over 650 pages of emergency regulations for its public housing and voucher programs. Advocacy groups, including Legal Aid, pored over the changes and produced detailed written comments on ways the emergency regulations conflicted with the Constitution, federal statutes and regulations, HUD guidance, and local law. Our written comments suggested specific ways that the regulations could be improved to avoid these conflicts and better serve residents. Yet, beyond stating it will fix the regulations to be consistent with the DC Language Access Act, DCHA has not committed to correcting any other conflicts with local law before making these regulations permanent. DCHA still needs to address conflicts with the Fairness in Renting Amendment Act of 2022, the Fair Criminal Record Screening for Housing Act, local landlord-tenant law, and the DC Human Rights Act. Nor did DCHA commit to further meetings with advocates to exchange red lines and edits, as DCHA has historically done prior to issuing permanent regulations. It is unprecedented that DCHA would issue hundreds of pages of regulations, a complete overhaul of the rules governing its housing programs, as emergency rulemaking. Emergency rulemaking is reserved for situations where the immediate preservation of health, safety, and welfare is at stake, a high standard not met here. This committee must impress upon DCHA the importance of getting these regulations right. It should require DCHA's general counsel to submit a memo to the committee addressing how DCHA intends to resolve all conflicts between the emergency regulations and local law, or else require DCHA to meet regularly with advocates to correct the serious flaws in these documents before moving forward with permanent versions. Another big concern we have is the high number of tenants reporting problems with DCHA mishandling recertifications. This includes significant delays in DCHA's processing of a recertification, DCHA erroneously claiming a recertification was never completed, and tenants being unable to reach anyone at DCHA to resolve a recertification issue. These delays, failures, and communication breakdowns put people in jeopardy, as the longer it takes DCHA to adjust a tenant's rent portion, the more likely it is the tenant will accrue a balance that could turn into an eviction. Sometimes a tenant must be sued for non-payment of rent and get help from a lawyer to successfully resolve a DCHA recertification issue. If a tenant doesn't get help, they may end up with a judgment or an eviction over unpaid rent that they never should have been responsible for paying. This is the human cost of DCHA's inaccessibility and disorganization, the very real risk of people being evicted over what should be a routine administrative issue. The committee must pay particular attention to DCHA's inadequate performance in this most basic of functions by asking DCHA to map out its internal recertification business process and track and report how long it takes to process a recertification. My written testimony further discusses the lack of transparency around DCHA's reasonableness determination process and the added cost in time and money to voucher holders who have no reliable way of knowing ahead of time if a unit they want to rent will be deemed rent reasonable by DCHA. This is because DCHA only makes that determination after a landlord has submitted a request for tenancy approval, which is after a tenant has incurred application fees. If a unit is found to not be rent reasonable, the tenant has to start the search and application process all over again. This is wasteful and time-consuming, prolonging the time before a voucher holder can be stably housed. Despite advocates and members of the Stabilization Reform Board raising this concern with DCHA, DCHA has not committed to improving its process to equip tenants with rent reasonableness information or guidance as they conduct their housing search. DCHA must come up with a better system that helps voucher holders check whether a unit is likely to be rent reasonable before they incur application fees. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much. Dr. Janet Phoenix, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman White and members of the Housing Committee. I am testifying today to advocate for a robust effort to remove gas stoves from public housing. I'm testifying in my capacity as chairperson of the DC Asthma Coalition. I have testified in the past before this committee about housing conditions that exacerbate chronic health conditions like asthma. I've talked about pest infestations, mold, and I am still concerned about those issues, but today we'll focus specifically on gas stoves. As the District of Columbia moves away from fossil fuels and towards a more sustainable energy infrastructure, I would encourage the council and this committee in particular to consider how public housing residents can benefit from this citywide strategy. There have been legislative efforts by other council committees that target monetary support to homeowners in the district for removing gas stoves. I applaud the city for pursuing policies that assist private homeowners, but encourage us to consider the needs of the most vulnerable DC residents, those who live in public housing. Many of these residents suffer disproportionately from chronic diseases. Some have disabilities, and their health is adversely affected by poor air quality, not only in their neighborhoods, but also in their homes. Public housing residents represent a special population of low-income people whose housing is much more likely to expose them to contaminants and hazardous conditions that can make chronic conditions, health conditions like asthma, worse. Children are especially vulnerable to poor air quality. And in other jurisdictions like New York City and Boston, for example, there's been a lot of evidence to suggest that public housing exposes young children to conditions that can make chronic conditions like asthma worse. And this includes poor ventilation, but also the combustion byproducts that result from living in a household that has a gas stove. Now, DC has some of the highest rates of childhood asthma in the nation. In DC, there are stark racial and ethnic disparities also for the asthma that we have. Black children are much more likely to have asthma. They have it at rates that are almost twice that for white children. And the reason for these health disparities include access to care, but also overexposure to pollution and allergens and worse housing conditions. Gas stoves can increase the burden of asthma for children living in those homes. The impact on children with asthma from living in a home with a gas stove has been likened to living with a smoker. Now, ventilation measures like stovetop fans and flues can reduce the exposure, but they won't completely eliminate it. And in public housing, very often the fans that are over gas stoves do not ventilate to the outside. They merely recirculate the particles and the gases inside those units. So a citywide strategy that would help that helps homeowners to electrify their homes while ignoring the needs of public housing residents is, I think, unacceptable. DC should not continue to allow low-income public housing residents to be exposed to the pollution that's coming from the gas stoves in their homes. And it's not only asthma. I do work specifically on asthma, but cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and other health outcomes for growth in children are all associated with exposure to the airborne pollutants that come out of the gas stove. I recommend that the Committee on Housing design, implement, and adequately fund a plan for ensuring that high-risk populations like those living in public housing benefit from a timetable for replacing gas stoves that is aggressive and well-resourced. I'm well aware that upgrading electrical systems will need to happen before electric stoves can be installed, but it's precisely the need for these electrical upgrades that underscores the urgency of creating a plan to provide DCHA the resources it needs to accomplish these upgrades. And by doing so, we can improve the air quality and the health of residents living in public housing. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you so much. The final person for this panel will be Sharice Liu.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Sharice Liu, an attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. The Legal Clinic strongly recommends that this committee use its oversight authority to ensure DCHA follow local and federal laws and establish policies for better accessibility and preservation of affordable housing. While our written testimony is more extensive, we'll just highlight some of our primary concerns. For decades, DC public housing residents have had to endure deplorable and dangerous conditions. Currently, DC Housing Authority is in the process of executing a large-scale public housing demolition and renovation process for several public housing properties. With constant agency turnover and lack of transparency, residents, the public, and DCHA are unaware of the current agency plan for redevelopment of properties. However, it is crucial that DCHA and this committee center the needs of displaced residents by codifying DCHA's promise of a resident's right to return once renovations are complete. This committee should reintroduce the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act and include the language in the BSA. In response to HUD's scathing 2022 audit, DCHA decided to completely overhaul the existing regulations that govern the administration of public housing and voucher programs. DCHA proposed these rules as emergency measures to transform the troubled agency. But we have deep concern that many of these policies create barriers and bypass local and federal law. This committee should be aware that DCHA has made significant changes to longstanding and accepted rules within the new admissions and continued occupancy policies and admin regulations. For instance, under the new ACOP regulations, DCHA has taken unilateral action to reduce applicants and current residents' right to request an informal hearing within 1 year of an adverse action to a mere 15 days, effectively denying their right to true due process. The agency's new policy to deny applicants based on their pre-DCHA rental history and use arrests that did not result in convictions is counterproductive to accessibility, ignores the realities of the low and very low income populations it is tasked to serve, violates local law, and rejects the federal HUD guidance. Undoubtedly, changes like this have a deeply negative impact on accessibility and housing retention. In relation, while we are supportive of federal rent reasonableness policy and have long pushed for DCHA's proper administration of it, we know that DCHA's confusing implementation and a lack of formal and transparent process has already created barriers for voucher holders. DC Council needs to do meaningful oversight to ensure that DCHA's implementation does not continue to frustrate the lease-up process and disadvantage extremely low-income residents. In addition, oversight is needed to create a transparent and coordinated voucher utilization process, one that allows for accountability and a much shorter lease-up timeframe. Finally, this committee must continue to plan for thoughtful legislation that creates a framework for an effective and more independent board of commissioners once the current Stabilization and Reform Board expires, ensuring that DCHA policies, both new and old, are executed to serve the needs of future and current DCHA residents. Thank you. Thank you for this time.
Thank you so much to this panel for being with us. Testimonies were very clear, but I have a few questions. And I'll start with a couple of things that aren't questions for our first two witnesses. Mr. Warren, one of the things you mentioned, in addition to public housing, which we have, and co-ops, which we have, but need to improve, you mentioned the need for social housing. This is something that the committee is teeing up and prioritizing and working with Councilmember Louis George. So stay tuned on this. We're going to make some progress on social housing. And you are right to note that the housing voucher process is still broken, that we need better coordination between agencies. So we are working aggressively on that. And I appreciate your attention to these really important issues. Mr. Lacey, I mentioned this already, the idea of fitness centers, community rooms, the things that people want to see in their communities. That is a beautiful vision. I think that's what we need to be aspiring to. We have got to fix some existing gaps in the system, but we've got to be thinking, I think, bigger and brighter than where we have been. So I appreciate you bringing that idea to the committee. I very much agree with you, and I'm trying to make sure we do fix those basic problems so we can get to exactly what you were describing in your testimony. They are Mr. Anderson. I agree with the notion in your testimony that we need solutions, real solutions to solve issues with public housing and encampments. We are deep in the weeds on these issues, not doing the glamorous things, but trying to be deep in the weeds, actually being part of fixing these. These are some deep and entrenched and longstanding problems, so they are taking time, but I'm committed to working through them and will continue to do so. So I very much appreciate your testimony. Ms. Herring, you mentioned, one of multiple people on this panel who mentioned fear of eviction, not just for you, but for others. Can you say more about why? So a lot of people are saying they're afraid of complaining, and if you would turn on the microphone, but why specifically? What's the reason for the fear?
They fear. I don't fear.
Okay.
You do what you do. If I don't call for you, don't call for me.
Can you move the mic closer to you?
Yeah. I don't fear them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. That's why I'm the troublemaker.
But you say others fear. Why do they fear?
They, like I say, a lot of them complain, like Miss Thomas. They say they calls me, management was so nasty, talked to me so rude. She don't have no respect for people. A lot of them want to beat her up. I tell them you can't do that. But I can't keep telling them to respect her if she's not giving them respect. But at the same token, they're like, no, I can't say nothing. If I say something, they're gonna send me a 30-day notice. They're gonna evict me. They can't evict you for speaking your mind, voicing your opinion. You have rights. I shouldn't have to go around telling each and every one of my residents this. I shouldn't have to, every meeting that we have, I shouldn't have to go run down the rights line, explaining their rights to them.
Yeah.
It's been crazy. And I want on the record, I'm gonna say this so you'll know why I'm the troublemaker. It's been years since we seen an elected official over Kenilworth. And to be honest, in my eyes, in my opinion, and so a lot of my residents, everyone from the mayor down to the ANC has failed us totally, completely. It's like we have been forgotten over there, period.
I hear you. I can't speak for anybody other than myself. I have not forgotten you. I've been trying to work through issues at Kenilworth. I have some specific questions about Kenilworth. I've been frustrated to see what looked like progress and movement on redevelopment seem to fall through. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and I've been attentive to this. I will continue to be, and I'll be over to visit you. I'm getting around to everywhere.
Well, we have 2 apartment buildings on our property that are 2 of the biggest health hazardous buildings. I guarantee you, if you go into it and see, I have pictures of it. The people that's living in there, I'm surprised they're not somewhere, how to say, in some type of nursing home or nursing facility being cared for, because that's how bad those buildings are.
They are way overdue. And I mean, one of the things that we have got to do is fix the conditions of units, but we also need to make sure that stuff doesn't happen like this in the future. That's why I work so hard to get dedicated funding for public housing. In the most recent budget that passed, we got $75 million a year starting in 2028 for public housing repair and maintenance, and just making sure we have the right team at the housing authority to execute. I'm going to make sure that the funding exists, and then we have a plan and the tools we need, but we have got to get there. And we've got to get on top of it. And Kenilworth is one of, we keep hearing that people don't know what's happening, when it's happening.
No,
We're hearing this from a lot of.
Everything is on hold now. And then it's like they're threatening people or trying to push them out, because they're now telling them you either move in the new units or we move you to another property. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But why is that crazy? Because if they're going to rehab the unit, right, they gotta move somewhere, whether it's on site, off site. I don't know what the other options are. Well,
but I'm saying you're gonna move people off to move the people from the apartments and Quad Street into the houses that you move us out of.
Okay. So you're not talking about just swinging people out, like we're gonna move you out of your unit, fix it, and then move you back.
Because we don't know when the phase 2 or 3 are going to be completed.
Communication is a big issue. I mean,
it's a big issue and a different B, but it's terrible. We don't know anything.
We're gonna make progress on that, because that's a big
where
one.
the contractor come in, the Michaels group. They have temper tantrums and everything just go blank.
So let me say one other thing on the retaliation piece. I keep hearing people say we're afraid to complain, but I'm gonna need more specifics from anybody at any point.
Oh, I have residents writing letters.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate it, because then we can figure out what we need to fix and fix it. So that is perfect. One other issue that I want to question for you. You mentioned concerns about the proposed regulations. You said they were done behind residents' backs. You're the resident council president?
Yes.
Did they give you
No.
the draft?
No.
Okay.
I found out when everybody else found out, when they came and had a meeting in June and gave us, they did a pre-meeting, April with the ACOG. And then I'm just finding out about the policy changes as within the last month or so.
Got it. Okay. I'll get clarifications. I really appreciate your testimony on
Yeah.
that. For Shantae High, you mentioned several important things in your testimony. One that I wasn't immediately clear on that I wanted to get some clarity on. You said when kids go to college, the rent jumps up, the rent increases when you have fewer people in your unit. Is that what you're saying?
When my daughter went to college, she got a job to help support herself. And
I see.
DCHA raised, I was unaware that she had gotten a job. She didn't tell me about it. Apparently, DCHA had done a background check on her unbeknownst to me. And they made me aware that she had got a job.
Got it.
And they raised my rent. And I asked her, I said, "Hey, Tara, did you get a job?" She said, "Mom, I'm not working that job anymore." So I went through DCHA to get the proper paperwork to submit to her former employer to show that she wasn't working there anymore. We went through all the rigmarole of getting the rent decreased because they had did a rent increase
Right.
on me. And they never did decrease my rent. That rent increase rolled over to my new place. So I'm still paying that increase at my new place.
And you've been working to rectify that. You sent them the documents they've requested.
Oh yeah. And they still haven't they still haven't brought the rent down. So it's been well over 2 years. I'm still paying that rent increase. So
All right, we're gonna need some clarification on this. I had a similar concern raised to me when I was doing community office hours yesterday. So I do want to find out what's going on with the time it takes to make these rent adjustments.
it's supposed to be when once you verify that the person is no longer employed, it's supposed to take 30 days for them to decrease your rent. But it never does work that way. It literally, they never ever decrease it as fast as they increase it.
All right, well, we'll work through that, Ms. High, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. Mr. Black, I appreciate your testimony as always. I agree with you. DCHA does need to do more to help stabilize conditions, work better with other agencies and address living conditions. You are in not public housing, you have a voucher, you're in a private residence, you were mentioning concerns with living conditions. What's the complaint process there? If you're in private housing with a voucher and you have living conditions, what's the complaint process?
So first off, you're supposed to engage with the landlord, right? And just to mention, I'm in a Petra property, which is problematic in itself because its portfolio has all kinds of housing issues, but we're supposed to report to them. You don't ever get a live person. You leave a voicemail, and then you just hope that they return to help with your issues. And like even just like some of the public housing residents have that fear of retaliation from landlords. I've experienced it myself here with a private landlord where they want to destabilize any type of organizing that I'm doing. They want to penalize me. They want to improperly cite my lease because I'm trying to work with residents and I'm trying to make complaints. But I have to get my case managers for my voucher involved to get repairs. Like I never get a call back. I never get an email back. All I get is, silence. And so I have to go and email constantly and take pictures constantly. This is a everyday thing with these issues. And DOB, told them to lock that door 2 years ago. Half of the issues we are having could be abated if they would just, secure the building, man, and just, they resident shame us to the utmost, and they retaliate on us. So the complaint process is you having to go through your case manager, and your case manager having to put pressure on them.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me move through a couple other questions for this panel. I don't have a ton. Ms. Thomas, you mentioned some really concerning circumstances, bullets hitting your door, and more. You said in your testimony that you asked for resources, but no one is assisting. Whether now or by email to me and my team, I'd like to have a better understanding of what you need.
I can speak now. I'm trying to keep from having a panic attack while I'm talking. Okay, I was living in Kenilworth first, Kenilworth Courts first, and before the development, I meant to mention too about it's something called the raid. They had us to sign the paperwork, and half of us tenants did not want to sign the paperwork. They told us if we don't sign the paperwork, we will be evicted. That's what the first eviction threatened was towards us tenant and myself. Then they moved me from one unit, because my unit was overcrowded, into a unit across the street in Kenilworth Courts, where the unit that they moved me in had mold in it. My daughter with the disability had got real sick. So they moved, her caseworker must have got into talk to the property manager, whatever the case of the situation. Then they end up supposed to be moving me to Greenleaf, and then they didn't move me in Greenleaf. They said I signed a paper that I never even signed. I never even talked to a property manager in Greenleaf. And then they moved me in 10% Bennett Terrace unit. When I was living in Bennett Terrace unit, I was told from the property manager that I threatened her. I was told from the next property manager that was transferred to the properties to be the new property manager that I threatened her, and I never threatened anyone. And I'm telling them, like, this is the first time I met you when I came in to do paperwork or bring you paperwork. And it went from there, from Kenilworth all the way to Bennetshurst, to a point of me had to receive the letter to vacate the unit. I called, they told me leave, I left. I get a call back saying, oh, your unit, you abandoned your unit. I said, no, y'all sent me a letter and told me verbally over the phone to go sleep in somebody's car or a family member. And I'm telling you all that I don't know what's going on. And that's another thing, us residents, we are all being penalized for different things. And I feel like the rules should change on the lease when there's multiple people in the household. I feel that if it's multiple people in the household and there's multiple adults in the household, each adult should be able to sign their own lease. That's how I feel about the situation, and be accountable for their own actions. Because for a whole household to be evicted or anything, it's really, causing a lot of homelessness in Washington, D.C. and every other state. And from there, I come back to DC. I go back in the residence. The residence was terrorized. I've been making complaints of the damages that was already in the unit before I left. And when my door had got hit with the bullets before I left, it was because of the door had got hit with bullets. And I told the property manager, like, I was threatened in front of her by another resident, and she said she did not hear anything. It's like so much that's been happening to me that I have trauma and PTSD from this situation. I'm at the point now with this new manager, property manager, the way she talked to me and the way her energy come to me when I step in her office. I don't even want to be under housing anymore. And it's a shame that I want to take my kids. Like, I want to go back to a shelter or just leave, just get my kids up. But I don't want to do that because I love my children. But to go through all this pain and suffering that I'm going through, and my kids as well, when I ask for assistance about anything, it's always, no, we don't do that. No, we don't do that. oh, call the control center. And I'd be like, oh, well, I called and the number wasn't going through. There's something wrong with the lines. Oh, call again and make another control number. Send me a control number. You know, that's how she speaks to me. And then when I first met her, she told me, I don't want service and I don't want dogs on my property, as if she owned this property in Kenilworth Courts. And I had to tell her, you're going by paperwork that you see in my record, but you don't know the whole truth. I said to her, I said, well, I will bring you the information as soon as I get it. And I walked back out. I never disrespect this landlord for her to treat me the way she treat me. And it's like I am a target. I've been targeted for years, 18 years or more.
I'm sorry to hear about the things that you've been going through. You know, while issues of you know, personal respect.
She said that she has say so in on us moving on where we going to be relocating, or if we going to the new developments, or we going to another housing unit. And I feel that she's going to send me to another housing unit where that I'm gonna still be in fear because of the neighborhood beefs, but I'm comfortable here in Kenilworth. I feel better and safer here in Kenilworth because nothing's happening to me or my children here. And I don't want her, I'm denied for moving in a new development.
Okay, we'll try to work with you. You know, it's difficult to sort of make headway on complaints about, you know, rudeness and personal respect, but this is an issue that is brought to me so much. It's, you know, there is clearly an issue there, because this isn't the first, second, third, fourth, fifth time that I've heard similar concerns raised to me about how people are treated by building management, and this is something that the housing authority is going to have to work through. So we will be working through that. That's, you know, it's not going to happen overnight, but it is something that absolutely has to change. I know it's difficult to testify on this issue, so I want to thank you, Ms. Thomas, for making the time and to be with us today.
Thank you. And I would like to send a letter of
Okay.
the whole situation, and I can send evidence and documents to show proof.
That would be great. If you send it soon, it'll be part of the hearing record. If you don't send it soon, then we'll review it and still work through it. So whatever timeline works for you, we will receive it and work on it.
Yes, I'm gonna have someone to assist me because right now, from the vanity hitting me in my head recently in April, and I called the rent office and I called maintenance control. There's something was wrong with the line, but I finally got through to the rent office, the property office, and I left a message on the answer machine. My unit was, I could say I'm part of one of the tenants to say that they told me that I was moving into a new contracted remodel unit where that within a month and a half, my front door don't close, it still don't close. I never had
Ms. Thomas, we are going to work with you and try to resolve this issue.
Thank
We've
you.
lost a couple people from the hearing because they weren't able to wait. So I want to make sure we get to them, and I do not want to cut you off. So I want to make sure we can work with you on these issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. One more question for this panel. Teresa Liu, one of the things you mentioned was concerns with the changes to the regs. Did you submit comments? And if so, did you receive written responses?
So yes, we advocates, not the Washington Legal Clinic or me, submitted 75 pages worth of comments of their over 400 pages and hundreds of changes to the ACOPs and the regulations. We did not receive written comments back. We had one or two meetings, and as someone else mentioned, no specific promises made or written documentation in response to any of our recommendations. And many of our recommendations are backed up by local and federal law or existing, tenets of due process, and are just in general in the nature of greater accountability, transparency, and retention and accessibility to affordable housing. But no, we did not.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what the process was for those regs, given the number of concerns we're hearing about them. I want to thank this panel. I want to make sure we can get to everybody who wants to speak today. So thanks to everybody for being with us today. I'm gonna need you to make it really brief.
Yeah, I know that there was mentioned earlier about the repairs of public housing. And I know that through the years that, we've actually put a lot of money into repairs of public housing. I think there was someone who testified that we've actually got more units offline. And I just wish you can get to the bottom of that, because I was actually supposed to, I was one of those individuals who went down to the library with hundreds of other individuals who was under the impression that now these units were ready to come back online and had been repaired. And then I was told at one of your meetings, your housing meeting in Ward 7, from someone who works at the DC Housing Authority, there's over 1,000 people still waiting on units that's supposed to have been repaired. And I don't understand this disconnect and where it's coming from. And if that money, we put money in for repairs like $15 million in the last $25 million in the last 4 or 5 years in budgets, where are the units?
I appreciate we are getting into that deeply. Some units are being repaired, but the number of vacant units is not moving the direction we need it to move. The reason we know that is because we track it closely. So that's one of 4 key areas that we're going to be focusing today. That's one of the reasons I want to have these continual oversight hearings, so that we're not trying to cover everything in the world at every hearing, but we can sort of narrow our focus so we can actually make some progress on some of these issues. So we're going to be getting into those in detail. Next panel will include, I'm sorry, Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions for this panel?
I hear the urgency that you have, Chairman White, and share it to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to testify. I did want to thank all the witnesses for testifying in this panel. Very helpful. Very sorry to hear about some of the situations that are going on, but I know Chairman White is determined to make a positive difference on those things, and I want to try to make a positive difference as well. Thank you all for testifying, and I look forward to carrying the issues that you've raised to the agency heads when they testify. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. Our next panel will include Jakia Carroll. Evelyn Abiodun. Alice Scales. Sharif Phelps. Joyce Kennard. We'll add another chair. Yep. William Jordan will join us virtually. Devon Vick. Ronald Smith. Sheila Davis. Karen Lundgren. And Donna Towns.
11.
And Melissa Spencer. All right, Jakia Carroll, we'll start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I was actually relocated to the district in 2018 by the Commonwealth of Virginia. Relocated me and my son here. Immediately when we got relocated here for housing, we were denied housing and housing resources. My son was denied medical. He was denied disability treatment and benefits, and he was denied we were denied residence. So I end up filing with the Washington Legal Clinic within being here within a couple of months through Bread for the City for all of this. I've already provided you guys all of the documents of all of the things that I've been through. Now, when these people talk of attacks, you got to pardon me. At this point, I was never in fear because I understand that I'm going to die in this. It's not that serious. We die all the time. But when they talk about attacks, when they put us in a family shelter, they use the residents to target me. Not just on social media, but also through the shelter where the police was used. And after the man attacked me and I record him targeting me as a predator and threatening to kill me and telling me about how him, DHS, TCP were all plotting with other residents to kill me. I recorded this and gave it to the police. He was arrested. So for me doing this, the police did something with my background here. So basically, since I've come to the district, you guys have been keeping me unhoused because I speak about the things that no one else wants to come and speak about. First and foremost, I speak about our democracy and the severe racism that we face, and the fact that you guys have bred nations of people into this racism. That includes our own families and communities, and what happens to us as far as the crimes in our communities based on the things and the affiliations with your agencies. A lot of people are afraid, like you hear these people speak about these things, but I also speak about them in the public, which caused me to be attacked. Is why you guys, Councilmember Nadeau, actually helped me with, actually approved my voucher because I was attacked by a group of Caucasians at Foggy Bottom. Prior to that, September 29th of 2022, ANC Kumar forced the church to put a bar notice on me so that DHS could come out within 24 to 48 hours and take everything that I own and leave me with the clothes on my back. Now, although I'm homeless and I live in a tent, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but my tent was fully furnished with real furniture. And I turned it into a studio because I do hair and makeup. So I got real good with making money because I'm denied employment. So I work with a bunch of nonprofits, ICH, all of these things. Man, these people have no clue what attacks are, okay? They're scared about being evicted, dog. They literally try to kill you. It's what you're wearing. You have not seen anything, but that's here nor there. There's no point in reporting these things because I have all the case numbers, police numbers. I didn't build you guys a whole website showing you years of crimes you've committed on me and my kid with the evidence of everything, single thing you have done. It has done nothing but committed more crimes and attacks. So I would love to sit here today and pretend like I feel like you guys are for our best interest. I don't. At this point in the game, you know, you're all fully aware. And to pretend like you don't know that's bogus. This is way too extensive and way too deep. When we came here, me and my son used to live in y'all building here. And my son used to do his schoolwork in Mr. McDuffie's office. While he used to do his work in the office, someone took his book bag. But when they took his book bag, they thought that they took all the work so that when you use DCCFSA to remove my child in retaliation, that you could say that he was educationally neglect, and I am severely mentally unstable. By DBH, I am schizophrenic, bipolar, manic episodes, paranoid, and delusional. Now, although DBH was able to diagnose me, not to date, no one has been able to tell me one thing that I've done wrong. This is why I'm sure that I ain't gonna last in this much longer. So, you know, writing you guys, going on the committee, dealing with all of these things. Whenever I fight you guys about my human rights, I've been denied to see my son. You collaborate very well. DBH, DHS, TCP, most of your advocates and different nonprofits, you collaborate very well to use who you need to use when you're targeting us. It can't be a secret because it's too extensive. That's why many of the people are walking around in the community severely mentally unstable, is based on attacks. Now, recently I had an attack where a group of Caucasians came to, I guess they call themselves intimidating me. And these things you can see, y'all the federal government, y'all have cameras all over the district. Everywhere I'm at is cameras. You can visibly see these things. So when they were trying to intimidate me, men, children, you know, because of so much you guys have put me through, I don't got no chill, fam. So I just nicely tell the people, I believe in equal opportunity, and whatever you want to do, please just go ahead and do it. But as far as intimidating me and all of that, that's not gonna happen. I have dealt with my son being sexually abused, my daughter being sexually abused, and you guys targeting me in the public so that you can help Commonwealth of Virginia Justice Supreme Millett Jr. and Prosecutor Paul Ebert, two Caucasian millionaire men in the Commonwealth who, again, you guys use these systems to target us. So once you started talking to me as a child and I didn't have a criminal background, you guys decided that you would build that. So I showed you how you've done that. I happen to be a little geeky, and organized, very, very organized. So I had all of the documents, I still do, and I provide them. I built you a whole website so you didn't have to miss out on any of the recordings or videos, so you can see everything that's done. And at this point, I'm 100% sure that you all understand what you're doing to us, the impact of what's being done to us. You're understanding why we're losing our minds. You're understanding why we're dying. You're understanding why we're suffering. I'm just not in the mood to beg for human rights at this point. At this point, I'm just going to stand where I am. What we face in our communities are severe. I have showed it to you guys over and over, and I stay connected to work with you guys and to work with the people in the community, our most severe people, teaching them how to love themselves, how to do better in their communities while they're homeless, on drugs, or mentally unstable. All of these things you guys are fully aware of, and nothing we do really matters because we don't matter. And most of us will be scared to stand and tell the truth about what goes on. These things are done through our families and communities. It's not just white hatred, it's nations of hatred. And it's very, very bad. That's the problem with housing. It's not that you guys can't figure out the right things to do. You implement a democracy in hatred, and it's showing up for what it is. And you call it a broken system, but the broken system is made of broken people. And till we change the broken people, the broken system continues. The suffering of me is as a mother. So you got to pardon me for not having the fear and everything they have. After being aware of your kids being sexually abused and knowing that the government is allowed to do any and everything to your children and yourself, you got to pardon me, there's no fear.
I appreciate it. Thank you for being with us. Next person on this panel is Evelyn Abiodun.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Abiodun. I'm from Greenleaf Senior. I come to testify about recertification forms. I want to know, why do we have to tell the rent office that our kids are coming over to stay, or the kids can't even stay a week, or my grandkids can't even come to stay for the summer while their parents is working. I want to know why that when someone come out with incarceration and they want to come and see their parents, they have to tell the rent off, or they can't even come to visit you. I want to know why we have to be, as seniors, have to do voluntary work to live in public housing. That's for kids. And I don't understand why that we have to go through all this being a seniors. Period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alice Scales.
Good evening. My name is Alice Scales. I lived in DC for 25 years. I lived in Southwest Garden for 10 years. I lived in Greenleaf Senior for 15 years. My topic, I am here to testify for DC new regulation for the DC Republic housing. I'm on a fixed income. I'm on Social Security. And I don't understand why they're changing the rule that we're supposed to renew every 3 years, the recertification every 3 years. But now they're making it to 1 year. I don't understand that. And this new it's not right. I think it's a waste of time to do that, to do the recertification for every 1 year. It should be 3 years, because our income is not changing. We're on Social Security. There's no way we're gonna get any increase. We can't work. Some of the people are disabled, can't work. Another thing, another topic. My apartment, the balcony is falling down. Things need to be fixed. It's really bad. The air condition, turn the air conditioner on in the building. I don't want to turn it on because the dirt come out onto the ceiling. It's that dirty. So it's not safety for me because I have asthma and lupus and other health problems. So therefore I'm addressing this to you because it needs to be taken care of. It's been going on for quite a long time, and people can die from that, you know. It's just, they don't care. So I'm hoping, if I'm telling you now, that it can come to a pass, that they can fix this. And then I notice people dying in the building from cancer. Too many people in the building are dying from cancer. I don't understand that. And Greenleaf Senior. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I have a couple follow-up questions for you as well. Sharif Phelps.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sharif Phelps, and I also formed a little committee, We the War Warriors. I live in Greenleaf Senior also. And first and foremost, I tell them all, and I'm telling you guys today, we have low income, but we don't have a low IQ. My recertification, every time I do it, it goes into to me like 6 months or almost a year. I make $17.52 an hour. My resident manager, Zenith Perry, continuously When I bring in my information, she'll always keep telling me I need more update, what you call pay stubs, which I continuously give them to her. Now, I don't know if she putting all these pay stubs together, or one pay stub I seen was from 5/14/21. So you got me working at a job that I quit 2 years ago. I mean, well, anyway, now they got me making $55,000 a year, $28 an hour. My rent went from $581 to $1,364. And none of the information is correct. So when you call housing at 202-535-1000, and you ask to speak to Delphine Townsend, because she's the lady that's supposed to be doing all of this stuff, you can't get an answer. I done been on the phone waiting to speak to her for 33 minutes for like, each time 33 minutes for like, since I got this thing stating that I have to pay this $1,300. And then you came to this conclusion in July, but yet Miss Perry had me continue to bring in updates, pay stubs up until September. And that's when everybody came to the conclusion that I make $55,000 a year. I have receipts that I only make $1,752. I just got information that I'm about to get a voucher that I've been waiting for 43 years. I was so excited about the voucher, and other people that got vouchers that I've been going with them to see how we do it. Well, now you got to pay $500, $550 just to do an application for these luxury apartment buildings. And I think it's only stemmed around people with vouchers, because that's crazy. You got to spend $550 at each apartment that you apply for with a voucher, and your income is as low as mine. I don't think it's fair. And somebody need to teach, y'all need a new accountant in housing, somebody that know how to adjust our rent. Like, those people are worn out, they done. The new regulations should be hiring new people to work in housing. Because it's like a family reunion. You can't complain on your management manager because her manager is her aunt, grandmother, sister, or niece. So I think they need to take all the family out of housing, let them have their own personal family reunion. I'm done.
Thank you very much. And I have some follow-up questions for you. Next on this panel, Joyce Kennard.
So, how's everybody? Thank you so much, Council Member White, for having us here. My name is Joyce Kennard, and I'm president of the Judiciary House Resident Council, which is a senior and disabled public housing building in Chinatown. We, the residents of Judiciary House, have suffered long enough. We have been living in a renovation construction zone since 2019. 4 years of dust, noise, unattended maintenance, filthy common areas, bathrooms, and problems in the laundry room, just to name a few. The Office of Capital Planning has come in and showed us drawings of the way Judiciary House would look when finished, but would not tell us what the outcome will be for Judiciary House. Will the DC Housing Authority remain our management, or will the developer be the manager? I have asked this question repeatedly and have not gotten an answer. Is there anyone here today who can answer that question? We, the residents, should have a say in who manages us, but capital planning has turned a deaf ear and has not been responsive. They talk to us and do not react with us like the respected stakeholders that we are. We do not wish to be like Kenilworth Courts, betrayed by the developers. That is one of the reasons we asked for MOU. so we, the residents, will have a say in the development of our property. The MOU process with DC Housing has been disrespectful as well, because they take months to respond to draft changes and refuse to negotiate with us on points of disagreement. Radical changes need to happen in the city on how they treat public housing residents. Need to happen now, not later. Please require DC Housing Authority to negotiate with us in good faith. Talk through the issues. Excuse me? Talk through the issues. I thought I was talking too much. Talk through the issues until we come to an agreement and sign our MOU before Christmas of 2023. Also bring the Office of Capital Planning to the table to answer questions about management and the timeline of completion of Judiciary House renovation. And thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you so much for being with us. Davon Vick joining us virtually. Mr. Jordan, I'm going to move you to the next panel because I thought you were virtual, but glad to have you in person. Davon Vick.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Devon Vick, a former resident of Park Morton. I was a part of the original Park Morton New Communities, Phase 1. I currently reside at the Avenue, which was built in 2012 and designated for Park Morton residents. I agreed to move from my Park Morton community base on several promises and commitments made to me by representatives from the Housing Authority. One was I would not lose my position on DCHA HCVP list, which I joined in 2006. The next, I would remain a part of Park Morton Human Capital program with an active DCHA case manager. I would maintain my right to return to the redeveloped Park Morton community. My concern is not only that the New Communities program have not fully kept their promises and commitments to myself, my family, but that they have practically lost my family and I. HCVP vouchers. I've called DCHA at least twice a year since 2007 to check on my voucher status, never receiving a consistent answer. I was even told that I was a part of some project called X. This year, after hearing about efforts to clean up the voucher program and fearing that I would be dropped from the list, I called DCHA. I was directed to the ombudsman, a Mr. Waller. He asked for my contact information and told me that my name had not come up yet. When I called back at a later date at DCHA, an employee told me I was not even in the system. I need to confirm that I'm on the voucher list and my position on the list. I need my voucher to return to Park Morton's new building, currently under construction. I have no official case manager at DCHA. because I have no case manager, I am concerned that I will lose my right to return, as well as the services and opportunities being provided on the New Communities Program, serving Park Morton. What do I need to do to be assigned a DCHA case manager? And I need to know, will I receive my voucher in time to return to the new Park Morton? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We should be able to help get you some clarification on that. Next up on this panel is Ronald Smith. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ronald Smith. I won't go through the whole list of what I wanted to talk about because of time, but I'm greatly concerned about the chemicals that's currently being used in our building here at 1200 Delaware Avenue, the Greenleaf Seniors, because they're doing a lot of painting and a lot of other things, carrying stuff down, going into the apartments, renovating them and so forth. Okay, while the tenants are being exposed to the the chemicals, the smell, the drifting of I guess I don't know what all they can out of the walls, but nevertheless, I'm saying that both me and my wife have serious health issues. Okay, that we're being treated for. Both of us have breathing problems. Okay, now they're using these chemicals, and whatever they're using, it has made my condition worse. I just came from my doctor on yesterday, and she's sending me to see a cardiologist and also a pulmonary specialist, right? I've tried to find out, through contacting housing and whatever like that, what exactly is going on. We were initially told in meetings that they were going to renovate and whatever like that. And in fact, they went on to tell us that it was probably lead or mold or mildew in the walls, and for that they would have to tear the walls out and whatever. But yet they're painting now. They're painting over the same stuff that they said that that they was going to examine. Now I don't know exactly what the department can do about it, and I'm almost tempted to go outside of the apartment for some assistance. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I've been on the waiting list myself since 2006 for a voucher, and it seems like every time I ask a question of someone, we come to an impasse. I can never get an acceptable answer to anything that I present. So I'm putting that out there now for about the 4th or 5th time. Thank you for your time, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Councilmember White had to step away, so I am going to chair the meeting while he is out. And next we will have Sheila Davis, Director of Asset Management at Jubilee Housing. Ms. Davis, are you there? If you're speaking, Ms. Davis, we cannot hear you.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. I am Sheila Davis with Jubilee Housing. I am the Director of Asset Management for Jubilee Housing. And I'm just not going to take up a lot of time. I'm just going to give the bullet points about Jubilee and then tell you about the issues that we're having with DC Housing Authority. First of all, I would like to say we appreciate the opportunity for me to testify here at this Public Oversight Roundtable, Operations of DC Housing Authority. Jubilee has been in business for over 50 years, and we have developed and managed affordable apartments community in the Adams Morgan and Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant neighborhood of the city while providing supportive services to our residents. We have completed and developed over 300 units for deeply affordable housing with services combined investments over 100 million. For over the past 4 years, Jubilee Housing has acquired buildings of 5 lots. We added 280 units of housing services for both returning citizen and residents in need of deeply affordable housing. So first of all, I want to thank the DC Housing Authority because we did have some issues with them, but I would like to say with the LRSP program, they have assigned us a housing coordinator, and she has been very great in responding to our needs. And, you know, I like to give, you know, people their opportunity to shine. So Beth Chisman at DC Housing Authority, she has been a great person in helping Jubilee Housing as well. The problem that we have right now with DC Housing Authority is the inspection. You know, the inspection department, they do not come to our corporate office. They go directly to the tenant. Sometimes the tenants are not at home, and then that makes us have a failed inspection. And then our process is over 30 to 60 days. When we can submit an application to the LRSP program within 5 to 10 business days, we don't hear back. It takes the eligibility department a while. And then by that time, it's taking them over 60 days. The tax credit paperwork has expired. And right now, sitting in my office, I have a homeless mother with 2 children. I have a homeless man, and we are still waiting on his inspection and his paperwork. And he was eligible since September the 12th of 2023. We have been calling, we have been emailing, no response. So on the behalf of Jubilee Housing, I want to thank everybody for giving us the opportunity, giving me the opportunity to speak. But I can say that the LRSP program, and with Beth Chisman being our direct contact at this time, things have been opening up doors for us here at Jubilee Housing. But we really need someone in the inspection department to just step up and make it better for our LRSP and our DBH clients here at Jubilee Housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Karen Lundgren. My apologies if I mispronounced your name.
That's okay. You said it right.
Okay, great.
Good day, Councilman White and others. My name is Karen Lundgren, and I am testifying yet again as to the ongoing corruption and illegalities being committed by the DC Housing Authority. Most recently, back in June of this year, Shakita Daniels, who works under Rachel Joseph, the current COO and interim director of the ADA office at DCHA, illegally called my doctor and was speaking to the front desk reception, and she was providing details as to me and stated that she wanted to speak to my doctor about more evidence of my disability that would require me to not be able to attend a hearing for 4 months. She would like to know by Monday at the latest. Ms. Daniels called on June 15, 2023, which was a Thursday. My doctor had to unnecessarily write yet another more specific reasonable accommodation letter. DCHA has continuously violated the HUD Joint Statement on Reasonable Accommodations and violated numerous HIPAA privacy laws. I subsequently received an RA approval letter by Jeffrey Toney, who's the manager at the DCA Office of Fair Hearings. The envelope was date stamped by the post office as June 21st, 2023, though the letter was backdated. I still have this bogus request for termination looming over my head based on wholly outrageously false claims by my former manager, the former managers here at Bizzuto, the property where I live. The person that issued this request for termination, Kalia Payne, has a personal agenda with me, as she used to work at the Housing Opportunities Commission where I was a resident, and she was very intimately involved in issues I was having with them. And she's also a discovery witness in my pending legal matter with them. Additionally, it was Rachel Joseph, the COO, Lori Bonds, Senior General Counsel, and Renisha Buford, current General Counsel at DCHA, who advised Ms. Stanyus to illegally call my doctor. These senior level DCHA employees are committing numerous illegalities, and they should all be terminated. I also want to ask about Carissa Span, formerly of DCHA, who is accepting financial payments for directing voucher recipients as to a particular landlord. And the landlord admitted as much. Carissa Span was a former deputy director at DCHA. There are also two subordinates under her who were giving vouchers to people who did not qualify. I have also heard that Kalia Payne was involved in accepting financial payments, as she is close friends with Carissa Span. I know this was referred to the DC Office of the Inspector General as I emailed them, and there's been no follow-up. Lori Bonds also wrote me an incredibly accusatory letter claiming how I seriously violated the lease based on wholly false accusations. Any attorney knows that in their first year of law school, the rule on hearsay and the need to have actual evidence. You all, I could go on a little bit more and more. I'm going to break it down though because my time's running out. But my counsel and I have provided numerous settlement proposals to DCHA that they've outright refused and denied. Renisha Buford, whenever we present a settlement proposal, she denies any changes we make, and she puts in DCHA's original statements. It's all horrific. I've been living a nightmare for almost 2 years with this bogus RFT. I've also requested a copy of my entire file to absolutely no avail. DCHA only sends me irrelevant administrative material. I had 10 pages of somebody else's name and social security number. You guys, serious action really needs to be taken as the DCHA. These are people committing crimes and violating all kinds of laws, yet these same people can terminate me based on false allegation, and they basically destroyed my life for the last 2 years. And just one quick thing, my property manager, we had a court eviction matter that was voluntarily dismissed by my property management. And I didn't understand how DCHA can continue to come after me for the same thing that was dismissed in a court of law. So I know my time is up, but I just feel like I'm a victim of gross retaliation and retribution. And I can guarantee you my counsel is going to be sent yet another letter by DCHA. They do it all the time, you guys. I'm a victim of just blatant, ongoing discrimination, but I will never stop speaking up until there are changes, not just for me, for all of these people who have testified today. My heart goes out to each and every one of you. I really mean that. And thank you, guys.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Donna Towns. Ms. Towns, you need to accept the promotion, and it sounds like you just did that. We can hear you. I believe you're on mute again. If you're talking now, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
You may go ahead with your testimony.
Hello, thank you. I would like to thank, although Commissioner White is not presently
I'm
there,
here.
I would like to thank him for the time in which I spoke on the March 2nd meeting, reaching out to DCHA and having them reach out back to me. So I thank you, and I thank you for being there as well. I would like to speak upon the issues in which he reached out to DCHA and they reached back out to me on.
Today, I have not received any document, although I've spoken to Miss Olivia Rudd, and she reached out to me and she sent me an email and she made statements on her email. I asked for to respond, asked for her to send me the documents in which she's reviewed, but to date I have not heard from her. If she's out or whatever, I haven't heard from her. So the documents in which she says she reviewed, I have not received. And then I'm gonna move on to the DC Park Manager's Ms. Barnes. In 2017 to March 2018, my daughter moved from the Park Morton resident apartment, and I had to wait patiently for Miss Barnes, who was the actual Park Morton manager at the time, to return to the property in order to submit the documents. Miss Barnes returned, and I believe that both documents were, everything was complete, but everything was complete. I had no more balance, overcharged balance. And so then Miss Diallo became manager. I had a flood. She did no repairs, and then she did no inspections. Also, she had me to sign a lease on May 30th for the lead removal to transfer my property up to apartment 33. That didn't happen. I lost all of my property, and that's what I called it an eviction, but it was a DCHA termination of tenancy, really. I lost all my property. Ms. Diallo never issued a non-payment of rent notice, and this is the reason in which I have been issued notice from DCHA, Ms. Littlejohn, notice of intent to recover possession. Well, they recovered 21 possession, but because of the non-rent balance. I'm disappointed. I still have this issue with the rent balance, and I've been issued notification for possession of my property. They took possession of apartment 21 and my property. Miss Diallo did not adhere to the DC code Section 6B 1800. She did everything on her own. She followed no laws. Although she took a pledge, she did nothing regarding the pledge in which she took, to be loyal and respectful to the residents and handle everything properly. That didn't happen. And now Miss Littlejohn, and I also received a notice for recertification not being complete. Miss Littlejohn, as the new Park Morton manager, should have completed this recertification package way back in July 2022 when she first became Park Morton manager. That didn't happen, but now I'm issued a notice for not obeying my lease. And the dates in which they say in between time, all the appointments we had, Miss Littlejohn was on vacation. I'm disappointed. Miss Littlejohn missed the morning appointments. I'm disappointed. But everything is reflective upon me that I've done anything wrong. DCHA does not want to recognize the inactions of their Park Morton managers. And I thank you for listening, but I hope to get a positive resolution to the disposal, the DCHA taking possession of all of my property. I mean, my lifelong property, sentimental value, sentimental everything. I just hope to get a positive resolution to my issues in which I have incurred. Recertification, getting that rent back, rent charge removed, and things of that matter. I thank you all, and I apologize that I'm a little emotional, and I'm very much hurt because I've been compliant and doing all in which I needed to do with certifications, everything. So thank you all, and I look forward to hearing from someone to help me to get this to a positive resolution. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Towns. We will help you get a resolution.
Oh,
Yes, I'm
you
back.
returned.
I
Thank you
heard
so
your
much.
voice, Miss Towns, and I came running back.
Oh, because my voice is so unforgettable. And I
Yeah.
thank you. And I really do thank you. But I'm glad you're listening and you heard my voice. And I hope my words will be be heard, because I speak to them, they don't hear anything. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Towns. Final person on this panel is Melissa Spencer. You may need to accept promotion, Miss Spencer. Okay. So
I did okay.
But whoever's, I think Miss Towns, you may need to mute Miss Spencer. Hopefully you see the button to accept promotion.
Hello.
Here we are. We got you.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Thank you for letting me testify today. I'm currently a voucher holder recipient, and just to piggyback off of others, it's very saddening to hear the lack of just not helping the tenants with their needs, serious needs. But what I want to address is the Horner brothers, that the property management company that housing is partnered with, the Horner brothers, which is now called Horner DC, they have very poor maintenance. They have mice infestation, roach infestation, and they just don't do anything when you ask. They just constantly say, "Oh, we'll get to it. We'll get to it." Um, it takes months and months just for you to get, inspections with housing, to even get in contact with housing. It takes months and months, and it shouldn't have to be that way with the lack of communication that they have. But also, I had an incident with the Horner brothers when I first moved in my unit, because I'm not sure who the inspection people in housing, but they don't do good inspections. Because when I came in my unit, it was in very and like not livable habits. So when I first moved in, my packages got stolen, my car got vandalized and everything because of retaliation, because I got DOB involved with the Horners. So I just want to say, like, they need to really just check in on the landlords that they're partnered with. Not only that, but they're also landlords and property owners that's scamming voucher holders, like as far as application fees on top of application fees, and not getting back with them, or they're ghosting them, or they're changing the property and reloading it back online. And housing is sending us to these people that's scamming us out of money that we don't have to give. So I definitely want to address that. And then also the calculation, as someone already said, like there needs to be a whole new team in the calculation portion when it comes to rent payment, and when it also comes to when kids are dropped off your voucher. It just really needs a whole revamp. So that's all I want to say. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this panel. Before I get into questions, let me turn to my colleagues to see if they have questions. Councilmember Fruman, I know you are been in and out, mostly in. Not sure if you are here now. Right.
Yes, I am here and listening. I don't have any questions at this point, but want to thank the witnesses for their testimony.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. Ward 5, Councilmember Zachary Parker, do you have a statement, questions?
I do have a brief statement and more general questions as I came in midway through this panel. One, I want to thank you for hosting this panel, and it seems like even some of those who testify really appreciate the work that you're doing to try to get DCHA on the right path. We know that in the fall of 2022, HUD issued a sweeping report identifying a number of issues facing DCHA. What we also know is that many of those discrepancies were not new or shock to many of the people that are testifying here, and many others who are facing and really living these realities day to day. There are several things I'm hoping to get out of our time when we get to the government testimonies, namely about the progress that's been made on the recommendations in the HUD report, the progress the agency has made towards its voucher process, the progress that the agency has made opening up the waiting list, and something that we are hearing repeatedly through those that are testifying. I want to hear, like, what is the process for addressing resident concerns or the inspections, for instance. We've had recent op-eds that talked about how we have units that are sitting vacant while people are living out on the streets, and the only thing that's standing between them being housed is improving the inspection process. So there's many things that I'm hoping to look up there. For those that testified, it would be helpful for me to better understand what advocacy outside of testifying here today at the council you may have done within DCHA so that we can identify loopholes or bottlenecks within the agency where information is not being shared. So I know that is a pretty broad and general question. I can call certain people, but why don't we start with those here in the room? And I'll ask to keep it brief, but can you just share where you are seeing you're running into dead ends, where your concerns are not being met? Is it more with the property management on site? Is it more, I heard testimony that I'm calling and I'm on hold for 30 minutes. Is that where?
You got poor case management, very poor case management. A lot of your employees with your agencies, you brought in through the welfare program way back with Obama. So these people are traumatized, and then you have them working with homeless and other traumatized people. So basically, instead of being able to get help, I have to try to work through the trauma of the caseworker so I can get housed. The caseworker decided that because she felt some type of way, that she would get the property that that has approved me for me to move in, she'll get them to deny me. So I just stay out in the streets. And then when you contact the agencies, the supervisor, Destiny Brown, she's just as bad as the caseworker. She goes along like we want to play. We have to play ghetto games, things that Caucasians, Europeans don't have to go through. We have to be like, yeah, don't be playing with me. Make me come up. I mean, for real, it's really ghetto. We don't have no professionalism. Hey, what do you need done? How can I get this done? Okay, well, I got this going on, so I'll just send this over. You don't have that professionalism. You don't have any human compassion with these caseworkers. And a lot of time the caseworkers are overworked, so they're fussing at us about the workload that's forced on them to help us.
Understood. Others want to share?
Housing is some bullies. Inside, and like I said, it's a family. Regulations they trying to put upon us. They telling us it used to be 365 days for a grievance. Now it's going to be 30, but it take 30 days just to get to our grievance. And then when you're making a grievance about your resident manager to her supervisor or whoever, it's either her mother, her sister, her cousin, her niece, or her best friend. And it's not fair. I mean, I think all of them need to get those, they just need to go. Y'all just need to stop dealing with regulations inside of the housing. Get that housing, get that building together, because it's not, it's the people in there are inhumane. Their thinking pattern is crazy.
Thank you.
It's like they dogging us for no reason.
So case worker management, the grievance process, what else would you say is the highest leverage point of this committee to hone in on, or that you're experiencing an acute pain point?
I'd like to say something if you don't mind. I think there's a serious.
I'm sorry, I'm prioritizing those in the room first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna come there.
I'm living in an apartment. The balcony's falling down. And I asked them about the window. They said contract had to come in and fix it. Ever since I've been there, I've been there 15 years. They have not had a contract come in and fix the windows. They're supposed to be come in and fix the window. Carbon need to be taken
So
off.
repairs and living conditions. I just want to make sure we can get to everyone. if you want to add.
I want to add, I think it's just the I don't care factor. You know, I think they look at us as beneath. And I think I said in my statement that they need to change the way they look at us. Yes, I'm a low to moderate income citizen. I live in housing, but I have the intellect to understand that you are dismissing me. When you roll your eyes and I'm talking to you, it's the I don't care factor.
Yeah.
We are low to moderate income residents, leave them there, taking patchwork this, and that's it. And that's what I see.
I agree completely. An
You know,
operative
I
word,
see.
regardless of income, is residence.
That's fine.
You all are
I mean,
Washington.
I might not make that. My daughter makes 6 figures. My son might make 4. The mother might not have nothing, but that still don't give you the right to treat me.
1000%. I agree. I wanted to come here and then I'm going to give you 10 seconds and I want to get to Ms. Lundgren.
They were right, but our management is some cut. I reported my stuff to my doctor. You can hear me as I'm trying to talk because I can't breathe. The mold that's coming out over my bedside when the heat is on and the air conditioner on. And I can't hardly breathe now. But I have my doctor write statements after statement, 4 or 5 statements to do something about the mold in the place, in the whole building. No response.
Okay, we will be sure to follow up on that. Chair White, if I could just have 10 more seconds to get.
You got 3 minutes. I should have given you extra time for your
Oh,
statement.
look at that. Look
Sorry
at
about
that. I
that.
got extra time. Ms. Lundgren.
Hi, thank you guys. Appreciate it. For me, I agree. The serious lack of respect by people at the Housing Authority is off the charts. I mean, I received some of the nastiest communications. I'm treated terribly. The grievance process, issues between the landlord, they don't do any proper investigation. In my case, there were allegations made. There was no investigation done. They sided with the landlord. They sent me this request for termination. They say you can appeal it through the hearing process, but the hearings are at the Housing Authority. A lot of the hearings are very biased. People aren't qualified to be running the hearings. I had a hearing examiner rule against me who hadn't even looked at the evidence. I mean, it's horrific. It really is. There's just you know, not to mention just, you know, the way you get treated for speaking up, it's unbelievable. I got to tell you guys, just no follow-up. They said the payment standards were going to increase. They were working on that. That was supposed to be done in the spring of this year. They said no follow-up. It hasn't been done. Deadlines aren't agreed to. And nothing, no matter who you speak to, the highest level you go, you don't get any answers.
Okay,
So that's
thank you.
what I
Am I-
see. Thank you.
In my last minute, did Ms. Davis or Ms. Towns want to weigh in?
Yes, hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, it is I, Donna Towns. I would like to ask, as I've spoken before, I lost all of my property when Ms. Diallo did not follow the rules of mandatory transfer, didn't get approval for this, didn't get approval for that. And the relocation of my furniture was supposed to be in apartment 33, but the relocation of my furniture was to DCHA staff, and what they didn't want went over the balcony of apartment 21 into a DCHA bulk truck, bulk truck. How would you feel if you're supposed to have repairs done in your house? How would you feel if that happened to you? How would you feel? Imagine how I feel. I've had all of my mother's personal belongings. I've had everything from childhood, and I had electronics, computers, everything, photographs.
Understood. No, I can completely empathize, and it tracks with other testimony that we're hearing. I am out of time, and I want to be respectful of others that are here to testify. What I can commit to doing is elevating these trends around caseworker management, the grievance process, repairs, a general lack of respect. And those are the things I'm hearing you all testify. One other thing I would just say, I know Councilmember White led tours across the city at different housing complexes, and I imagine that's going to continue. And I'm gonna make it a priority to join him on the ground in some of these locations and to address these trends that you all are lifting up at, because we hear about it time and time again.
Why don't y'all just pop up and don't let them know? And be
Understood. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. So I do want to be in order, and I'm gonna yield it back to Councilmember White, but thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have a statement, questions about just statement? Excellent.
Thank you to Chairman Robert White. I want to thank you to your committee. I want to thank you for the work you've done, how you've hit the ground as the chair of this committee, showing up in communities, every community, not every ward, and giving the attention into your committee for the work you all are doing. First and foremost, you have been really on the ground and doing the work. And I hear that from my constituents, not from me personally, but from my constituents. I want to thank the public witnesses who are providing testimony today. I've had the opportunity to meet with the interim executive director regarding several issues that Ward 4 residents have raised concerning DCHA's role in holding property owners accountable. When these same owners use district money and leave hundreds of tenants, many who are part of the voucher program, in conditions that are unacceptable. What I am hearing and seeing from Ward 4 residents is concerning and frustrating to me. Tenants and neighbors know property owners in some cases are charging above market rate for units and are taking advantage of tenants in the program by not maintaining the properties, not being responsive to the tenants or the community, not providing maintenance or repairs, not being respectful to tenants, not valuing the communities or the history in which the properties sit, and not ensuring that tenants are living in safe and habitable environments. What I've heard is issues around coordination with case management. I was told that case managers were still doing only virtual, understanding the pandemic was there past the pandemic. We need an understanding of case management that's going to happen in person and be able to be on the ground, be responsive, and be real willing and ready to do the job. We have a specific issue in Ward 4 around language access and tenants who are Spanish speaking or Amharic speaking, not getting information in the language in which they are able to perceive the information, and therefore are unaware of things that need to happen timely. So I need language access to be addressed. On that same piece, there is sometimes a fear of retaliation and retaliation that has occurred, not only for residents who are there, but many residents who feel like immigration statuses are being held over their head as a form of retaliation for not getting the work done. Again, I have many members of our community who are Ethiopian, Eritrean, El Salvadorian, Honduras, Spanish-speaking individuals, and they are very afraid of the retaliation that comes from asking for repairs, asking for conditions, and having that happen. So I need the administration to understand that and ensure that we have people managing our properties or that are not going to use immigration status as a fear tactic and make our community members feel welcome. I have heard about hearing examiner bias. I don't know how real that is, but I've heard that from community members who have gone to hearings. I think that's something that needs to be looked into. So we've already heard from many witnesses today, and while I'll be in and out of this roundtable, I really want to hear from DCHA how it's going to work to prevent this and these things that I've named, and how DCHA is working with other agencies like Department of Buildings, like Department of Human Services, to ensure that units are being properly inspected and that the tenants who are eligible to receive case management and other necessary services are receiving them. So thank you for being here today, to all of our witnesses, and thank you again to my colleagues for your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate Councilmember Fruman, Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Lewis George being attentive, not just in the hearing, but across the board. I think there's an increased attention to issues in public housing in particular from the council. And the credit for that is really with residents who have been for a long time pushing these issues. I like what Councilmember Parker asked, essentially what are the most critical issues to you? because there are so many issues within the housing authority, whether it's the board, the employees of the housing authority or the committee. If you try to fix everything at once, you're going to fail at all of them. So I try to be disciplined in what we focus on. I also try to make sure I take time to be on the ground, talking to people, seeing the things that they are seeing, so that it's not just a description, but I can see it with my own eyes and how it impacts them. I will tell you, whoever said we should just pop in, yes, we should just pop in. The reason I haven't done that yet is because I want to make sure I build a base of trust. There is, put all my cards on the table. There's some suspicion about my motives, whether or not I do it for publicity or I'm trying to help. And I want to make sure my intentions are clear, because if ever it looks like I do it for a self-serving reason, it will undermine my ability to make progress on these issues. So I wanted to be clear to everybody who lives in public housing, people work in the public housing authority, what we're doing and why we're doing it. And so trying to hold them accountable, but also make sure we establish a clear track record for what we're doing and why, so that we don't undercut these efforts. We will at some point start popping in. But I will say the Housing Authority executive team has worked with us very well in scheduling visits. Not every agency, I know, not every agency works with us well on doing these things. And I get my fair share of criticisms for the Housing Authority, but I always want to be fair about those criticisms and praises. They have not tried to sort of keep us away from places, but it is important to pop in, because when people know a council member is going or a few council members are going, things are different. At very least, it raises a suspicion about why things got fixed. So we're going to keep going through, but it is important at some point that we start popping in, and we will continue to address these issues very thoroughly. One thing that came up a lot, it overlaps with what Councilmember Parker was talking about. When you hear a concern about disrespect once, you say, all right, it could go either way. He said, she said, you don't know. You hear it twice, okay. But when you start to hear it consistently, you have to understand that there's a real problem that has to be addressed. When you combine that issue of respect with the consistent communication problem, people don't know when their place is going to be redeveloped, when they're going to be able to go back, what the plans are, if they're going to get moved, if it's going to be built first. Like, trust just dissipates. And it gets hard to build if there's not trust in a sense of mutual respect. You can disagree with people and still have a respectful relationship. So no one should ever feel that because of where they live, their income, that they are treated less than. And I think the majority of people believe that. But I think there are absolutely some people who either need to improve that or be removed from the agency if they're disrespecting the people that we are here to serve. So I think that those are the types of things, when you're looking at structure and management, may not bubble to the top, but that's why it's important to have public hearings, so that these things that may not come up with enough consistency are heard and can be seen as key issues. You can't build a good organization without communication. You can't build trust without communication. You can't build trust without a feeling of mutual respect. So these are places that we have got to pay attention. And I'm very glad that people are coming to testify on this issue. I'm going to ask a couple targeted questions to this panel, but there's some things that you all have raised that I'm going to ask to the Housing Authority, like the visitation policy. Why the change in the visitation policy? For Ms. Scales, you mentioned concern. One of the reg changes requires residents to recertify every year as opposed to every 3 years. About how long does it take to recertify? Is it a difficult process? Can you hit the microphone?
When they schedule it every 3 years, but now that they got it, the thing saying every year.
Right. Is it a difficult process though?
Well, you got to get all the paper information, everything together, copy everything, and it's kind of, it can be.
Yeah. Now, do you think that there should there should be consideration of a difference for, let's say, seniors, probably less likely to have income changes?
Yes, we are not working. So nothing changing.
Mhm.
So I don't think they should be doing it every year. Should be, I go along with the 3 years,
Mhm.
like they had it, but now they switch it to 1 year. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. For Ms. Kennard, quick question. Residents have a right to form an association. Are you being told that you all can't form an association?
Oh, yes, I know we can
That
form.
microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank
Yes, I know we can form an association. I know we can organize, the residents can organize and form whatever type of committee it is that they need. However, that does not give us the say-so into how Judiciary House is being ran. I am president of the resident council, and I'll see the architect down the hall and wave, Miss Kennard, and I'm saying, hello. And then if I don't say, can you tell me why you're there? Is there something going on? And then Miss Kennard is asking too many questions, you know. So we want to be at the table when you're making a decision from the beginning, before we wind up like Kenilworth, where the developers are telling us, we don't want this person here at Judiciary House. Oh, you know, so why not now form something that would allow us to have a say-so in what's going on? We have been in renovation since 2019. And they have changed architects. Now here comes Studio 21 again. Okay, I've asked who our developers were. Who are the developers of Judiciary House? I cannot get an answer to that. Right now, housing is still, but housing is not making the decisions. I look at Office of Capital Planning and they're making the decision. We want to change this and we want to do that. And then when I call Miss Eve, and she knows I give her all the praise in the world, I call Miss Eve and she'll say, oh, I didn't know that was happening. You know, so therefore the architects and the developers are doing whatever it is that they want to do. And we're trying not to get caught up in that. We want a seat at the table. We're not asking, we know whatever we say 9 times out of 10 is not gonna be heard anyway. But
you'll
at
have a
least
seat
allow
and the
us to have a
information.
say-so.
Yeah.
What's going on with Judiciary House.
Right.
We know we're in prime real estate. We know we're in one of the wealthiest districts, and I know half of us, they do not want down there. So I'm trying to protect the residents that are already there and make sure that we get what is supposed to come to us, because we only have like 100 and something residents out of 200 and something.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
but
you.
what your testimony makes sense, and I appreciate you expounding on it. I had an opportunity to visit with you and
Yes,
some
you did.
residents there.
Thank you for coming.
And I really appreciate it. It was, I learned so much when I visit. I learn a lot more when I visit than I do from hearings, because it's different when you're seeing the things and people are talking about things, but you can see them. And you can also bump into residents who won't normally come to a hearing to get more color and perspective. But given the issues that we have heard consistently with the lack of information, having a seat at the table where you are getting information, you can convey it to other residents, making sure you're not missing anything is important. So yes.
I have a question. Do the painters come in, they don't tell you, they have no appointment, they don't call you when they gonna come, they come right in the same day to do the work. And you might have to go to a doctor appointment or something, but you gotta stop and let them in and do it.
Yeah.
They should give us a date or something of when they're gonna come in.
Yes.
It doesn't work that way.
Hey, it should work that way. I would think you get a date and some window of time. It's how it works if a painter comes to my house. So this is something we're gonna have to ask the housing authority about. It is it's a matter of personal respect. And that's your home. And you also have schedules. So yeah. And that, but also go ahead,
Can I
please.
say something else? When people when people are sitting in the laundromat, it's because they don't have nowhere else to sit. And they complain about that. They don't have this is our home. Why can't they treat us like it's home? Have somewhere where we can sit at the lobby. They took the seat
While
out of the
work is
lobby.
happening in the unit?
Yeah,
Oh,
in the apartment.
okay,
You
yeah.
come into the lobby, it's nowhere to sit.
Nowhere to sit in the lobby. Is there a
nowhere to sit.
community room?
Yeah, but the thing is,
I like mold, and it's nasty. It's always leaking.
the water damage.
Okay. I see. And this issue with your window, the window has been in need of repair for years?
Since I've been in there, they were
15
supposed to be
years?
fixing the contract. They need a contract to come out. And I never seen anybody come in or do anything. And the balcony is tilting.
Yeah,
That's somebody asked me, you go out here? I'm not going out there.
right. Okay,
It's from the earthquake.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
okay. Yeah, we need we will look into that. I want to thank this panel for being with us. It really, really helps us to sharpen our focus, and it's important for the council and for the agency to hear these reports. So thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Councilman White.
Thank you.
And I'm glad to know Miss Lewis George is a female. And then we don't see a picture, when you see Lewis George, you're thinking of a male. You didn't know that she's a female. I can say, oh no, that's a female. I see.
That's right. And a very sharp one at that. So. All right, our next panel. Kim F. Harry Garral. There we go. Esther Hardesty, William Jordan, Allison Dunn Allmager, George Tolson, Michael Hams. Are you in person or virtual? Okay. McKenna Osborne, Will Doyle, Adam Mayer, Charles Cruz, Beverly Barrow, Barry Hawkins. Right. We're going to start with folks who are in person. Esther Hardesty.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having us here to give our experience on what is going on with housing. As far as I'm concerned with housing, as far as their maintenance is concerned, if I had to grade them, I would give them an F. Because the maintenance issues at Langston has not been accomplished. We have a foreman that never comes out of the office. Half the residents don't know who he is. He comes in, he leaves, he comes back, he do whatever he do in the office. Never checking the work of the workers. The workers not being checked. So we have buildings, we have our walk-ups that are filthy, that are never being cleaned. They just need to, he needs to get on board with the residents and do what needs to be done. It has taken, as far as the maintenance, other maintenance is concerned, they would tell us that, you know, if someone turns in a maintenance issue, they will say, well, we don't have that piece, or we don't have that repair problem. So what they do, they will come out, check, then it takes 3 or 4 months for them to get back, not having the proper equipment. So that is a big issue. Taking 3 or 4 months to fix a sink that's been leaking for 3 or 4 months is ridiculous. Now, I have a resident that has been, I know she reported because I was on the line with her. She reported it back in July. That problem has not been fixed. It's a leak. It may not be a big leak, but it's a leak. It can become a big problem. Housing has continuously let us down as far as maintenance is concerned. Our contractors, we don't know who they are. They'll come out, we have no idea, don't know what's going on with the property. They have these make-ready units. They're making them ready, but it's a waste of money. These people are moving these people into these make-ready units. having to, when they do the redevelopment, they're gonna have to move those people out again and put them in another unit, a newer unit, which is, to me, has always been a waste of money. And I will stand with that, because why are you going this route of making these make-ready units when they are not? And some of them are not made ready, really ready. As far as the call center is concerned, they need training. They don't know what an emergency is. I've dealt with that. They have no idea what an emergency is. They'll tell us that, they'll tell the resident, they don't tell me, because I tell them, you know, what I have to tell them. But they need to be retrained, or they need somebody to train them. It's just across the board. It's just, it's bad. It's bad. And like they say, residents should not be living like they live. We pay rent. We do whatever we have to do to keep a roof over our heads. And that's what we're going to continue to do. But we are human. I am a mother. I'm also a United States Air Force veteran. We deserve better. Why am I in housing? Is because of my circumstances, nobody else's. But we still deserve better. Housing is not doing their due diligence in helping us. My property manager, she's a great property manager. I have no complaints with her, but she's held accountable for what has to be done on that property. And we need to get it done. We need to get it done right. And I hope that this meeting here today will be a big start in helping us get that done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. William Jordan.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan. I'm a member of the Park Morton Equity Team. Park Morton Equity Team was formed in 2018 by the council at Park Morton, the resident council, under the leadership of Shante High, to re-energize and reorientate the Park Morton New Communities project into a resident-first effort designed to respect residents as full equity partners. The mayor and council's mandate to the STAR board needs to be fundamentally overhauled now that the board has hired a capable and experienced
They made me the last person, Jules.
Hey, this is Barry Hawkins. I'm gonna ask you to mute. Thank you so much.
Since the board has hired a capable and experienced director. Focusing on appeasing HUD's regulatory maze and acting and the authority acting as a scapegoat for DC's inadequate housing policies is too low a bar. It's time to reorganize to recognize DCHA's central role in our city's overall housing policies. I therefore make the following recommendations for immediate implementation. The Department of Housing and Community Development should be merged with the Housing Authority. Resident representatives should have their voting status restored on the board. The DMPS seat on the board should be restored. The resident council capacity building needs to be the #1 priority, along with establishing a Bill of Rights, including TOPA rights, on all privatization deals at the Housing Authority. At least $200,000 need to be made immediately available to each resident council. Related DMPA portfolio properties should be transferred to the Housing Authority once the resident TOPA-like rights have been established. Over the last 9 months, the STAR board has been pressured into approving a series of RAD and other privatization deals and schemes which empower private developers to profit from land banking and displacing residents based on pie in the sky financial structures. No deal should be allowed to last more than 5 years. Any deal negotiated without a fully functioning resident council in place should be restructured. We no longer need a stabilization board. We need a revolutionary board. When it comes to partnering with residents they serve. After nearly 15 years as a slush fund agency, political grandstanding agency, it's time for DCHA to be a resident equity partnering approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allison Dunn Almager.
Yes,
Uh,
Almaguer.
Almaguer, thank you very much.
It's okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, council, for allowing us to testify today. So my name is Allison Dunn Almaguer, our lead organizer with the Washington Interfaith Network. We are an organization of 50 different nonprofits, congregations, and unions across all 8 wards of the district. So throughout our organization's history, WIN has supported various DCHA properties where residents have invited us to collaborate and support. We do not speak on behalf of residents, but in collaboration with specific resident communities we are in relationship with, including Benning Terrace, Judiciary House, Langston Terrace, Potomac Gardens Senior and Family Buildings. In our organizing throughout the years, housing director after housing director, housing committee after housing committee, many resident issues have remained unchanged. Every time there are successes and improvements within DCHA, it has required significant resident organizing and oftentimes ally organization support. It should not take mobilizing 400 residents and community members to achieve basic maintenance and repairs. As one of our Ward 3 WIN leaders has said, a maintenance issue of this type in my ward would require one 311 call, not a 300-person action and a press conference. DC's public housing residents deserve better. We are not here today to belabor the issues. We have seen some improvements, but recognize it comes in fits and starts. Residents here today, advocates, council members, people within DCHA and HUD have said it all. So today we'd like to share some creative ideas around RAD, homeownership and energy efficiency that WIN and resident leaders are putting forward for DCHA and for the DC Housing Committee and the incoming director. We believe that public housing is an essential piece of the affordable housing ecosystem, and we want it preserved and improved. We want to make sure that there is a bold vision to create safe, stable, and green housing in the district that is more than a safety net, but an elevator that moves people into financial sustainability and wealth building. We all know that the federal government is divesting from public housing and that local jurisdictions are having to do more with less. And because of this, RAD is now one of the most commonly used methods to renovate and stabilize housing. And we don't want to privatize our housing stock. And at times we know that RAD is a necessary funding strategy, but we want to ensure that when it is used, it centers residents. So since 2019, our public housing work group, consisting of key resident leaders and WIN congregation leaders, have done research and met with housing authority leaders from across the jurisdictions nationally. We've also met with HUD and other community groups within the district and other advocates around best practices. Our document called RAD Done Right does set forth best practices and recommendations around public housing renovation and redevelopment that is resident-led and minimizes displacement. One of the best practices is leveraging our public housing stock to create pathways to equity and home ownership for residents. This is an expressed desire of many of the public housing resident leaders that we work with. It is a priority of HUD Secretary Fudge, and DC has committed to creating 20,000 new Black homeowners in the district. We want to see many of those homeowners be current DCHA residents and see DCHA property become a key part of this strategy. We also see a huge opportunity in leveraging federal climate dollars from the Inflation Reduction Act to ensure that rehabilitation projects and emergency repairs for maximized energy efficiency, savings, and health benefits. And we'll continue on about IRA and using that funding. We don't want to leave any money on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name.
It is okay.
Michael Hams. No, I think Michael Hams is not here. Okay. Charles Cruz.
How you doing today?
Oh, well, thanks.
My name is Charles Cruz. I appreciate Mr. White and the council for letting me share a testimony. My name is Charles Cruz III. I'm a community leader, excuse my voice. I'm a community leader and an advocate for the city. I work mainly with Bread for the City, Client Advisory Council, and Mutual Aid. I also was with Tenso Down BC and Tenso Down United. I wrote down a whole proposal, but I'm gonna send it there. This is basically personal for me. I've been with housing I've been going through housing and homelessness, witnessing homelessness for over 10 years. I recently just got housed. I've been in my house for about 8 months. My concerns is that I'm going to be pushed right back on the streets into homelessness, into the shelters. I complied. I have done everything I'm supposed to have done for the people. I mean, for the organizations. They tell me that. Excuse me. They tell me that you're doing everything right. It's just a weight. It's just a weight thing now. So it's just real. It's just real. Just crazy. Everything that I'm going through. Everything that I'm witnessing and I'm seeing. The patronizing and the bullying is just too much. It's just too much stress. I'm very big. I'm very big on homelessness and housing and mental health. I think it's important. I think nonprofit organizations is poverty pimps right now. They pimping the people that's living in poverty, and the workers need to be more skilled. The workers need to be more skilled in dealing with the people. You know, dealing with the people in different personalities. They look down to the people just because of what you're going through, and not knowing that it has a ripple effect and it actually traumatizes us as a people. You know, it's very sad. And I hear a lot of testimonies. I go through a whole lot of stuff, and by me being a community leader, I hear a lot of stuff, and I asked to do a lot because I'm connected with certain organizations, and organizations do not want me, even though I volunteer my services. They still would not want to work with me or even have me a job. I believe stability and employment comes hand in hand. You have to have employment in order to keep your housing. But if it's being controlled and everything is being controlled, then it's just messed up. You know, it's the workers. It's the workers and the people. It's not the people that's making the problem. It's the workers that's controlling the system. It's controlling the people that's keeping you in this state. You know, these mental health agencies need to be evaluated, you know, because they really just don't care. There's a lot of horse playing and they just come to work just to, you know, socialize with amongst themselves, and as long as they got a place, they look at shelters as having stability. They're looking at you having a car as having stability. You having a tent, the sleep in is having stability. That's wrong. That's not right. Just a couple of bullet points. My ask is to have permanent housing, stop the patronizing and bullying, pay more attention to mental health services, more programs on how to transition and maintain your household and keep a job. See, there's a lot of things going on. People they will place you to get a job, but then you'll lose your job within 3 months. So because you don't know how to you're not trained to keep a job. you know, or the people in higher ups don't want to deal with you. You know, it's real easy for y'all to sit and smile in your face, you know what I'm saying, say, hey, but then in the back, you know, don't really do nothing about it, you know. I've been housed, I'm with rapid rehousing right now. I do not agree with rapid rehousing. I really don't agree with subsidized housing because it's too controlling. They could even control the way your heat, you know, your air conditioning, they control that. You know, you don't even have control over that. It's very sad if you have kids that you care for, there's no place for you. You know, I mean, your kids and your daughters' mothers do not respect you because of where you at. And there's no place for a heterosexual male out here in this world. You know, and in Washington, living in Washington, D.C., if you're a heterosexual male, there is no place for you but the streets or in jail. And that's just crazy and it's wrong. And it puts us in defense mode where we have to protect ourselves. I shouldn't have to walk the streets with a ski mask or a bulletproof vest. And I'm not doing that for the streets, I'm doing that for the people. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, the metropolitan police and all of that, when we need to be working together. I believe in togetherness. I apologize for going over my time. I got written statements that'll go fully more into detail.
We'll get those from you and make sure they're part of the record. I appreciate it. While we do the virtual, let me ask you both to turn your mics off so we don't end up with feedback. Kim F. May have left. Harry Garal.
Hi. Chairman White, members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Harry Garal. I'm the president of the Van Ness South Tenants Association, representing the residents of 3003 Van Ness. I'm also a member of a group of 8 tenant association presidents and other community activists who represent thousands of DC renters in buildings along Connecticut and Massachusetts avenues. My comments today are my own. I'd like to focus on DCHA's housing voucher program, specifically DCHA's extreme overpayments to landlords for apartments rented to voucher recipients. In the past, I and my colleagues have provided extensive written testimony and letters to the DC Council about the perverse incentives caused by extreme overpayments and about how they cause substantial harm to DC residents. Today, I will focus on DCH plans to continue in the future these overpayments. In recent years, DCHA has paid luxury prices for apartments up to $2,648 for a 1-bedroom. DCHA systematically pays landlords $500 to $1,000 per month above market prices. An investigation by the Washington Post estimated that DCHA overpays landlords about $1 million per month citywide. Last fall, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development released a scathing audit of DCHA. Among its 72 pages of criticisms, HUD found that when DCHA goes to check whether an apartment rent is reasonable, it does not even check other rents. It's like buying a car without checking the price. According to HUD, such overpayments waste taxpayer money, squander funding needed for affordable housing for other low-income residents, and they drive up market rates overall, making housing less affordable. In the audit, HUD orders DCHA to find out how much it overpaid, to report to HUD, and to reimburse the federal government for the amount of the overpayments. However, more than a year has passed since the release of the HUD audit, but DCHA has not released a public report of the overpayments. It has said nothing about DCHA's plans to repay or not, and if the Washington Post is correct, tens of millions of dollars. Instead, DCHA has quietly announced plans that it continues to overpay landlords in the future. First, in July's fact sheet by DCHA for landlords on rent reasonableness, it states that it will, quote, hold harmless all existing rents. In other words, it will not claw back overcharges by landlords. It will allow them to keep DCHA's past overpayments. Second, DCHA states that it will continue to overpay those landlords in the future. It says that overpayments will continue until a landlord requests a rent increase, which likely would be far, far in the future because those landlords already receive rents that far exceed market rents. Third, DCHA has inserted a loophole in its proposed, quote, emergency regulations in the section on rent reasonableness. In the fine print of section 5602.14 on page 163, DCHA states that in rent stabilized units, which it inaccurately calls rent controlled, are exempt from rent reasonableness calculations. Rent stabilized units are in older buildings constructed before 1975. They're generally less expensive than units in newer buildings. So even when a voucher recipient wants to rent an apartment in a rent stabilized building, DCHA will compare the proposed rent only to rents in more expensive newer buildings. This makes it easy for the landlord to overcharge. It's a nod and a wink to the rental housing industry. It's hard to believe that HUD won't notice this sleight of hand. DCHA is telling the federal government that it plans not to claw back overcharges. It plans to continue to overpay landlords who currently receive overpayments, and it plans to begin overpaying new landlords that rent to voucher recipients. And implicitly, DCHA is telling HUD that it does not plan to repay the federal government and US taxpayers the tens of millions of dollars it has already paid. This throws into question whether DCHA deserves HUD's designation as a model program. I ask council members to scrutinize DCHA's policies so they don't inadvertently endorse them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on this panel is George Tolson. If next time you get a request to accept promotion, please accept it if you would like to testify. Michael Hams, are you with us virtually? McKenna Oz. Okay, wait, I think George Tolson is with us. Okay, so McKenna Osborne, we need you to accept a promotion as well. And George Tolson, you can begin your testimony, so you can go ahead and unmute.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yeah, you can proceed. Thanks for being with us. George Tolson, you can go
Hello?
ahead. George Tolson, we hear you. You can go ahead.
I don't know if y'all can hear me. My name is George Tolson. Okay, my name is George Tolson. I've been in the Pep V in Southwest Capital Skyline. I came in here, I broke my fibula right before I started my job. SPO, got a call from DHS, picked through 3 or 6 providers. Provider called me.
This is Mike Hand.
Took in all of my information, 2 check stubs. I had just started working.
Might keep me.
Check stubs added up to about 4,000. They told me I was making too much for a voucher, but I just started my job. It threw me off. I ended up getting fired because of stress. I was bringing the stress from me being homeless to work. So long story short, I filled out my application for my apartment August of last year. No, August of this year, I'm sorry. August of this year. And I've still been waiting to get an answer as far as rent reasonable. They're trying to take $76 off of my rent. It's a brand new building.
No, you just.
And that's the only thing that's holding me up right now. I'm waiting to get into my place so I can start back working. I'm gonna have to go get my SPO, pay for it myself. I don't know how I'm gonna get the money for that, but I guess it'll happen. God will work it out. But it's stressful. It's stressful. One of my friends was put out of this place because he grabbed a box of juice. I could have started a protest for that because we didn't watch people that work for these people take food that belong to us. We could have made a stand, but I don't want to do that to the owner of this building because they looked out for us standing here. Taking us out the shelter and to here, the best thing they can do as far as the stress. But the thing is, it's more stress because now I'm just waiting for $76 to be dropped off of my rent. And the apartment building that I'm moving into, the rent wouldn't be nothing but $1,700. 17 and some change, almost $1,800. Guaranteed housing. A lot of people getting guaranteed housing. Their vouchers is like 37, 36, maybe 30. I don't know. I know it's 32, 30 something $100. And I'm sitting here still waiting. Like they have my life stuck right now. And I'm trying to get out of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also,
Oh, man. No. What's up with doing that? Why doing that? Look, all participants all participants unable to close caption. Why you do that?
McKenna, you can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families whose medical provider has identified a non-medical barrier to a child's health and well-being. Often, that barrier is poor housing conditions because the family's landlord is failing to ensure their property is safe and habitable in compliance with DC law. Many of our client families reside in public housing, meaning their landlord is DCHA. My written testimony goes into detail about Children's Law Center's concerns with the hazardous conditions in public housing, DCHA's failure to complete timely and quality repairs and preventive maintenance, and the administrative delays hindering voucher utilization in DC. And it also provides suggestions for information this committee should ask for from DCHA to inform its oversight and seek improvements in these areas. Now, I'd like to share just one example of how DCHA is failing to uphold its responsibilities to DC residents. One of our current clients who lives in public housing has 4 young children whose asthma is uncontrollable in their home due to the ongoing presence of mold and pests. Mice have chewed through their cabinets and furniture and leave droppings and urine throughout the house. And the family has dealt with chronic mold problems in multiple rooms. The client's own diligent attempts to get DCHA to address these conditions were not effective. While DCHA periodically treated their unit for mice, it didn't help because they didn't treat the vacant unit next door. And at one point, DCHA told the client they would conduct mold remediation, but they only superficially cleaned and painted over the affected areas without identifying and fixing the sources of excess moisture, so the mold returned. Living in these conditions, one of the client's children has been to the emergency room over 20 times for their asthma in the past 3 years and hospitalized twice. As a result, the client has been trying to minimize the time her children spend in their home, staying with friends and family instead whenever possible. Unfortunately, many aspects of this client's experience are not unique. When Children's Law Center's attorneys first speak with a potential client, we always ask if they've notified their landlord of their housing conditions problems. For public housing residents, the answer is almost always yes, multiple times through multiple channels, but nothing has been done. Even when our attorneys get involved, it's an arduous and lengthy process to secure adequate repairs from DCHA. DCHA must prioritize addressing its unreliable work order system, the length of time between when a repair is requested and completed, and the quality of work done by both DCHA and its contractors, including larger scale proactive maintenance, which DCHA must conduct to prevent further deterioration of its properties and preserve true public housing in DC. We commend the committee for convening this roundtable and urge you to take an even more active approach to year-round oversight of DCHA moving forward, because it clearly is necessary. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Will Doyle, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. We greatly appreciate your continued efforts to ensure safe, affordable, and dignified housing for all DC residents. Since the last DCHA oversight hearing on March 2nd, 2023, it has taken the DCHA an average of 51 days to process voucher applications for our permanent supportive housing program clients. However, the processing time has ranged from 15 days to 127 days. This inconsistency makes it impossible to estimate how long it will take for an individual application and get a head start on apartment searches. Can we immediately apply for apartments, or will you have to endure 4 more months of homelessness before we can even start? One individual's application took 114 days to process, despite him being at Pep V and being assigned to an emergency housing voucher, both of which had a September 30th deadline. His eligibility was not determined until October 6th, 6 days after his voucher program ended and 23 days after a landlord approved him for a unit. This delay is unacceptable. Those in need of housing deserve better. We also have major concerns regarding clients seeking relocation. Once their lease expires, voucher holders are required to attend a voucher briefing to receive a transfer voucher to move. However, the earliest available appointment continues to be at least 2 months in the future. Calling by phone to schedule a briefing is time-consuming, frustrating, and usually not productive. Currently, one cannot request a transfer briefing electronically, as was allowed on the DCHA website in the past. Additionally, with the DCHA being out of funds for the security deposits and ERAP only accepting applications quarterly for a very brief time frame, being a victim of crime is the only reliable means of getting assistance with a security deposit to relocate. These barriers are unacceptable. Those needing to relocate to ensure they have appropriate and safe housing deserve better. As of July 1st, 2023, DCHA implemented a new process for determining the total rent they will approve for an apartment submitted for inspection. While the intent of this change hopefully leads to payments more closely aligned with the value of the apartment being provided, thus far it has compromised client ability to identify an apartment quickly. Previously, there was a set rent amount by neighborhood, so clients and their case managers would know before they investing the time and money required to apply for an apartment whether the rent amount would be approved by DCHA. The new process has created a new delay. Now the approved rent amount is not known until after the client is approved for the apartment, the landlord has completed and submitted all documents required to request an inspection, and DCHA staff have finally determined the approved rent amount. Voucher holders can easily lose a month or more of their total of 6 months to use their voucher on an apartment that ultimately does not qualify to be leased under the voucher program. This 6-month time frame has become more crucial as voucher holders have to submit an ADA request just to be considered for an extension on their expired voucher. This change also seems to further delay the completion of inspections needed before voucher holders can end their homelessness and move into an apartment. It regularly now takes more than a month from being approved for an apartment for a client to be able to sign their lease and move in. When the inspection process takes longer, it delays the housing process, causes mistrust with our clients and landlords. It potentially results in the client losing the apartment when the landlord cannot continue to hold a vacant apartment with no rent payments. To ensure that voucher holders receive safe, affordable, and dignified housing, I urge you to reduce the average voucher processing time to 30 days. Establish a means for requesting a voucher briefing through the DCHA website and provide DCHA staff contact information when the requester is not eligible. Establish a means for PSHP providers to schedule their clients for self-guided voucher briefings. Fund the DCHA so it can provide security deposit for relocations. Establish a means for landlords to verify the rent standard for their apartments prior to submitting inspection documents. And finally, establish clear performance measures regarding timeframes that are measured and publicly shared. Thank you for holding this hearing.
Thanks so much for being with us and for those recommendations. Adam Mayer, I think, had to leave.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Charles, we over here from Beverly Barrow. I think you've left. All right, Barry Hawkins, who will be the final person for this panel.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
How you doing? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. White and the rest of the council and everyone for allowing me to participate. Just listen to the stories alone. I can feel the frustration in their voice, and I can trust me, I can understand. I've been going through the same experience that most people have already with trying to get resources and help as it comes to housing, especially affordable housing and housing for people that are disabled or become disabled, such as myself. The problems I had been facing with housing has been basically, it's like everyone has been stating, communication, availability, and just the overall structure of the agency. A lot of times you have to deal with different personalities and behavior, which can kind of hinder your your response time of getting resources. Also, a lot of the staff does not know the current resources that the city has. They're not keeping up to date on them. They don't know any type of resources, or they don't communicate with other departments or other agencies. So it's like a cohesion, you know, when you need to get resources. And it seems to be a barrier, especially if you're a male, especially a single male with no kids or anything, that you are not allowed to get resources, or you're told you're not going to be able to get resources. You also have to face a lot of barriers when it comes to I call it the power play routine, where you have staff tell you that they, you know, because they're connected with HUD and they consider themselves a federal entity and everything, that they don't have to give you services. And then once they make a decision, they're not accountable to anyone, and no one can make them change their mind. And that's not good, because that makes you feel like that, you know, if you try to report them or you have a conflict with their decision, that if you try to go against them, you're going to be penalized. And that shouldn't be the case. A lot of intimidation is done throughout the ranks, from the ombudsman to the voucher system specialist to the supervisor. And just trying to reach someone to try to resolve the issue can be very, very difficult and disheartening. And the fact it should not be that way. I was born and raised in this city. I used to work for CFSA for 15 and a half years before I became disabled. And to become disabled, and now I'm facing this issue with housing, it's disheartening to think that I'm going to be on the street and that there's nothing that anyone is going to do for me. And they'd rather sit back and watch me go on the street and possibly die than to assist me. And that should not be the case for anybody. We have so many new buildings going up. And if I remember correct, Mayor Barry had placed a law and said that all new buildings had to have so many units that are available for poor and middle-class people. But they make the requirements so stringent and difficult that you cannot either meet the requirements or you're dismissed because they don't like the way you look or the way you talk, or you don't fit a certain demographic. Then you're not allowed to live there. And that's the most saddening part. I have went out on several trips trying to look at apartments. I've been told I'm either too poor, or if the apartments are available, when I get there, they're told, oh no, we don't have anything, or you have to be on a waiting list. A lot of the things that housing could improve on is they need to restructure, they need to merge certain departments. Some people need to be retrained. I agree with the young lady, they need to be retrained or terminated because maybe they're burnt out. But a lot of times it's just restructuring and retraining and having better accountability. And I think that would help the process move a lot smoother. I've asked many times about, have they done an audit to see how many vouchers they have on hand? How vouchers do they have for emergencies? How many vouchers have they seen about the article the Washington Post came out about the 3,100 vouchers? I'm like, well, where are they? How are they distributed? Is there any way I can get one? And I could have sworn that when I looked on the HUD website, there was a law talking about handicapped and disabled people being able to be provided housing.
Mr. Hawkins, let me do this. You're about a minute over time, and we still have some more.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No problem. Let me ask you to do this in about 15 seconds. Can you summarize your testimony, because you raised several important points, and I want to make sure.
I already hear them. I'm cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we do have one more panel of public witnesses. Do we have anybody else on this panel? So I want to make sure we have time to get to them and no one else has to leave before they can testify. So I'm going to be brief on a 7-minute clock. And actually, I won't need that much time because I'm only asking clarifying questions. For Ms. Hardesty, on a maintenance issue, I've been to Langston and toured there with a couple of residents. Do you think that the issue is that maintenance is short-staffed? Do you think that they're not active enough? Can you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
They are short-staffed, however, they're lazy.
Okay. And you mentioned some concerns with the call center and professionalism there.
Yes.
Have you called yourself and had,
Yes.
what have those experiences been like?
When I've called the call center for whatever reason, I've been told that that's not an emergency because one young lady's, they had redone her roof and water was leaking, flooded her unit. They told me it was an emergency. So that was an emergency.
Yeah.
So that they, apparently they don't understand what emergencies are.
Yeah.
I've had several occasions where they don't know what emergencies are.
Okay. I'm looking into that. Then there are going to be some things that people have raised that I'm not going to ask about, but I'm actually already sort of sending notes back and forth with my team to start figuring some of these things out. There's some recommendations that I've heard that I'm working to get through. But in the interest of time, let me just get one clarifying thing from you, Mr. Cruz. One, on the mental health piece, I am actively working to ramp up mental health services significantly in the city. Been in partnership with the University of the District of Columbia for a program that's going to allow residents to get their master's in social work for free, so they can be part of the solution. I'm really excited about that. But on your particular housing issue, so you're in Rapid now. Is your concern and I understand your concerns with the program. I got those. Do you feel like you're at risk of being put out of that program now?
Yeah, yes, because this is actually my second time, but I've
Okay.
only been placed once.
Got it.
So it was a deadline. They gave me a deadline a year ago.
Yeah.
And I missed it by 3 days. And then they say, well, you go to the shelter. You know, I got kicked out of the shelter for protecting myself. Got kicked out of Pep V. It's just a whole lot of craziness. And the mental health providers need to be more trained. They need to be retrained on where to have resources to take their clients. They do not know.
Yeah.
Most of the clients help the staff more than they help the clients. You know what I'm saying? So I done been through. So I went to reach out for mental health for my depression, for my mom's passing, and I've been through so many places to the point that none of them, they all do the same thing and they don't work, from MBI to One Kid to preventive measures to the Arc of DC to, I mean, it's so many, you know, and they all don't, it's just a big business. It's just a big hustle, you know what I'm saying, to the hustle of people. And the privacy, that's one thing. Once they have the privacy, once they get your privacy, I had instance where they open up my mail, you know, it shouldn't be no reason why they should open up my mail without telling me.
Yeah.
You know, I've been employed. There's no privacy.
I hear you. Let me do this. I'm not going to ask any more questions to this panel. There are a lot of recommendations that I'm taking under consideration and some other concerns raised that we're going to look at. But I want to make sure we can get to everyone who's here. So let me turn to Councilmember Fruman if you have questions for this panel. Maybe pulled away momentarily. Councilmember Parker, do you have questions?
I too will be brief. One, I want to thank you all. Just sharing back some of the themes that I heard, this focus on RAD and the process surrounding that with HUD. Also, Ms. Hardesty, it's always a pleasure seeing you. And I will make a point to follow up two things that I'm hearing you specifically talk about. And for those that are virtual, if you can mute your Zoom accounts, that would be helpful. But two things that I'm hearing you elevate are around maintenance and the follow through. I'm not familiar with the foreman or the gentleman in particular, but a question I want to get clear on is what reprieve do tenants have when there is an issue with the foreman or anyone else for that matter? But then also the training. I heard you loud and clear that there needs to be a focus on training, and that connects to some of the testimony we heard from the previous panel, I believe, around professionalism and the lack of respect. And so I just want you to know that I did hear that. For everyone else, this consistent pattern of overpayment, and for us right sizing there, that continues to be a focus of this committee. I really appreciate that testimony. But for the sake of time, I'm going to yield back the remainder of my time, but know that we will follow up on the many issues that you all have highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman White. And thank you to all of the witnesses who have testified. I do want to give a shout out to Ward 3 resident Harry Garral. Harry has been working on these issues for quite a while and really digging in to understand the dynamics that are at work here. And I have benefited from the analysis that he has done, and I do hope that we can make a difference here so that we can ensure that these programs work and that we don't lose support for them because we're operating them in a way that works to undermine support. I had an experience, I talk about it all the time, on the campaign where one day a resident near the Brooks, which is different, but the Brooks is in a transitional housing project over on Idaho Avenue, where somebody in that neighborhood said to me, when it got launched, I fought it with everything I had, but it works pretty well. And it doesn't happen often that people go out of their way to tell you they were wrong about something important. But not only did that person say it, but then 3 houses down, somebody else said the same thing. So we need to make these programs work because they are so important. And I really want to look forward to working with DCHA to achieve that. And I want to thank Harry for the work that he's done on the subject.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman, and let me join your thanks as well as to several people on this panel who offered some very strong recommendations. Mr. Jordan, Allison Dunn, Almager, and a number of other people, McKenna Osborne, Will Doyle. Thank you for the recommendations and concerns noted by Barry Hawkins, among others. So George Tolson, thank you. We're going to now move to, I want to thank this panel very much for being with us. We're going to move to our final panel, which will just be people who I know we're eager to get to our government witnesses, so we're going to keep this panel brief, but there's some folks who either came after I called them or had not signed up but want to testify. So if you are in the room and have intended to testify, I'm going to ask that you come now. I appreciate you all waiting several hours to testify. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go from my right, your left, in that order. I'll ask that you state your name for the record, and then you can begin your testimony. Good to see you again.
Hello, my name is Shayna Potter. Do I just?
You can yep.
Okay.
Good day. I'm actually a co-founder of the Ward Warriors Organization, a community action organization. We're fiscally sponsored by Bread for the City. You saw us yesterday.
Yes.
So good day. My name is Shayna Potter. I'm a proud BIPOC Native Washingtonian of the 44 years of my life. However, in my youth, I've been a Greenleaf senior resident for over 10 years. I've had the opportunity to observe the situation from several sides, and I have a few grievances to express. Number one, the new emergency regulations and how they compare to the rules of a dorm, halfway house, or transitional housing, or prison. The community service obligations for tenants, you guys heard grievances about that earlier. Number two, the poor conditions being ignored in the building and outside of the building. Filthy hallways, pests, filthy vents causing respiratory issues for the tenants and our pets. Trash and urine in the elevators and hallways. Mold and mildew and dry rot in the units. Number three, safety. Community violence and danger in the building and outside of the building. Uncontrollable gun violence in the community close to the police station. Homeless people sleeping and doing drugs in the hallways. Sexual assault from a maintenance man. This crime went unreported because I do not feel comfortable where I live, and I don't feel like it's a safe space to express. I didn't want to be the target of harassment. I watched a friend and neighbor experience the same thing with a resident manager. She was sexually assaulted, and she was just the target of harassment from housing from that point on. I'm currently seeking legal counsel as we speak. So my suggestion is, before you guys go updating tenant obligations and rules, can you please focus on the issues first? There are so many other topics for DC Housing Authority to put their attention on. Stop putting the spotlight on managing people's lives and focus on managing your staff and the dwellings of those people or the facilities in which they reside. Thank you. Peace and blessings.
Thank you so much. You can state your name for the record and then you can begin your testimony.
My name is Joan Williams. I'm also a co-founder of the Ward Warriors. I also volunteer with UPO. We do the advocacy. And we also work with Empower DC. So as you can see, we volunteer constantly. It's on a daily basis. However, my name is Joan Williams and I live in Greenleaf Senior Building. I've been there 11 years. However, I've worked in every facet of the government, including with the sheriffs of Virginia. I have never, in the 60 years that I have lived, have ever experienced anything until I moved down here to Southwest. I would have never known that these people were experiencing the things that our government had been putting upon them. My first question was, why hasn't the powers that be realized or recognized that first and foremost, this is the nation's capital, number one. Number two, why is there homelessness or poverty or starvation here in Washington, D.C., where our government reigns? Everywhere else they send money, everywhere else. But I don't understand. This is where the president lives. Why hasn't anyone recognized that this, of all places, there should not be homelessness here ever, or poverty? We thrive. We've been thriving over the years. But at the same time, I just don't understand why no one has recognized that one factor. This is where the president lives. So why is there homelessness here? It shouldn't be. I just don't have any understanding of it. However, the problems that I would like to address as far as with DCHA, yeah, there's a lot of disrespect. I've witnessed a lot of disrespect to a lot of our residents and your constituents. However, management, like they were saying and stating, they are very disrespectful to anyone that does not have the knowledge of. They forget that there are folks who have disabilities that are not seen. most of the folks you can't even tell have real life disabilities, such as myself, because of the way we move. I've been advocating since I've lived here because I had no understanding of why nobody's helped anyone. And it makes no sense to me. In some areas, they're being helped. In other areas, they're being short-sighted. I just would like to say that these new regulations, which are supposed to be emergency regulations, they want to implement upon the residents, the seniors, the disabled, the poor, the low income, makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us and your testimony. Ma'am, if you could turn your microphone on and give us your name, and then you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman White and your colleagues. My name is Rose Battle. I'm 76 years old. My name is Rose Battle. I'm 76 years old. I'm a tenant at Greenleaf Senior. I've been there for 10 years. And my concern, one thing is about the new rules that they're implementing. Number one is, it's about the 365 days being changed for the grievance to 30 days. And another one is about the recertification for a year, when it used to be like 2 to 3 years for seniors. And we have very bad mold problem, rats, a lot of other bad things going on in the building, which has been already implicated. Another one is poor management of being nasty to seniors. And person who's a manager allows the person who's at the front, that's the secretary, to answer questions and be nasty and talk to seniors. And that shouldn't be, because you shouldn't disrespect anyone. And one implication I'm going to emphasize is 2 years ago, they send a paper to recertify. And the appointment with the recertification is a secretary lady inside my building. And it tells you the date and time you're supposed to be there. I was there on time, and when I got down there, she said, "Oh, can you come back?" And I said, "Come back." I said, "Okay." So I went back upstairs, and on the elevator on the way back, I was wondering to myself, why would she tell me to come back when I'm right down there for the appointment we had on the paper. But if I hadn't been there, then that would have against me. I would have went against me. So she was being mean, nasty, and ugly. I went back, and I went back an hour later, as she said, and had a document. She's very rude and very nasty. The manager is not there now. She's been transferred somewhere else. And this lady, who is not a manager, a secretary, is being very nasty to the seniors and stuff. And I think that should be addressed, because that's not fair. And you should be not being a supervisor or sitting behind any desk if you don't know how to talk to people, in particular senior, because it makes you very upset and it's very disrespectful.
I appreciate it. Thank you all again for sharing your testimonies. I'm going to get into some of these the new regulations with our government witnesses with the agency in particular. Appreciate the ward warriors being active and advocating collectively on these issues. I don't have any questions. I am concerned about the issues you raised, the issue of respect. Want to understand, you can't fix and modernize the agency without changing regulations, right? So I think there shouldn't be any expectation that everything is going to stay the same. Things do have to change. There are places where the agency absolutely has to tighten up, some because of what HUD is requiring, some just for the effectiveness and efficiency of the agency. And I also understand that not everybody's going to like all the changes, but we have to make sure that residents' voices are heard in the process, so that we're getting them right, and so that there's a level of respect. We're talking about people's homes, and so we have to ask ourselves, as we think about this, what do we expect in our homes? And when we shouldn't expect that anybody else wants something different there. So we're going to get into some of that with the agency, and I appreciate you all bringing this to me. And meeting with you yesterday actually helped me understand the concerns much better, because I pushed back a little to understand and got some very enlightening responses that helped me to understand your position much better, because you all are, as you said, Ms. Williams, my constituents. So I got to make sure you all are treated the way you should be treated, deserve to be treated. So thank you very much for being with us. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions for this panel before we move.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I'm going to hold off on questions. I really appreciate all of the testimony today and I'm grateful that it will help inform our questions when we hear from the agency. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much to this panel. Thank you to all of our public witnesses. Lots of testimony, but that's because there's lots of feedback that people have to give us. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. I sure would like to stretch my legs for a second. I know others would as well. We're going to come back with the STAR board and then the leadership of DCHA. We'll resume in 10 minutes. Time is 3:31. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. All right, we are resumed. Time is now 3:46. I'd now like to ask any members of the Star Board who are present to and wish to join the table to come to the witness table. And we have Chair Raymond Skinner, Leroy Clay, Rosa Burbridge, and Melissa Lee, I believe, is virtual. All right, Melissa Lee, we will need you to accept promotion. And as we do that, it is the practice of this committee to put our official witnesses under oath. So before we begin, let me ask if our board members will raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today, commissioners. I know you all put in a lot of time to this effort, to say the least. And I appreciate it, including being with us today. And I know members were here throughout testimonies, listening to public witnesses, just as the committee was. Chair Skinner, will you be testifying on behalf of the entire board? Okay, well, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, council members and staff of the Committee on Housing, and also members of the community. I am Raymond Skinner, Chair of the District of Columbia Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Board, what we refer to as the STAR Board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony at today's roundtable on the performance of the agency. And I want to recognize two of my colleagues who are here at the table with me, Rosa Burbridge, who is a resident member, and Leroy Clay, who's from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll be rather brief because I know you want to delve into some of the operational issues, but there are a couple things that I'd like to say that I really just want to get on the record. So as you know, the 11-member STAR Board was created last December as a new governing mechanism for the DCHA to oversee the implementation of specific actions to reform and revitalize the operations of the agency. Since our first meeting in January of this year, the board has been working diligently to carry out the mandates of the new law. We have had training sessions. We held the required 4 listening sessions. We invited the citywide resident advisory board to directly address this board. And we have been submitting timely reports to the mayor and council. I can say for certain that the STAR Board is functioning well. And the previous board, you heard a lot about how they were not functioning very well. I can say for certain that we are functioning well with members working collaboratively and while at the same time getting the business of the authority done. So we believe our most important accomplishment over the past few months was recruiting for and selecting our new executive director, Keith Pettigrew, who will be starting on November the 1st. We are confident that Mr. Pettigrew is the right leader for the next phase of DCHA's growth. He has extensive knowledge of all aspects of public housing authority operations and direct knowledge of DCHA from having worked here previously. He is a native Washingtonian who lived in the Barry Farm development as a child and is really passionate about improving the quality of life for public housing residents. Additionally, the STAR Board worked to address the governance recommendations from the HUD on-site assessment report. And I'm happy to report that all of the recommendations that were directly related to board actions, all of those recommendations have been closed by HUD. Last week, some members of the board, the DCHA executive leadership, and the incoming executive director met with HUD officials to have a high-level discussion about HUD's concerns and those items that they expected would be a priority for the new incoming executive director. HUD shared that they were appreciative of the agency's commitment to addressing the issues identified in their report and affirmed that while there's still work to be done, the agency was moving in the right direction. DCHA and the DCHA team will discuss this in more detail when the staff comes up. The board would like to commend the DCHA staff for working extremely hard and making tremendous progress over the last year to update and implement new policies, procedures, and protocols. But we all recognize that systems transformation takes time, and there's still much work to be done to satisfy HUD's concerns and to make this the high-performing agency that we all aspire to. So it was agreed in that meeting with HUD that HUD and DCHA will work cooperatively going forward until all of the findings and recommendations can be closed out. It's the board's expectations that Mr. Pettigrew will move quickly to complete a comprehensive assessment of the current organizational landscape and initiate strategic planning that aligns with the team's effort and align with the team's long-term vision. We know that organizational change is hard, particularly in a large bureaucratic organization like DCHA, and it takes time, but we expect Mr. Pettigrew to deliver. But at the same time, I ask that this committee and the public give him the time and space he needs to move forward and get the job done. In conclusion, I would be remiss if I did not express the board's sincere gratitude for Interim Director Dorian Jenkins for his willingness to serve in what has been a most challenging time for DCHA. Despite the enormity of the task and the short time in which he had to execute, Mr. Jenkins has moved the needle on longstanding issues and provided the stability that our team needed during this period of transition. And finally, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and your willingness to work closely with this STAR board and the DCHA leadership team. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know if you want to hear from the staff first or if you have questions directly for the board.
Thank you very much, Chair Skinner. I do have some questions for the board before we move to the agency team. Let me start with a couple issues that came up in testimonies. Issue of communication. What, if any, role does the board play in that? So we heard concerns that folks from Berry Farm, Capper, where else? I took some notes. Kenilworth, thank you, and Greenleaf or feel like they are in the dark about timelines, plans. What, if any, role does the board play there?
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you mentioned that because I in hearing that testimony, I made a note to myself and I put down #1 priority, improve communications. So clearly that's a concern for the board. And I've asked, particularly with regard to the projects where we're doing the transformation through the RAD or other programs, I've asked the staff, as they've gone through presentations to the board, how are we actually communicating to the residents? How often do we communicate? What types of communications are we doing? What do the presentations look like? So our concern, I think the board's concern is that, one, that we communicate often with the residents, but also that we find a way to really break down what in many respects is a very complicated project or program, break it down in a way that the average person can understand. And I think we've been somewhat remiss at doing that. So we want to look at ways to improve that situation, including maybe bringing in some outside help, consulting help to work with us on how we can smooth out those communications.
I appreciate the attention to that. I know that the board has a ton of technical issues to work through for HUD, for the city, and a lot of things can sort of get missed or lost when you have that volume of things that you have to work on. And so I'm glad that issue bubbled up in this hearing. Similar to that, really adjacent to that, and I'm going to ask the director about this as well, is the issue of, along with communication, respect from DCHA staff to residents that they feel respected. Do you have thoughts, Chair Skinner or other board members, on things the agency is doing or should consider doing to address that issue that came up from several people?
I mean, I think that's something that we have to constantly and consistently talk to the staff about. There may be opportunities for some additional training for staff. I know now when new staff comes on board, there's a training protocol that they go through, including ethics training. And I think some of the issues that we're talking about, like being respectful of the residents, is part of that training. So I think we need to continue programs like that and possibly expand those. But again, just continually talk to the staff about what it means to be respectful of the residents.
I appreciate it. I'm assuming board members will jump in if you want to add. Please.
I'm going to jump in. I wouldn't have it any other way. One of the things we're discussing and looking into is sensitivity training. I heard people speak about mental health. Mental health works both ways. We all get stressed. We all get depressed. You have to understand that we're doing what's a better way to say it than we're breaking a culture. Because what previously happened in DCHA, we need time to look at it, to troubleshoot, to find out where the breakdowns were. Now we're becoming acquainted to what and where the breakdowns are. Now we can address that directly. It's like in the military when you come back home and they have to, what's the good word for that? Debriefing. We have to do some debriefing. I've heard so many things that has me to word as a resident and as a member of the board. When we spoke of retaliation, we have to know what retaliation is. Saying the word, maybe we can, and we is the board is who I'm speaking of, can have like a confidentiality, a telephone number, or an individual that the residents who are experiencing this can go to in great confidence and privilege and let us know so that we can act on it. But we have to, like you said, hearsay. We don't do hearsay. We understand it. And a lot of people are saying it and experiencing it. And are the DCHA employees, are they aware that their actions are having the results of retaliation? Are they aware that if they get loud or vocal with a person, that automatically gives them fear? So we're going to do our best to work so that we're working as a team. But I think we all agree our number one priority is the residents.
I appreciate that.
And I would just add that the way that we see it also is that lack of communication, lack of respect, fear of retaliation, all of that erodes trust. And ultimately, trust is important if we're to move forward and really to work collaboratively with the residents. We have to make sure that we build that trust, establish that trust, and that's the only way that we can really move forward effectively. So I think that we all see that as important. I will say that also when we have our capital projects committee meetings, one of the questions that always comes up that we ask is, well, how have you communicated this to the residents? So we constantly are asking about communication to ensure that those things are happening and to make sure that we're looking at ways that it can happen better.
I appreciate that. To Ms. Burbridge's point, to your point, Mr. Clay, you can't fix anything without a plan. You can't make a plan without information, and it takes time to gather information. And so as still relatively new chair of the Housing Committee, relatively still new board, I'm often asking residents, give me a little bit of time to understand, to make a plan. But I'm asking that to people, and you're asking that to people who have been dealing with these issues for a long time and for whom trust is already eroded. And I think we have to be and are sensitive to the fact that folks don't have time And, you know, and we do need time. So I think all of us have a little bit of time to gather the necessary information and to show these residents that we're serious about the improvements that we need to make. And one of the things that I hope will happen after this hearing today is that there will be clarity, whatever that clarity is, on these projects, on Capper, on Berry Farm, on Greenleaf, on what's the one I keep forgetting? It's Kenilworth. Thank you. It is on my radar, even if I'm having trouble remembering it. There has to be clarity, even if the answer is we don't know. Whatever the board knows, whatever the agency knows, residents have to know because they feel like they're in limbo. So I think they would see that as progress. I'm over my time for my first round. So let me see if actually start with Councilmember Fruman if you have questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I do have some questions, and I think for this panel, I'm going to try to keep it at a very high level because I guess I assume that that's the role that the board plays on these issues. I'm sure you are aware of the legislation that I put forward about rent reasonableness in the setting of rent stabilized buildings. And I'm curious whether the board is thinking about this issue and whether or not there should be a difference between the reasonable rent in a rent stabilized building as opposed to a market rate building because of the dynamics that I cite in support of the legislation, that without that you create a particular incentive to cannibalize one form of affordable housing, rent stabilized units with another form of affordable housing, and create concentrations of poverty, which is not a goal of the program overall. And so I'm curious, the 10,000 foot reaction of the board to the question of whether or not there should be a difference between a reasonable rent in a rent stabilized building and a market building. And if you don't think there should be a difference, I'd be curious to hear why.
So the, I guess the short answer is, I don't think, certainly the board as a whole has not had any deliberations or chance to talk about it. I think personally, I have looked at it at kind of a 10,000 foot level. I've not had the opportunity or time to really delve into the details of it, but clearly there is some dynamic between the two. And I'm, again, just not clear at this point without doing a little more reading and getting more background information is how that should work.
All right, well, that's fair. I did want to use this opportunity to put that issue on your radar screen because
it is on the radar, no question about it.
Well, then success. So thank you very much for that. We heard of, and I will ask the folks at the agency about how the mechanics of rent reasonableness calculations have been working and what's the ramifications of that. But I suspect those are questions for them and not for the board. Another 10,000 foot question though is the efforts to address vacant units that have not been habitable, the efforts to expedite the construction of projects that have been stuck for a while, and you have people who are moved out of those locations and are waiting to come back, and the process drags on. And I'm curious how you on the board are thinking about ways to make sure that we can get those things moving and get the units back in place and get people into the places that they've long wanted to return to. So I wonder if you could speak to that.
I think overall the board, like you, is somewhat frustrated that the process has not moved as quickly as we all would like. Clearly, we know we've been doing a lot of work. The staff has come to the board with various contracts, which we've approved contracts for fixing up different units and so forth. And honestly, I personally, I'm a little frustrated that once we make these approvals, that's just really taking too long to see the results. So we'll continue to work with the staff, talk with the staff, try to understand a little more why it is taking as long as it has to get some of these things done. At the same time, I would again give some credit to the staff because they are moving forward. They have put the contracts in place, but I think we need to do a little more in terms of following through and checking to make sure that the work actually gets done and gets done faster than it has been so far.
And I'm sure you heard this from Chairman White, but I would offer that if there's anything that we can do to help to get these things moving and done, I think many of us on the council would want to do whatever we could to be helpful on that, because it's a shame to have this inventory not being used, and it's a shame to not have the full realization of what are actually very exciting projects that once completed can really deliver for our city. So anything we could do to help on that, I would want to be able to do.
We certainly appreciate the support of the council with the financial resources that you've been giving us over the years, and will continue going forward. So we want to just make sure that we make the most effective and efficient use of those resources.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. One of the witnesses today, Lynn Amano from Friendship Place, floated what I thought was an interesting idea, that there are some functions, inspections, rent reasonableness calculations, that could be contracted out in a sense, or you could have folks outside of DCHA undertake some functions, and then things might be able to move more efficiently because we weren't pressing so heavily on a limited staff that's doing a lot of different tasks. Is the board thinking about those sorts of things? She cited a couple of places where that sort of mechanism was used on other related programs, but is the board thinking about contracting out any of the functions that DCHA now provides in the setting of managing, in particular, the voucher program?
Again, the board as a whole has not had time to deliberate or talk about that, but my ears did perk up when I heard that, because I mean, that's something that, you know, having worked in government and bureaucracies for many, many years, that's something you always want to look at. There may be a better way of getting those things done. I think we have to talk more with the staff in terms of breaking down all the steps that are involved in getting to that calculation, and what aspects of that could potentially be contracted out. But yes, I mean, I think that's something that we need to look at.
Thank you very much. I think I've gone over, but not by very much. So I will step back and let the next person go.
Over is over, Councilmember Fruman. I'm kidding, of course. Glad to have you here. Councilmember Parker, do you have questions?
Yes, I want to highlight some of the pain points that we heard from residents. One was around case workers and that management process. Right. To my understanding, that is managed through DHS, or those individuals are hired through DHS. Is that accurate?
I do not know. That's something that the board has not gotten involved in.
It is my understanding that DCHA does not hire those caseworkers that are managing that workload. The question then I would say is, how is the board keeping an eye on the caseworkers and their work with tenants? Or is that a current blind spot?
Yeah, again, I think that's something that's really handled at the staff level, and the board has not gotten involved.
Okay, so I appreciate that candidness. If I can make a recommendation, I think it should be on the board's radar, because there were 4 trends that I identified or I heard from residents. It was caseworker management, the grievance process, repairs and mode, and a lack of respect. It seems like that last one, you are paying attention to the lack of respect and training, and we talked about that. What I have long heard is that the caseworker issue remains an issue. And that may not necessarily be the fault of DCHA, but I would imagine the board could lean in and through coordination, help improve that process.
Yeah, I mean, clearly from what I've been hearing and what I heard today, there definitely needs to be better coordination.
So is that a
the district
commitment for the
agencies.
board to take this up in the near future?
It's a commitment for the board to look into, yes.
Okay, awesome. Can you give me a time frame?
I'd hesitate to give you a time frame.
Can you give
Let
me
me
a
talk.
window of time? Is that like, is
So-
that, and the reason I'm asking this, and I'll tell you my bias, is because when I hear residents routinely come to these hearings and they're crying out literally saying the conditions we're living in are deplorable, my bias is sometimes I fear government workers and elected officials alike lean into lip service. And so with a timetable, it actually increases accountability to actually do the thing we're saying. So
all
while I'm
saying-
not going to ask you to give me a specific date, can we commit that by, I don't know, by February, January, this is something that the board can look into?
All I'm saying is, at this point, I don't think we know enough about it, but we can look into it, and certainly by that time frame.
But by your
we
own
can- yeah,
testimony, you acknowledge that it's a problem.
Yes.
You heard today residents say the caseworker management process is an issue.
Right.
What I'm simply asking is for the board to have this as an agenda item to begin talking about it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And is there a time frame that we can commit to doing that?
We can do that within, I would say, the next 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
So the
great.
February timeframe that
Great,
you mentioned.
that's all.
is-
That's just respectfully, thank you. I appreciate that. The grievance process was another issue. I heard one tenant say it was supposed to take 30 days and it ended up taking much longer. I forget the window of time. Can you just speak to that? And I know that may not necessarily be a particular thing that the board handles, but what is your knowledge of the grievance process and what is the board's focus on that?
I'd say the board's knowledge is very limited.
Okay.
And we haven't focused on it at all. So I heard what you heard today. I know that during all of the changes that we made to the administrative procedures, that we did change the timeframe for that. Again, all the
And
mechanics.
you changed that to what? Or from what?
I think
to
it was
what?
changed from, what was it? From 12 months, I believe, to 30 days.
Okay, and that's what okay, yes, that is what I heard the woman who testified earlier say, but it seems like even though that was what the board said, in practice, that's not what some tenants are experiencing.
Okay.
Repairs and mode, and I know
So-
that.
So the staff can correct me,
Uh-oh.
because I think I may have misspoke, so.
Okay, I don't know who wants to take a stab.
I think the grievance issue is a different issue in terms of
Sure.
timelines. I think the grievance issue was the issue that went from 1 year to 15 days. But that's a different issue from what you're mentioning. I think the director will.
I apologize for this is breaking decorum, but with all due respect, I believe those questions are better suited for me and my staff, and we're ready to answer those when we come up and testify.
Well,
The board,
since we have you.
okay.
And I would argue respectfully, the reason we have a board is to oversee and manage. And while they may not get into the particulars of the day-to-day, if this is what tenants are saying, is their reality living in DCHA and they are the DCHA board, I would push back on the assertion that that's not what they should focus on. That said, let's go to the caseworker management.
I am ready and willing to answer that question. Just as a comment on your previous statement, under HUD rules, the board has specific rules and things that they can get into. Their only employee is the executive director. Under HUD regulations, they really can't dig into what you're saying. Under HUD regulations, it's a
So-
federal requirement. So they have to, they're limited.
So let's hypothetically say the board says within 3 and 4 months, we want to explore the case management process at DCHA. You're telling me they can't look
They
into
can
that?
bring that to the executive director, the new executive director, and he would follow, if they come into agreement, follow that directive and report back to the board on his findings or his recommendations.
And so we need to do that.
I can't, I would defer to the board in making that recommendation to the new incoming ED, but to your point, yes. And
Okay.
to go to your question, we did amend both the admissions and continued occupancy policy, which is better known as the ACOP on the public housing side. And this is what we're referencing as far as the grievance policy. It was open for 365 days. Both HUD and industry practice says that is unreasonable, totally unreasonable. And that is what it was previously until we came in and updated the policy to 30 days. So it's better for the residents and it's better for the housing authority not to
1000%.
have this hanging out for a
And
whole
I
year.
agree with that. I'm overtime.
Okay, I apologize.
Not as much overtime as Councilmember Freeman. So I'll pick this up on my next round. But it was more so what I heard was, yes, the time was shortened, and that is a positive, but that some tenants are still experiencing a much longer process.
What I heard was the tenants were against us shortening the process. They were in favor of keeping it for a year because that leaves it open to them to come back within that 365 days and ask for a grievance. And we could not do that. That was a HUD thing. We can't do that.
Okay,
It's not
maybe
a-
I misunderstood that, but
Okay.
Well, we are going to get into this issue, and I want to keep the board at just 2 rounds so that we can get to the director. So yes, I'm gonna let you go, and we're going to swear you in just a few minutes. We got plenty of questions for you, director, but thank you for stepping in to clarify. A few more quick and focused questions for the board. You all have been in place just shy of a year now. Where's DCHA's performance improved most since you joined the board?
So I would say it's been incrementally improving in several areas. With moving to purge the waiting list, get that in a much better position, making the changes that we've made to the ACOP and admin plan, which will address both the Housing Choice Voucher Program as well as public housing itself. So there have been incremental improvements. And as we talked about earlier, getting contracts in place to do the urgent needs campaign, for example. So all of those things have done some improvements along the way. But as we've also talked about, we'd like it to be faster. But I think there certainly in the year that the board has been in place have been some improvements.
And with respect to the emergency regs that came up in many testimonies, has the board played any role in sort of public circulation or resident feedback of regs before they are adopted?
So the board gets to review those, and eventually we have to adopt them. But we weren't directly involved in the public deliberation process. The staff certainly had a number of meetings, and there were official public hearing that the board participated in.
Okay, I'll ask some more detailed questions to the board. Last year, HUD took issue with the level of detail agency leadership was providing to the board. Do you feel that you are getting what you need now?
It's much better. And to be quite honest, I think Director Jenkins, when he came in, made some changes that certainly over the last 3 months that he's been there, the board has gotten more detailed reports and more direct information in terms of various indicators throughout the agency, both on the voucher side and on the public housing side.
I appreciate that. Are there any key metrics that we should be monitoring that aren't in the reports that DCHA is required to file monthly with the council?
I think those reports are pretty comprehensive. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else that we would necessarily add.
Okay. One of the STAR board's responsibilities is to propose a structure for your successor board next July. Are you evaluating any ideas for changes in the law or specific recommendations or changes to?
It's
the
funny,
board
funny you
structure?
should ask that, because just last week, some members of the board started talking about that. So our plan is to put together a small committee of the board to specifically focus on looking at ideas, and we'll be looking at board structures from other housing authorities around the country, working with industry organizations like NARA and CLAPFA to see how those boards are structured in other housing authorities.
My last question, is there anything additional that the board needs from the council?
I mean, I think the council and you particularly, Councilmember White, have been very open with us. I think, you're holding us accountable as you should. But most importantly, you've been supportive, again, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of providing additional financing resources for the agency. And again, we hope to be able to make the most effective use of those.
I appreciate it. Well, let me again thank you for the work that you're doing. It takes time and work to turn around an agency this large. There are a lot of issues to work through. So I'm under no illusion that things won't be fixed magically overnight. There are a lot of things that have to happen, a lot of fixes that need to be made, a lot of work that needs to be done to understand, not what just what's different. Different is easy, but better is more difficult. And that's where we want to get to is better.
So at this point, I mean, we're really excited about the new executive director coming in. I think he has the right background, the right attitude to help us move forward. We expect him to come in quickly, put together what he calls a recovery plan. He'll be working with the board on doing that. And certainly within a few months, we hope to see some major changes.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Well, thank you. Councilmember Fruman, do you have additional questions?
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I do not. I'm anxious to hear from the agency staff. Thank you for the testimony from the board, but I'll hold off for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker.
Yes. I just want to.
You went off.
I just want to go back, Mr. Skinner. I believe I heard you say all of the recommendations in the HUD report have been addressed.
So just to clarify, there were, in the first part of the HUD report, there were a number of recommendations under the title of governance, and those were directly related to either the board or the executive directors. For example, things like certain kinds of training that HUD wanted the board to undertake. So all of those things have been done, and those recommendations under that governance section are closed.
And then you subsequently said you had a meeting with HUD and there's other work that's in progress. And I'm assuming those are the benchmarks, let's say, that they're holding DCHA accountable.
So again, the agency staff will get into the details. There were, I think, 103 findings and recommendations. So as of this week, I believe 69 or so of those are closed. So there's still another 30 or so that are still open. And again, the director and staff can get into some of the details of what those are.
Okay. I have a lot of questions I'm trying to jump through. And it seems like there's this view of the board handles some things and the executive leadership handles some other things. I would again say, if the board is meant to help turn around things at DCHA, we need to have a more expansive view of what the board is taking on. And it's not just what's in the HUD report. It's about the lived conditions and reality of tenants on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's just my view. I want to go here. Can you speak to the progress the agency is making, returning units to a state of good repair so that they could be occupied again?
So again, you're going to hear the details. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay.
But the agency has the details, and I'm sure, and I know they are prepared to talk about that. in
So
their
is it
testimony.
fair to say that the board is only focused on satisfying what's in the HUD report?
No, absolutely not. No.
Because
we're-
that was one of the things that HUD dinged DCHA on, the number of units that are sitting vacant.
Yes,
And so for the
absolutely.
board to then say, oh, we don't even know what's going on with that.
No,
Ask them.
I'm not saying we don't know what's going on, but the staff is responsible for the details in the day-to-day.
And so the
update.
board has
We
no
get
view
reports.
on that? Are you monitoring that? Are you
Yes, we
asking
get
about that?
We get reports, and we're asking constantly. As I've said several times,
How often
not
are you
ha-
getting reports?
we get monthly reports.
Okay.
But I've said a couple times today that the board is concerned about the pace of progress and would certainly have hoped that we were further along than we are. But we are monitoring, and we get monthly reports on where we are with those make-ready units and the other aspects of indicators that we're watching.
Okay. What progress has the agency made on its efforts to ensure the housing choice vouchers wait list is addressed, the waiting list?
Again, we're making progress. We made changes to the policies and procedures for how the housing choice vouchers are handled, inspection process, and so forth. All of those changes are in process, and they're making a difference now. But I think over the course of the next several months, you'll see a much better.
So respectfully,
addition.
I would argue that's what we heard the last time we had a hearing. It's always in the next few months, and it's just, it's frustrating. We were promised that by this time, the waiting list would be open. Is that waiting list open?
No, the waiting list is not open yet.
Do we have a timeline on that?
The staff will respond to that.
So the board has no view on that?
The board has a view, but
Or is
the
it fair to?
details of how that works and the steps that have to be done to get that.
Is it fair to say that the
completed.
board is deferring to the executive leadership on that?
It's the executive leadership's responsibility to do that.
Okay. Does DCHA believe that adjustments made to the market rate for housing vouchers are meeting the goals broadly for the agency?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The adjustments made to the market rate adjustments to the housing vouchers, is it helping the agency meet its goals? That was a clunky question, sorry. I'm gonna skip down because I know time is ticking. Let me ask this more generally. What would you say is the board's mission between now and next year?
Well, according to the legislation setting this board up, by next July, we have to have recommendations for a more permanent board. But in between that and getting to that point, we have to continue to work with the staff, monitor what they're doing in terms of responding to the HUD report, making sure that they are doing the best that they can in terms of running all aspects of the agency, the Housing for Choice Voucher Program, the Public Housing Program, and even to some degree, just as important or even more important, the redevelopment projects that we've talked about today through RAD or other processes that we're going to undertake.
I would agree with that mission broadly. It is both about setting up that board, but making sure that we can actually stabilize DCHA. I will tell you, I'm troubled by this view of, oh, ask them. And if that is the tone and tenor and the culture of the board, It's no surprise why we haven't made progress. It's no surprise why directors get to not share information. And as a result, we have Washingtonians, taxpayers, that are living in deplorable conditions, conditions that none of us in this room would accept for ourselves or our loved ones. And so if it seems like I'm leaning in on this, it's because every hearing we get lip service and we haven't made the progress that the board or others have promised. So thank you for your testimony. I am now out of town.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I want to thank the board again for being with us for the work that you are doing. I do know that it's tough, that there's a lot to be done, that you're doing a lot, but there's still a lot to be done. So I appreciate the work you're doing and appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you.
We are going to move to the executive testimony. So I would like to welcome DCHA's interim executive director, Dorian Jenkins, and his staff. So I would like to ask, obviously, all of our government witnesses to raise your right hand. I'll put you under oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. No problem. So Director Jenkins, you can begin your testimony, and I would ask in your testimony that you introduce any members of your team who may be answering questions.
Thank you, Councilman White. Before I begin, I want to introduce the staff, the Senior Vice President, Hamra Gabreas, over HCV program, Ms. Nona Eve, the Senior Vice President of our Public Housing Program called PMO. And Thor, I honestly don't know your last name. Thor Nelson, and he works for our capital program. All right. So I do have a prepared testimony. But in listening to all of the testimony today, I think I'll be remiss without making a comment before I go into my testimony, if you may. Our first one is, I've been affiliated with DCHA for about 6 months now, starting as a consultant and then elevated to the interim executive director. And over that time, I've seen a commitment to this program and to these residents like I haven't seen in my 30+ years of working in this industry all across the country. This staff should be applauded. I have not heard one thank you to the staff for all they've gone through, from COVID to having to shift operations to work from home. While others were at home, they were working. While they have to shift back to the office and commute 2 hours a day and still work, while others were still not working from home or not working in the office, working remotely due to the other COVID restrictions. They were in the office serving Washingtonians. They were working. And I've seen that commitment. And I've walked all throughout the buildings, and I walked through the public housing sites, and I met the staff, I shake their hands, and they all want to do a good job. And they have not been affirmed. So I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Through leadership changes, through software changes, through changing their work location from working from home to a new building, to all of the changes they've gone through, this HUD report, constant negative reports in the media, they come to work every day and they do a great job. Can they do better? Can we do better as an agency? Yes. But the agency staff should be applauded. And I wanted to take this opportunity to say that. It's not in my testimony, but I had to take this moment to say to the staff, if they're watching, if no one else, I appreciate your efforts. I've seen this work all over the country, and I applaud your commitment through all of this to get this job done. So with that being said, I'm gonna go into my testimony. Good afternoon, Chairman White, members and staff of the Committee on Housing and members of the community. My name is Dorian Jenkins. I am the Interim Executive Director for the District of Columbia Housing Authority, DCHA. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony at today's roundtable and on DCHA operations. I am joined by my staff who have introduced previously. The mission of the DC Housing Authority is to provide quality, affordable housing to extremely low to moderate income households, foster sustainable communities, and cultivate opportunities for residents to improve their lives. As one of the largest landlords in the city, we play a critical role in the district's affordable housing network, serving nearly 6,000 households in public housing and approximately 14,000 households in the federal Housing Choice Voucher Program and more than 7,000 households in a locally administered voucher and subsidy programs, including the Low Rent Supplement Program. To give you a sense of the breadth and the depth of DCHA's work, I want to share some statistics with you, some things that often go overlooked. In the voucher program, over the last fiscal year, they processed almost 2,200 eligibility determinations. They processed 28,000 housing inspections, 8,000 recertifications and nearly 4,000 new contracts. On the public housing side, they processed 2,000 eligibility determinations, 475 new families released into public housing over the last fiscal year. 1,032 recertifications were completed. Nearly 45,000 work orders were completed in one fiscal year. For our call center, they fielded nearly 160 calls into our call center. And since we moved to the new building on 7th Street, they fielded 3,000 visitors who've come to the office to get service in one way or the other. On our capital side, we currently have 182 active capital construction projects in progress, totaling about $236 million of capital work ongoing currently. We have turned, on the capital side, 887 units. The first phase of Berry Farms, Asbury, has closed. The master plan for Langston Terrace was completed. DHA's community development entity, or CDE, DCHE, has invested more than $25 million in new market tax credits that has enabled the openings of Whitmere Walker Hospital and DC Safe Domestic Violence Shelter. That is a lot of work done in a short period of time. While all these other things were going on, staff were still working. More than 30 years ago, I got into public housing because I know that giving people housing gives them hope, affirms their value, and provides a literal foundation from which people can grow and achieve their goals. After providing support as a consultant to DCHA, and more specifically to the voucher program and the public housing program, the STAR board asked me to serve as interim executive director, which I gracefully took on. But as you know, the STAR board has completed their recruitment of a permanent executive director, and he is set to start November 1st. Since that announcement, I've met and communicated with the new executive director with the goal of ensuring that important institutional knowledge and expertise are transferred effectively. At our all staff meeting, which I held last month, I shared my priorities for this period of transition with the staff, and today I intend to share those with you. The first one was stability through this transition. Prior to joining DCHA, I was an executive leader at Nan McKay & Associates, the leading consulting firm in the affordable housing industry. In that role, I frequently had the opportunity to temporarily step in an executive leadership position to help agencies transition to new permanent leadership. For me, that means minimizing disruptions to the agency operations and workflow and making sure important priorities continue to move forward. It also means building trusting relationships and communicating and being transparent with the agency's nearly 9,000 public housing residents and nearly 45,000 voucher participants, their nearly 800 employees, the STAR Board, the City Council, and the various advocates and stakeholders who I've met with over my time here. While I've been able to provide the stability in the short term, I know this agency with the staff, the people who work here, the staff and the people who work here, and the people we serve desperately needed a permanent leader who will provide a long-term strategic vision for the agency and stability and consistency for staff. Improve customer service. We've heard a lot about customer service today. My second priority, which I spoke to staff about during this all-staff meeting, was to improve customer service throughout the agency. And to me, customer service means that we are responsive to our customers, our applicants, our participants, our residents, our landlords, and the community at large. And that we're providing accurate and timely information. Not all the information we're going to provide is what someone wants to hear, but it's important that it's accurate and timely. The agency culture change also means that we're responsive to each other, meaning our internal customers. And when our staff, our internal customers feel valued, our programs are successful. Excellent customer service will also streamline our process and reduce the administrative burdens that the agency is now filling. An area of great opportunity is our call center, which is one of the first touches for many of our stakeholders. For many, that is the face of the Housing Authority. I'm excited to share that in our fiscal year 2024 budget, we've added additional call center representatives. In addition to adding capacity, we're providing specialized training on the HCV program and all of the programs for our agency. And I mentioned HCV specifically because the majority of the calls are housing choice voucher related. And finally, we're updating our interactive voice response system, better known as an IVR, so clients are directed to the right person so they're not waiting on hold and being shifted to the incorrect person. We're also looking to update our website. So that clients and the public can get information online and they don't have to reach out to us via a call center or come down to the office. Together, we expect these changes, when fully implemented, will reduce the length of time stakeholders wait to speak with us and get their issues resolved. When we resolve their issues on the first time a customer reaches out, we have more efficient operations and improve the customer experience. In the same vein, last year, DHA's headquarters relocated to 300 7th Street Southwest. Temporarily, the agency operated during this time in swing space and our corporate customer service center was closed. We moved into this permanent location and reopened our corporate office and our customer service center, where customers can visit by appointment to meet with staff or utilize the Dropbox to submit documents and requests. Appointments can be made on our website. Because everyone's time is valuable, we review each scheduled appointment in advance so that we can address the issues beforehand when possible. While our progress in this space has not been fast enough, and we recognize that, I know that improving the customer experience is a priority for the staff and the STAR Board. Increase utilization. Perhaps the most important to those seeking affordable housing in the District of Columbia. We are focused on improving utilization in both the Housing Choice Voucher Program and public housing programs. As you're acutely aware, the strategies for increasing utilization differ in each program. On a monthly basis, DCHA works with HUD to update our projections around our HCV and public housing utilization. Over the course of the fiscal year, DCHA expects to issue nearly 11,000 housing choice vouchers, 1,100, sorry, thank you for the correction. And over the last 6 months, DCHA has selected 75 applicants from our HCV waiting list and invited them to complete eligibility. Because of the age of our waiting list, and because DCHA has not purged the list as other housing authorities across the nation do, only about 6% of the applicants that we selected from the waiting list complete eligibility. Despite this low response rate, by selecting a high number of applicants, the agency has been issuing will begin issuing new vouchers in October, and those applicants are now in the various phases of housing search and lease-up process. In addition, with the district's focus on Homeward DC, the local program has grown significantly over the past several years. I say this to say that the federal and local voucher holders are competing against each other for available units. And so if there are landlords who do not currently work with us and they're listening today, I want to encourage them to consider partnering with us to how to utilize these vouchers. Because of the high cost of rents in the district, which often drives up the security deposit, we are also using our MTW authority to cover the cost for new lease-ups in our federal program. Security deposit assistance has and will continue to be available for new lease-ups in the local program. Earlier this calendar year, DCHA invited every applicant on our public housing waiting list to complete eligibility. To date, we have 1,958 applicants who have been determined eligible and an additional 1,834 applicants waiting in eligibility determination. The agency has 74 vacant units currently ready for occupancy today and continues to turn units to make them available for new residents as those on our transfer list. Has been extensively reported, DCHA is committed to inspecting each unit and following those inspections closely with repairs as needed. My predecessor referred to this effort as the Urgent Needs Campaign. To date, 4,880 of the 6,127 units have been inspected, and we expect to have made additional attempts to inspect the remaining units by the end of the calendar year, with the goal of being able to inspect all of them. The agency has also begun to follow those inspections with necessary repairs. Work has started at 9 properties with the goal of completing all necessary work by the mid-2024. As you likely know, minimally, DCHA is required by HUD to inspect each unit in our public housing inventory annually. Earlier this year, we trained hundreds of maintenance staff and housing managers to complete those inspections, and they will be doing these inspections quarterly going forward. We expect this proactive approach to help us address potential issues early, reducing risk and costs, and improving the conditions and safety of our units. Finally, we've also shared in the past that we intend to reopen the public housing waiting list using a site-based methodology. And we are now projecting that we will be starting this process later in 2024. As far as the HUD review, a lot of conversation about the HUD review. Last, but certainly not least, in terms of priorities, I asked staff to work with me in my time here on HUD compliance. Together with the STAR Board and the incoming executive director, I met with HUD last week. Generally, HUD shared that they believed the agency was moving in the right direction, and not surprisingly, that there were a lot of areas of opportunity for the agency. The areas of concern are the areas that I've spoken about in my testimony today, and I share that to say that while there is work to do, I am confident that the agency is focused on the right priorities. HUD has reviewed many, but not all of our submissions. At this time, 69 of the 103 findings, observations, and recommendations have been closed. We received feedback in some cases that they need more time to review on others. We're setting up follow-up meetings and conversations so that we can work together to meet those expectations of closing all of the findings. Rebuilding trust. When we achieve the goals I've outlined above, improving customer service, increasing utilization, and closing the HUD audit, we also achieve the goal of rebuilding public trust. In that spirit, I think it's important for the council to know that each employee that is hired by DCHA signs a conflict of interest form at hiring, participates in ethics training, with the goal of ensuring that these important issues, remain top of mind of every employee. We recently revised our policies to make this an annual requirement. I am excited to share that our Human Resource Department will soon roll out our new Learning Management System, LMS, that will allow the agency to deliver and track training throughout a web-based system. Unlike other public housing authorities across the country, DCHA also has the distinct advantage of having an internal audit compliance department, which should serve as an early warning system, alerting leadership of potential issues before they become major problems. This internal compliance department, called the Office of Audit and Compliance, develops an annual audit plan for the agency at the start of each fiscal year. Throughout the year, the internal and external parties are also able to refer issues to the auditor for investigation. After each audit is completed, management is responsible for reviewing the audit and using the finding as an opportunity to improve the agency's operations. Finally, I want to make sure staff and the public are encouraged to report issues of concern like fraud and abuse to the Office of Audit and Compliance or to the Office of General Counsel. You can do that by emailing us at disclosure@dchousing.org or calling us at the number here, 202-918-1965. And in closing, I want to acknowledge the critical role that DCHA plays in the district's affordable housing network and the significant transformative work we, the DCHA's team, must undertake in the coming years to improve the services we provide to district residents. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Director. I appreciate your testimony. As I mentioned in my opening statement, most, if not all, of this staff at the Housing Authority want to do the right thing by our residents. And you are right to thank the staff doing that work. We also have to remember that we are called on to respond to the issues brought to us by constituents. I wish that every Housing Authority hearing didn't have 100 witnesses, and we will get there one day, but only as we work through these issues. And I don't want residents to feel concerned about bringing their concerns, including concerns about me, to us. So let me start with the public testimonies. Director, what were your high-level takeaways from the public testimonies today?
I think the agency, we can do a better job of communicating expectations to our customers, rules, regulations before they're rolled out, and provide the clarification in plain language so our customers understand why we're doing what we do. A lot of changes were mandated upon the agency that we were required to implement. I think we could have done a much better job of clearly communicating those to the public. While I know, like, we had a 45-day comment period for the ACOP changes. We had several meetings with stakeholders regarding the admin plan, but obviously there was a disconnect because that did not convey what was needed to the people that we serve. So I believe the agency can do a much better job of clearly communicating why we're doing what we do and giving the community an opportunity to provide feedback before they're rolled out.
I'm going to run through a few of the things. Some of these are things we're going to have to work on outside of the hearing, but I want to run through a few of the things raised at the hearing. One is public safety. We heard concerns from a couple of residents about safety. One resident mentioned bullets in her door. A resident from James Creek mentioned concerns. A senior mentioned that they feel like they can't go outside. And obviously I want to acknowledge, I don't believe it was on Housing Authority property, but a Housing Authority officer was shot this week. And, you know, that's something none of us ever want to see. So I do hope and I believe there is a broad appreciation for our Housing Authority Police Department. What are we doing now to keep residents safe and make sure they feel safe?
With all due respect, Councilman White, Chief Moffitt has joined us at the table. Does he need to be sworn in?
Chief, for consistency, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Housing Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you so much. If you would turn your mic on. Thank you.
So we're going to allow Chief Moffitt to speak to some of the activities of our police force. However, I want to speak to the vacant units being one of the problems for the safety issues. So one of the things we can do to improve safety is get the units occupied. Vacant units are targets for bad actors. So one of our goals, as you know, and we'll speak to later if it comes up, is to get these units leased and occupied and get them rented so they're not vacant, so they can't have people take over these units and do things that they should not be doing on our properties. Since I've been here, I've gotten a lot of reports of activity, but a lot of activity is from outside people coming onto our properties. So one of the things we can do is increase our occupancy, maybe do some landscaping to improve the sight lines, and so to allow better visibility on what's going on onto the sites to try to deter some of the activities. But I'm going to defer to Chief to talk more about some of the activities of the police department.
Thank you so much. One of the things that we are doing to piggyback on what the executive director was just speaking about, a reference to vacant units, is making sure that our department receives vacant unit reports from the property managers on a regular basis, and that we will explore each one of the units and make sure they're still secure. Just last month, well, actually it was this month, earlier this month, we got a tip about some vacant units in our Lincoln Heights community. I know Ms. Malloy just mentioned about Lincoln Heights. We sent our team there in that evening, and we recovered a Glock, a semi-automatic pistol with an extended 31 round magazine, and a lot of individually packed marijuana out of that unit. Some unknown characters, they start utilizing the unit for their drug trade. So it's very important that we know where the units are and that we check them on a regular basis to deter that type of activity. But certainly with our department, we work very closely with the Metropolitan Police Department and with our federal law enforcement partners. On many occasions, we work with the ATF, FBI, with DEA, certainly on major operations for allegations that's going on our properties. So we supply them with information, with resources to make some very substantial closures for cases going on like that. We have a automatic workforce deployment system that we created as a result of the compliance agreement with the Office of Attorney General. For the last fiscal year that just ended, I think we made over close to 10,000 patrols at those properties. For the FY 23, we made 115 arrests. Over 200 barring notices were issued on our properties. And barring notices is a very effective tool that we have the opportunity to utilize that the city police department cannot use it. Well, they can utilize it on our property, but certainly they can't utilize it on public space. And that helps keep the unwanted characters off of our property. Unfortunately, it drives them onto public space where they may create other disturbances, but the Metropolitan Police Department does a good job of taking care of that also.
Do you have vacancies in your department?
We certainly have vacancies. At my uniform staff, we have 155 uniform positions. Out of that, I think for currently we have 35 positions vacant. Now, with our uniform staff, it's not just police officers. We only have 46 sworn positions, and that includes myself and everyone below me. Of that, of those 46 positions, I think we have 35 vacancies, 12 being security officers, 12 being special police officers, 12 being police officers, 12 being special police officers, I think 9 being security officers. Each of them have their own function, but we have vacancies in all positions.
Out of 46 officers, 35 are vacant?
No, 30 out of 46, out of 155 positions, 35 are vacant.
Okay.
Out of those 46 officers, I believe I said 12 are vacant.
Okay, I see.
Can I piggyback on that?
Please.
The agency has put things in place to fill those vacancies. We've done salary studies to make sure our officers' compensation is comparable to other policing agencies in the district, because I've learned there's several. So we had to look at what we were compensating our officers. So we've looked at that. We've looked at some of the other requirements that we were able to adjust for our new officers to help us and recruit new officers coming on. So at the chief's recommendation, we looked at that. We added more funding. We increased their salary of new officers coming in so we can attract more talent to the police force.
I appreciate it.
And I just want to add one other thing. It's a 2-year capital program that we're looking at in adding more security cameras, better lighting, better doors, and locks throughout our properties.
Okay. I think Councilmember Freeman had to leave, at least for now. Councilmember Parker.
I will pick up one where we just left off. Chief, you spoke about the coordination with MPD around public safety. Can you just speak more about what that looks like?
Certainly. As the council, I'm sure you know that because council created our department here, that we were created to assist MPD and other police, other first responders on and around public housing projects. So we have to work very closely with MPD, both on patrols, and they assisting us with patrols, and we assisting them with intelligence or evidence gathering about crimes that occur on our property or around our properties. We have a very robust camera system on our properties that captures events that occur and some events that occur right off of our properties.
And is it accurate that DCHA properties are drug-free areas?
No, that is not. Well, they're drug-free to the extent that we don't allow any particular, we don't follow the city regulations as far as marijuana on our properties or any type of drug on our properties.
It's my understanding
We
that
cover federal
you
regulations.
can't have drugs in
No, you cannot.
DCHA properties.
You cannot.
We heard this week the mayor announce this initiative around drug-free zones. Has there been any coordination or communication about how that might play out in the radius around DCHA properties?
Not yet. Previous to being with DCHA, I was with the Metropolitan Police Department for about close to 30 years. And we, at the time where the original drug-free zones were initiated, it started in the 7th District. I was at the 7th District at that time. So I think I made the first arrest for a drug-free zone in the city.
Wow.
It was a few years ago.
And and unfortunately, we're coming full circle
Again.
having to think
Again.
about implementing that again. I want to, Executive Director Jenkins, come to you, and I want to echo what you started with and just sharing appreciation for the staff at DCHA. We can both acknowledge the hard work of the agency, but also acknowledge that there are many problems facing the agency. And I know most of those issues predated your tenure. So my question is around the engagement with HUD. You said they seem optimistic, or I'm characterizing what you're saying. They're saying you all are moving in the right direction, but then you said they also expressed some concerns that you highlighted in your testimony. Can you just underscore what HUD's concerns were?
Well, I would love to. During the meeting, as we were, this was a high-level meeting more about the transition of the new executive director, but we did touch on the HUD report and some of the items that we have not received feedback on as far as if they're going to be closed or not. So they said that, yes, we are happy to see that there has been positive momentum or movement within the agency. There are some questions or concerns regarding some of our submissions that we will go into detail on at a subsequent meeting. So they said they would schedule a meeting with us.
So you don't yet have clarity around.
We don't
what
have
those
clarity, so
concerns
that's
are.
what I would love to, but no.
Okay. I appreciate you sharing the email for fraud reporting that was disclosure at dchousing.org. Part of the testimony that we heard earlier is that residents feel as though they're running into a dead end. They call and they're on hold for an hour, or as the one witness said, it seems like everybody's related. You tell this person, but they're related to this person. What is the reporting system more broadly outside of fraud, but just customer service, complaint, and grievances at the agency?
Thank you. That's a great question, and it's one of the ones I posed when I started. Right now, there's an escalation process that should your concern not be answered, it goes to your immediate supervisor, then your manager, and then it works its way up, unfortunately, to me through the senior vice president, or up to me if it's not resolved. I get multiple emails.
I just want to track that. So it goes to your site manager?
If we're talking about public housing or HCV, we're talking two different things. So from a public housing standpoint, it would go to the property manager on site.
Yep.
And if that is not resolved, it will be escalated to our senior VP over public housing.
Now, are residents able to reach the senior VP?
They do, yes.
And then from there it goes.
It goes to the executive team, which would be the chief of staff or the chief operating officer, and then to me.
And so I would imagine residents can't just, or maybe they can.
They can.
They can reach out to you. And obviously we don't want you fielding every complaint. I guess what I'm getting at is the system for filing those complaints, because it seems like we're hearing there's a bottleneck happening and residents are suffering as a result. Senior, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry,
what's
Miss
the
Eve.
senior
Nona,
VP's name?
yeah, Nona Eve, Miss
Nona
Eve.
Miss Eves.
Yes.
Could you just speak to what that looks like on your end as things are escalating up from the property sites?
So what ends up happening, so each time I go out to a property, I actually leave my phone number for them to give me a call and email address. So anytime that they have an issue and my property staff
Are
does.
you open to giving your contact
It is.
for those that might be watching?
It is 202-580-4833. Again, 202-580-4833. If there are any concerns, sometimes I'm in meetings, since this is my public announcement right now. When I'm in meetings, it's much easier just to text me and I can address the issue and then follow up with a phone call.
And last question there, is there a paper trail that's following this? So from the site to you, to the executive director, is there something where we're cataloging the concerns that residents are expressing?
No, at this time, it's not, other than the text messages and the emails that come in. Those are only two ways. We don't have it actually in a reporting system as of yet.
Based on testimony, that may be something that the agency needs to look at. I'm
Yes, sir.
dwindling down to my last minute. I wanted to come to the waiting list, and the bombshell that I heard is this waiting list that we were promised that was going to open in October of this year is now going to be late next year.
Correct.
Can you just
Well,
explain
and
why?
sometime in 2020.
And I know you didn't the previous executive director gave the goal of October of this year, but why is the timeline shifting yet again?
Because of the need. As I was shared in my testimony, we have nearly 2,000 families that are eligible now that we don't have units for them. So we need to have those units become available so we can house those families. And we have another around 1,800 or so that we're about to determine eligibility for within the next few months. So to open the waiting list and establish it, in my opinion, would give false hope that we're ready to house families when we first need to house those families now that are pending, that are ready to be housed, and determine eligibility for the remaining families. And then once we've gotten a handle on that and we have those units ready to come online, through attrition, new units become available, and then we can identify when is the best time to open the waiting list so that we won't have a recurrence of what's going on, what happened previously, where people have been sitting on a waiting list for years and years and years and unable to be housed. So all housing authorities across the country have to be strategic in when they open a waiting list so that it doesn't become stale dated, so that we can help families as soon as possible.
Understood. Thank you. That is my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We've been joined by at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson. Believe, nope. Okay, no, not yet. All right. Well, let me jump back into questions. If Director, if you all could put eyes on, there were two properties, James Creek and Greenleaf, where people mentioned particularly pervasive rat issues. I know, Ms. Heath, we've been over there before and discussed even this issue. Obviously, it's a difficult issue. There are times a year, there's sometimes when there's construction where it gets worse. But if you could look into those, I would appreciate it. And I know residents would as well.
Yes, sir. Councilman, can I make a statement, please?
Yeah.
We do realize that there is an issue, and so our tactic associated with that has actually changed. Instead of us actually just doing the outside and common areas, we're actually going into units quarterly to actually address that. So that's something that we started this month, is for us to actually go into units quarterly, not just when families call us. And we're supposed to go in and treat every unit in the properties to actually address their issues. So we can push them outside to other places and not in our unit.
I appreciate it. Director, something that came up several times, very concerning, is the idea of retaliation for residents complaining. Can you say something about how you view that and what the agency is doing or needs to do on that front?
that was very concerning for me. All of our clients, customers, I call them customers, residents and HCV clients, should feel safe in reporting issues that they're having with their housing or in their voucher. So that was disturbing. And I'm going to, in my opinion, my outgoing opinion, that is something that we should look at as far as training with our staff to understand that these are our customers and they should be treated with respect, and they have the ability to report issues without fear of retaliation. We can do that through training, reiterating that with the staff consistently. And if those, in my opinion, if they're not able to follow that, then we may need to look at making changes with those staff. I'm sure the incoming director, in my brief conversations with him, customer service is very important. And I'm sure he's going to address that with the staff to reiterate that our customers should feel comfortable reaching out to us. So I agree that that's disturbing and that should not be a practice throughout in any part of DCHA.
I appreciate that. I cannot remember, is there an ombudsman in the agency?
Yes, we do. He's great.
Okay. Obviously, this requires more thought, but one thought for consideration is to make sure the ombudsman's role and information are more widely known, so that people feel like they have an advocate. Also would give a way to track if there are particular customer service representatives that are getting, more complaints and perhaps need more training.
That's an excellent idea. So we'll write that down for the incoming ED.
I appreciate it. Another concerning thing that came up in multiple testimonies, several people from Kenilworth, Berry Farms, Greenleaf. Apparently I can only remember 3. I'm forgetting the other one.
Atomic Gardens.
Capper, actually, Capper. There we are. Said the same thing, not given enough information. They don't know the timeline, whether it's the timeline for the start of construction or if construction has already happened or started, timeline for coming back in the case of Berry Farm and Capper. We need soon and a clear idea of what's happening on those properties and what will be communicated to residents so they have a clear understanding of where things are. That's a difficult state of limbo.
Yeah. Agree. I don't want to make a commitment for the new executive director, but we do know where each of these are in the process as far as completion. And that information should be, in my opinion, continuously shared with the residents at least monthly on where we are with construction and completion. For instance, Kenilworth, we expect that to be completed by the end of this year, calendar year, and have families start moving in December back to Kenilworth property. That is something that we should be communicating with the residents every month, where they are. I know where we are. I know we've reached out to those first families who's going to be returning and advise them where we are in the process, but we need to reach out to the broader community as well, letting them know where we are.
I appreciate that. There's currently a dispute with the contractors at Kenilworth. How are they going to be done by the end of the calendar year?
This is phase 1 that is going to be done. We and the DCHA anticipated phase 2 and 3 to become much later, years later. But even though that agreement has, as you know, been terminated, phase 1 is still scheduled to be completed by the end of this calendar year.
I appreciate it. And let me add Judiciary House to that list. They mentioned sort of an unknown as well. I didn't mean to leave them out.
Can I speak?
Please.
Judiciary specifically mentioned an MOU. They talked about having submitted it and hadn't received feedback. And I know our team has reviewed it and is ready to go back to them with some feedback on that MOU and then have discussions on the ongoing management there at Judiciary.
Okay, and we'll continue to talk about the request from the residents to have a seat at the table. The draft regs, what are the next steps on those before they become, the emergency regs? What are the next steps on those?
From a housing authority standpoint, because there's 2 different things here. From the DC regulations, they have to be adopted as emergency and adopted. But from the housing authority standpoint, the new ACOP and admin plan were implemented. The board approved them, and we submitted it to HUD, and they were implemented. We are now going through this process again of updating them because the housing authorities typically are supposed to update these annually. DCHA was remiss in this previously, but we are going through that process of updating them now. We received, as I heard feedback, we previously to someone who testified that we received a lot of feedback from advocacy groups. We've a lot of feedback from residents, and we're looking to incorporate those where we can into the new plans, as well as new rules and regulations that are being rolled out by HUD. There's new inspection protocols that are required. There's some new rules, they call them HOTMA, that we have to incorporate. So we're in the process right now updating both the admin plan and the ACOP. And I believe we're looking to bring those forward to the board sometime in March. But first, we need to gather as much information as possible, update both of those policy documents, and get community and advise the community on where we are with them, and get their feedback before they're adopted.
Okay, I appreciate that. To round this out, the admin plan and ACOP, will there be another round of public input?
Yes.
Before, okay. And what's the agency's policy on responding in writing?
We have a 45-day comment period, and then we have a public meeting where we take all questions from the public on those policies. And our policy should be to respond to all of those comments in writing.
Okay. Could someone send us the timeline for the public comment period, so that we can just discuss with the agency what the outreach plan is, and make sure residents won't agree with everything, but I at least want to make sure, we want to feel like they weren't caught off guard.
Absolutely. We have a tentative timeline for updating both, and we can get those to you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker.
I want to go back to the relationship with the board. Can you just characterize, not philosophically, but like what does the engagement look like week to week, day to day, month to month?
Well, not philosophically, the way the housing authority is set up is what I was discussing previously. But as far as day to day and month to month, Commissioner Skinner, the chairperson, communicates with me at least once a week, if not more, asking me about where we are with operational items, specifically the high profile things like the HUD audit, reasonableness, and other things that have come up in the newspaper. So we speak every week, at least once, if not more. And then we have committee meetings throughout the month to discuss items that we're going to bring to the board or things that the housing authority is looking to implement. And those
quick question there.
Yes.
Those committee meetings, that's with board members and members of the staff?
You're right. I should have said these committee meetings are made up of board members.
Got it.
And the staff present these to those committee members of the board. And the board, those committee members give their feedback, recommendations, amendments. And then once we finalize and get their approval, then it's pushed to the full board for approval.
That's what I would imagine a board would do.
That's what they.
And I'm sure there is a lot of engagement there. I will just come back, and I know you're on your way out, or maybe not out, but transitioning. The areas that I would just highlight that came through the testimony, the caseworker management process. Again, I understand DCHA is not directly responsible for hiring these individuals. From your side of things, what focus or discussion or systems exist to monitor caseworkers and how they're working with tenants in DCHA?
So we can clarify, case managers are not DCHA employees. These are most of the time DHS.
Yes.
They hire and monitor their performance. We do engage with our partners on at least on a weekly basis, meeting on the status of referrals for vouchers for the local program. And if we see that we're not receiving referrals or those case managers are not being responsive to us, we escalate that to their supervisors and management, saying that these case managers are not being responsive. We're hearing this from.
If you are hearing from DCHA tenants that they have a grievance with their case manager, then you are elevating that with these DHS.
Yes, we would elevate the concerns that we get from once they come over to us. It's a partnership. They're DHS, for instance, and our clients. So if they're having problems reaching their case manager, which we're not, we would escalate that back to DHS, saying that Dorian Jenkins, for instance, has stated that he hasn't been able to communicate with his case manager.
And if I could
I
offer a
would-
recommendation,
Also add that DHS has a network of community service
Yes.
providers that are actually doing the case management. And so
and we know
Um,
that they are not all created equal. I guess what I'm getting at is,
but we do participate in some of the meetings, the coordination meetings, and provide training so that we do provide information in coordination with DHS directly to the service providers as
Yes.
well.
I appreciate that. What I'm getting at is it may be necessary for DCHA to take a more proactive role in mining for those concerns and elevating them. And when I speak with DHS, this is going to be something I lean in with them as well. But it sounds like there is a process if tenants get their concerns to the right people. And so whether that's a survey, an inventory, or just engaging, it would be helpful to be more proactive there, because this is a theme that just keeps coming up that I know is not necessarily in your wheelhouse, but through that coordination that you're speaking of, perhaps we can improve the partnership there. Yes.
Right, but I think the other element that I would say too is the conversation around case management and what their goals are. Those are things that we don't have necessarily any information or visibility on. So I think for DCHA to send out a survey about case management may not.
Again, I'm going
But-
back to my philosophical view.
Right.
If the board and the agency is to oversee, maintain the well-being of DCHA tenants, and tenants are saying this is an issue, I
Right.
get that DCHA
absolutely.
doesn't own this. I guess what I'm suggesting is perhaps DCHA,
partnership and
yes, should
collaboration.
raise
Yes.
this
We
as a
absolutely-
concern for someone else to lean in.
Yes.
And I would agree with that. And I respectfully think a survey would be okay, because we're not going deep dive into their case management
That's right.
service. We're looking at, are you able to communicate with your case manager?
And
Are
if you
having
see
issues?
9 out of 10 tenants
Right.
are saying this is an issue, now the alarm bells are ringing.
Right.
And so that's what I mean, just being more proactive there could be really helpful.
And that's what I heard from you.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that.
In my last minute and a half, I believe my computer didn't die on me, but I believe I remember you saying you pulled 74 people off of the waiting list, or maybe it was 75, and you turnkeyed 75 units.
Well, we have 74 units currently ready to be leased. And that's on the public housing side. And we have nearly 2,000 families who have been determined eligible. Those eligibility determinations are for varying bedroom sizes.
I guess what I'm getting at is, those people you pulled off the list that were deemed eligible, do they have first dibs on those
Yes.
turned around units? And it seemed like there was a one-off number, so you may have pulled 75 people off and there were 74 units, or vice versa. But that would make sense, given what you're saying. The challenges are for opening up the waiting list more broadly, is that you don't want people just sitting there
Right.
while we don't have units for them.
Exactly.
I know that was also in the HUD report, and I will follow up offline, just around the process and what is necessary to speed up the turning around of those remaining units.
Well, if you don't mind, we
Yeah.
can touch on that right now.
Yeah, well, I only have 15 seconds.
Oh,
but
okay,
yes.
I won't touch on
I-
that.
I'm constantly monitoring the clock, trying to be
Okay.
respectful, but I do appreciate you all's testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Director, how many public housing units are currently vacant?
You have the exact number.
1,886 as of the beginning of the month.
Okay. The board hearing on October 11th I think the report was that there were 2,700 vacant units.
It was a mixture between the vacant units that we will actually be turning, and then offline units that we have. So those that are administrative units and those that are in modernization or other demo dispo statuses.
Okay, so so there are units that no one lives in that are deemed vacant, categorized as vacant. There are other units that no one lives in currently that are not categorized as vacant.
So you have those units that are categorized as vacant, which is the 1,800 plus.
Mhm.
And then you have those that's roughly close to 800 that are either modernization, categorized as modernization, because we have some type of deep turn in reference to those, for lack of better words. Then we have some that are administratively offline for resident services and things of that nature, police officer units. And then you have another set that's offline for demo dispo. So it's a combination of all of those that makes up the 2,700 units that we currently have that are vacant or not
Okay.
occupied.
So for units that are for demolition or what's the other?
Demolition or modernization,
You said demo dispo, you
Yes,
said,
yes.
what's dispo?
it's disposition. So it's either we're gonna demolish it
Mhm.
or we're gonna change the disposition in reference to it. We may take it off and then bring it back in. Demo means that we're gonna completely take it out of inventory and may rebuild later on down the road.
Okay, so tracking the number of vacant units doesn't necessarily tell us how many units are offline. What are the requirements for a unit to be categorized as a sort of approved for modernization? Does that mean they're gonna be modernized within a certain amount of time?
So what'll happen is that our unit turns have been part of our capital programs, and PMO is actually taking that back over. But what will happen is that those units will actually go under contract with a contractor to actually do the required work for it. So they'll do a scope in reference to what's actually required for the unit. So is it that we're doing the flooring, the walls, replacing appliances and things of that nature? And so that'll go in the contract. They'll have a time frame in reference to when that unit will be done. And then we will request from HUD to actually take it out of our inventory so it doesn't tick against our, go against our occupancy number.
Okay, and so we need to be tracking, council and the public, the total number of units in the universe and the number of vacant units so that we can best see shifts. Because the number of vacant units doesn't necessarily tell us the number of unoccupied units.
Correct. And then we also have to take in consideration when we're actually doing that we need to also take in consideration the units that are, that we actually do new admissions for. And then also take in consideration the units that are actually transferred. So that's actually a net. So if I transfer Ms. Smith from 102 to 103, it's zero. And
Right.
so I just had another unit that went offline, but I actually occupied something that just turned. So
Right.
we have to take that in consideration as well.
Okay. And so how do you calculate the occupancy percentage?
So luckily enough, HUD does that for me. So it's actually a public dashboard that's actually available that provides a mass number, a number from HUD in reference to our occupancy. So I use that.
But we use the HUD, but internally, what we look at is available units and minus those that are leased. So we know units that we've requested HUD to take offline, so they're not counted against us because they're gonna take extensive repair. Typically, we would like to have a unit made ready for rent within 21 days or so, or within a month. But some of the units, when they become vacant, need 2, 3, 4 months worth of work. So we go to HUD and take them out of our offline or put them in modernization status until they're done.
My concern there is that if a unit needs that much work and it doesn't get addressed soon, then the issue gets worse. And, eventually we may lose it and might not even realize that it's been sitting vacant because we're kind of looking at the number of vacant units. So how do we guard against that? Units just sitting in disrepair.
Well, fortunately, under Ms. East's leadership, since she's taken over, she has required her property managers to walk properties consistently, at least weekly, to give us an update on where we are with our vacant properties. So she's aware, and our capital programs team is aware of the status of these properties.
Okay.
So they're consistently or constantly walking the properties, looking at the vacant units on site and determining the status and updating Ms. E.
Okay, so this touches on what was going to be my follow-up question. How confident are you in the occupancy percentage?
I will tell you that if you asked me that almost 2 years ago, I would like no, but I feel rather confident in reference to that number.
Okay. Do you anticipate that DCHA will ask HUD for permission to take more units offline?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mhm.
How many?
That is, I would probably say 100 or so. Let me get the numbers, because we have quite a few units that we need to still take out of inventory.
Mhm.
So, we won't be leasing those up. Prime example, something, the units that we call on the hill at Lincoln Heights, those are not coming back in inventory. So we actually need to remove those completely. So
Okay.
there are some that we have to remove out of inventory. So once we get that information, we'll actually provide that in our report.
Okay, I appreciate that. And we'll make sure we're working with you so that we understand the different categorizations. Just having a firm understanding of what's happening.
Can I recommend that we work together to amend the report? Sorry, guys, to amend the report that the Housing Authority sends to you, because I've looked at it and it does not, in my opinion, convey what we should be conveying to you as someone who's providing oversight to the Housing Authority. It's not giving the accurate information, in my opinion, and I've discussed it with staff, just like I revised the reports that the board get to be more detailed and more accurate. I would suggest that your team and the Housing Authority team sit and go over what exactly you need, and we provide information that's more useful, in my opinion.
I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that a great deal. Let me ask one more question about vacancy. Actually, no, let me turn to Councilmember Parko.
This will be my last round, I promise.
No
But I want to
problem.
pick up there. Can you give an example of information that is shared that you don't believe is as helpful as it could be?
For instance, there's a report that shows 30, 60, 90 days vacant, which isn't telling the story of our occupancy at right now and where we are in getting units ready to lease. So I would look at available units total units minus offline units. Then we look at available units, and then we'll look at what is our strategy to get them back into inventory ready to lease. And we can send you those reports on, instead of how long they've been off, when do we anticipate them coming back
Yes.
online?
Yes.
So you would see within 30 days, within 60 days, within 90 days, which units will be ready to be released. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate you flagging that. I was actually going to go and talk about mode, and that be the last focus point for me. But before I go there, how long, what is the average time that it takes to turn a unit around? If you had to give a ballpark.
That really depends on the unit. So some
Okay.
units that are not, let me just say this, and since I've been here, these units have not been addressed for so long that they need so much work. We don't know what we don't know. I was talking to the Capitol team and they said, well, Dorian, we went there for one thing, but when we opened the wall, we found 10 other things.
Yeah.
So
And
when
you would
stay on,
argue that it hasn't been happening along with the inspections.
yeah, that is when
haven't-
it's happening
haven't
during
been
inspections.
happening.
Yes.
That makes sense to me. And look, can you give a best case, worst case scenario in terms of time?
Or I don't want to commit you.
Make one point of clarification. The inspections weren't on vacant units. They were on the occupied units. So
Fair
when
enough.
we go
Fair.
in to assess a vacant unit, we do an inspection. At that point is when we discover the full scope of work. And I think as you alluded to, the longer a unit is staying offline, the greater chance for an increase in scope, which could take it from some, we'd expect that if unit just coming offline, tenant leaving, would typically take between 7 and 21 days to turn. The units we're looking at are typically now reaching the 60 to 90 to 120 day range, because you start to deal with things like abatement, needing to make plumbing changes, electrical changes, things like that.
That is helpful. So it should be 7 to 21 days, but depending on what you're finding, that may turn into a many month process of turning around that unit. Related to that, we heard a witness share about the health implications of mold and other contaminants. I know that was also included in the HUD report. Are you all tracking how many units have been identified as having mold and contaminants, and what generally is the process for mitigating that?
So we do have a report that we maintain in reference to units that are reported in reference to mold. What happens is that we actually get a third-party contractor to come out and actually assess it, to tell us at what levels and what needs to be done. And then we'll turn around and the third-party contractor will actually remediate the process. And the family will actually be placed in a hotel depending on the extent of the damages.
I got you. And so making sure I'm tracking what you're saying, you said reporting. So is that another one of these systems that if a tenant flags it, then you address it?
So based on a work order, so it's a couple of ways. We've actually walked the unit. We see that there's mold in there. A family has actually reported that information through either a work order or a phone call to somebody saying that they suspect that they have mold. And then we actually have a report of the units that we've actually done remediation or somebody has contacted in reference to an assessment being done.
And I heard the executive director say every unit will be inspected annually. And the goal is to be doing those inspections quarterly, which would set the agency up to catch the mold, I would assume. I'm not sure how deep or extensive these inspections are, but that might be a way to catch it moving forward. But can you turn, and if you don't know the number offhand, but I would like to know just how many units are we talking about that are in queue of being addressed? Are we talking about a dozen, hundreds, that are facing mold issues? As that again was something highlighted in the HUD report, but also we heard testimony today about. That would be helpful.
I'm sorry, Councilman, can I get back with you in reference to that number?
Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't expect you to know that off the top of your head. But that would be helpful information for the committee to just keep an eye on. I'm going to yield back the remainder of my time as I have to go to a community meeting. But I do plan to follow up. Executive Director, thank you for standing in the gap and the support that you're providing. I will work with the committee just in terms of follow-up, but for members of the board, I do plan to follow up on just how we can work together to bring up some of those issues. And it seems like there's a commitment, at least from the executive director, to kind of do an inventory around the case worker management system and being proactive there. So with that, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I really appreciate you being with us for this hearing. Ms. Eth, you notified the STAR board that the property management team was going to tour the units marked not ready and see how many of those actually were ready for move-in. Have you done that? And if so, what did you find?
My team is still in the process of finishing it up. They should actually have that done by tomorrow. And then I'll be able to report back.
Okay, thank you. And can you update us as you finish that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Director, does the agency tracks work orders, right?
Correct.
Open work orders?
Yes.
Okay. How are those moving now?
They're moving better now. However, we're going to see a large increase in work orders as a result of all the inspections. So you're going to see a spike up, but we're also going to see them close a lot faster. I will say there was a data integrity issue with the conversion over to Yardi, so a lot over to the new business system, sorry, which caused some of the reporting to not be accurate. But now we are fully integrated in Yardi, and work orders are being coded correctly and closed out timely when the work is done. So the reports will be more reflective of the work being done. So the average time frame to complete work orders, we expect to go down in the coming months.
Okay. Is the agency in communication with resident council presidents on those changes and expectations?
We speak to resident council presidents in reference to the expectations. I will be honest, they're one-offs. I'll have the conversation with one resident council president, but not as a whole.
Okay.
So I'll work on communication in reference to that.
Okay, just so they can let you know how things are looking on the ground and I understand that it's DCHA plan to spend $25 million on I'm sorry, before I get there, Director, did you say the inspections in your testimony should be completed by the end of the calendar year?
No,
No.
not the end of this calendar year. We're anticipating them to be completed sometime in 2024 by middle of the year.
Okay. So I understand that DCHA planned to spend $25 million on the urgent needs campaign. How much of that has been spent at this point?
I don't have that number right at this moment, but we are, just for your information, expecting to need more than 25 million now that we've seen the condition of the units. We talked about that and we anticipate stating that it would cost more than 25 million to get these units back online. We can come back with you with the exact number spent thus far.
I appreciate it. And understandable. I would expect it would cost more than 25 million. And I hope the agency will be in touch with us as there are needs that we can help with. And the inspections have revealed, not surprisingly, a lot of smaller families living in larger units, contrary to HUD rules. And I know too, something that the agency has been focused on. This means you have to try to relocate them relatively quickly. How are you balancing the need to get households into right-size units versus allowing people to stay in their neighborhoods?
So, to be honest, our priority is a couple. One of those is environmental health and safety concerns that we have. So we move those families and then we have new admissions. What'll happen is that we will get to a much more robust right-sizing effort in reference to our families, but right now we have a priority in reference to environmental and new admissions. And so as we come across somebody that may be in a 4-bedroom and we need that on site, then we will work with that family to relocate them and then rehab it so we can get somebody else in there that actually needs the bedroom size. So it's not a robust effort as of yet.
Okay. All right. So this is something on the horizon more than. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But we will say that we do try to keep the families within that community if possible. We understand though that community those linkages that they have within the community. So the last resort would be to relocate them outside of that community. So the PMO or the property management staff looks to, if we have to relocate someone, looks to try their best to keep them within that community if possible.
There was it seems like for a while concern that staff were completing some work orders but not closing out tickets. Is this still a problem? Is there a new practice here?
It is a new practice. That's why we have 44,000 work orders that's actually been closed, is that we've actually been going through closing older work orders with notes in there saying that the work had been completed and then closing it out. In addition to that, so we are verifying the accuracy of that. We're actually doing quality control to make sure that there is accuracy and people are not just closing tickets just to close.
I appreciate it. When we visited Garfield, one of the issues that came up was there are a number of vacancies for maintenance laborers. Is there anything that the agency is doing, can do, wants to do to staff up?
So right now, so our maintenance department is, we need help in that department substantially. One of the things that we've been doing is we've been doing an ATP program, bringing in people, residents that are interested in the program to learn maintenance skills to come in as a laborer position to assist us. We're also doing, have a partnership with DOES in reference to people coming in that way to do work with us to get the training necessary. And then our intention is to be able to hire them to close the gap in reference to what we need on at the properties.
About how many residents have participated in that program?
I do not have that number.
We don't have that number, but we just attended a graduation where there were approximately 10 graduates from that program, which we met with them and they are eager to start. They came to me, now, how do I apply for a job? How do I apply for a job? So they just completed that apprenticeship program. So we know just recently we had a graduation.
Okay. Given the historic, this predates probably everybody there, issues with maintenance, I think attention to why people leave or what makes it difficult to attract them is going to be important for building a core of people that can do the work and stay. And again, given the importance, I think the council broadly understands the importance here. So I would work very hard to get support. If you all need financial support, whatever you need in that effort, please let us know.
I do want to mention, the agency brought on a new human resources vice president over human resources, and she has done an analysis of all of the processes, and she's bringing in new recruitment tools. She's expanded the Housing Authority's footprint on where they recruit, how they recruit. She's bringing on more online ways to onboard staff. So she is actively working with her team, but now that they're fully staffed, working with her team to fill the vacancies.
Excellent. Empower DC reached out to my team for a clear understanding where things stand with Arthur Capper. Actually, yeah, so let me get some clarity on this one in particular. And I can follow up with more detailed questions, but is there an estimate of when the remaining public housing replacement units should be available? You got no one else to look at.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna punt this over the door.
Yeah, we're currently working on parcel 881 south, which is the one most closest to 11th Street. And that's and then it's dependent upon that parcel getting awarded tax credits. And then the other parcels, 768 and 767, which are the ones that are the vacant parking lots that you referred to. We plan to RFP the first one of those within early next year, once we've finalized the agreement with our current master developer on the development of 881.
Okay.
And so I'd say, we anticipate generally it takes about 2 to 3 years to get from releasing a solicitation to getting a developer that starting construction on a parcel.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say if you're looking for an outward estimate of how long to complete the remaining parcels, we're probably looking at a 6 to 7 year time frame at minimum.
Okay. How long has the agreement with the developer been in place?
I'm not exactly certain on the exact date, but it's been over a decade.
Okay. Yeah, obviously there's a trend here, feel like Langston, Kenilworth, Greenleaf, their agreements, their expectations, and then things sit for a long time. What's the reason that seems to keep happening?
Well, public sector development across the district and other cities is complicated, right? First off, most of the projects require subsidy or some sort of public financing, which can often take, is often competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And so that can take some time and add uncertainty. Additionally, most of the projects require land use approvals, which can add up to 5 years on a project timeline to get a planned unit development and the building permits after that. So luckily, we've made some advancement on that with the latest comp plan. We have future land use that will allow us to do more what we call without requiring a planned unit development. And then I'd say the third factor is, is market timing. So interest rates and other financial factors change. So for example, with Capper, that project was started during the early 2000s when there was a strong commercial real estate market. And originally there was the intention of building an office building that would provide revenue for building the rest of the phases. But after the financial crisis, the commercial real estate market in the district softened and there was no longer the demand to do that. And so the project changed. And I think that's what you see with a lot of projects. So when they get extended out 5, 7 years, then they get extended out even longer because financial changes impact the program and the development plan. So our goal is to try to shorten that by taking out the land use as well as the as well as trying to make a more straightforward financing path.
Okay. So when someone bids on this, they don't have to have their financing isn't in order before they reach an agreement with the housing authority?
In the past, that hasn't been the case, but what we're trying to move towards is to providing solicitations that have a full financing package attached. So here's the subsidy that we're going to provide towards the project, and then you provide us detailed financial terms for that financial subsidy. So that then on day one, we have a game plan that's pretty concrete in terms of how we can move forward on a project, rather than having to go through a number of steps to secure different financial arrangements.
Okay. We'll follow up over time on this issue. This has just been such a pattern over the years. I mean, all the way back to Northwest One, I'm sure even before that. And I want to make sure when our collective watch things change, we identify sort of what there's some things we can't control, like you said, changes in the market, but there have to be things that we can control better. And I just want to make sure working together that we control as many of those things as possible.
Yeah, and so as I said, I think the biggest thing that we could probably partner on is, before we go out to solicit with a developer, having that financing package and that subsidy package determined, so that then it's turnkey development. And it's not them going around trying to pull things together, adding time to the project once, and then market timing and other things starting to impact the deal.
Right. And for Kenilworth, for the next phase, that will be phase 2 is the next one. There's going to be a new RFP on that. What's the timing for that RFP?
We're looking to get that RFP out ASAP, so we hope to have it out by the end of the year. But the bigger issue is we need to get a PUD extension, so we anticipate that that'll actually be the bigger schedule driver than getting the developer on board. So we anticipate getting the developer on board relatively quickly in the next 6 to 9 months, and then they can begin working with us while we finalize the PUD extension.
Okay. Okay. If you would let us know if it looks like that timeline is going to extend, I'd appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Thank you. Want to turn to the voucher process. How long is it taking staff to determine voucher applicants' applicability? Eligibility, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So we're talking about the local?
Yes,
local-
yes.
Okay. Because we have 2 different programs.
Yes,
That's what I
federal and
was,
local.
make sure
Thank
we
you.
compare, are we speaking about the voucher program on a federal side or the local program that's referral based?
Local program.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so it's on average about 52 days.
Now 52, I think, is a reduction from where it was relatively recently. I'm trying to remember, we've been tracking a number of metrics on the voucher flow. But that's still quite a lot of time. Why is it taking that long?
So the eligibility determination process is, it's part receiving the information. There's third-party verification that needs to happen. Sometimes there's forms or information that's missing. And so there's some back and forth that would happen. But then it's also if there's an increase in applications that come in. So processing time sometimes do get slowed down just by the volume of new applications that have come in. So it's a various factors that might impact. That we are working to continue to improve processing times, and some of it is engaging with our partners and case managers and service providers so that we can work through the questions or walk them through what is needed on the front end to kind of help manage so that it moves smoother on the back end.
How many people work on that part of the program?
The eligibility team, we have about 20. And so it's about half and half in terms of federal and local.
Okay.
We do have turnover, so sometimes we may not have our full complement, and so that is something that we continue to do. So we work with our HR department in terms of recruitment.
Okay. So what specifically are you doing to speed up the process?
The eligibility determination process.
Yes.
So one of the things that we're doing is the work that we're doing with the lab and DHS. So the forms themselves are, forms that were created years ago. Some parts are duplicative or outdated. And so we've actually been working with the lab to revamp the whole application process and try to make it a bit more user-friendly, electronic, just to be able to make it easier to fill out the information. The other is just making sure that we also have, that all staff have the necessary access to the third-party verification tools. Because with each turnover, there's also a learning curve and there's access that's needed in the various systems for third-party verification.
What's your timeline for the revised form?
We've been, the lab has been amazing. I'll say this is, there's a template, is not quite the word.
There's a draft.
Right, there's a draft that's already in development, it's in testing. And then once we've actually had many meetings. And so with the form that they have, they're going through testing. I think going into early next year is when it should be public and in use. Because they're also working to make it fillable. So once we have a final, then it's also to make it fillable. The other thing we do have is we have an applicant portal. And now this year is we launched the participant portal. And so we're trying to work towards having more access to technology so that people can actually put in their information directly into our systems, because I think that too will help move things.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for the form. Did you say this year or did you say early next year?
Early next year.
Okay, like early when it's still cold?
Yes, when it's still cold.
Okay.
Yes, early 2024.
Okay. For the local vouchers, DHS has generally reviewed those applications before they're sent to DCHA. Is that right?
Yeah, so the as I understand it, case management works with the actual client in terms of putting the information together. Then it's packaged by DHS and then turned over to us.
And what's usually missing that creates the holdup?
Sometimes it's I think just anecdotally, and I think you can where there's inconsistent information. So they might have income information that says one thing, but then the third-party verification says something else, or they have a change in their income, or if they haven't provided all of the information for all the household members. So sometimes it's very simple. It might be just a difference in spelling, but other times it's just information that's not complete.
There's one thing that we did see where there was conflicting information provided by the applicants where they have the ability to self-certify. So they have the ability to self-certify their income and assets, but then they provide something on the application saying, I have these income and assets, and then they say they don't have it. So we have to go through this verification process to find out which one is accurate. So when we process that contract, we're using accurate information. And we found in my time here, that's been one of the things that we found that's been an impediment, just verifying which one is accurate. You're self-certifying this, but the application says this.
Are there recurring meetings with DHS on the applications?
Yes.
And so you all are working together to give feedback on the issues and consistencies, missing things?
Yes, and in systems too. So so that we'll send them back information. They'll work with their providers and they'll send us the information as well.
Oh, well, I guess I'm speaking about something different. I know that you all are sort of communicating back and forth on particular cases, but what I'm wondering is, do you all sit down monthly and sort of review what the common issues were so that DHS can change or improve anything they need to on the front end?
No, I think that's a great question and one that I can take back to the team. So I don't know if it's a formal process like that or if it is. Yeah. So, but I think I'll certainly take that back to the team.
I think if it's not sort of at a higher level, then everything seems like a one-off and you're not catching trends. And there have to be some trends in here that we could catch and cut some of the work off of from your team.
Yep.
Rent reasonableness. I know this came up with Councilmember Fruman, I think raised it and has been working on this. DCHA, some residents mentioned this too. DCHA adopted a new rent reasonableness process in July. Could you summarize what HUD requires and how DCHA complies?
Yes, summarize. HUD requires before we enter a contract that we do a unit rent reasonableness test to ensure the rents that we approve on that housing assistance payment contract is consistent with non-assisted market rents in the area. So the housing authority, instead of doing this in-house, decided to contract this out with a national firm that does this for over almost 800 housing authorities nationwide and produces more than 1 million comparable rents studies every year. And we do it, we follow all the HUD requirements of looking at the bedroom size of the unit, the bathroom size, the location, things of that nature. All the things that HUD required us to look at when we do rent reasonableness is done by our vendor.
And so how the I think it was Children's Law Center testified that there was a case where a family found a unit in a building. The rent was comparable to the other rents in the building, but I guess it hadn't been approved for rent reasonableness, or there was, somehow was rejected. Do you have a sense of what could have been happening there?
We actually know what happened. We researched that one when we heard it during testimony. Initially, when we did the rent reasonableness assessment, it did not come back to the amount the owner wanted. And the process is to go back to the owner and ask if they're willing to reduce the rent. If they're not, if they're willing to produce comparables that support the rent that they're asking. In this case, initially, the owner said no. A subsequent voucher holder came to the owner and asked to rent a unit, and we ran reasonableness, and they provided additional comps, and we were able to provide that owner a higher rent than we were able to approve previously, but still not up to the amount they originally wanted, but they accepted that rent at that time.
Okay. Is this, okay.
I think I would also add to that, so the requested rent, when we plug it into the tool, it will filter out any assisted units, so any other rents that might be assisted. And so sometimes that too can impact. So if they could have other assisted, so depends on what the rents are. And so I think our typical process too is just that the landlord submits the information with the features and amenities, and we actually try to determine the rent reasonableness on the front end. So to try to minimize, let them know before inspection whether or not it meets rent reasonableness. And if it is less, as Director said, if it's less than what they asked for, then we go back to the landlord to see if they will accept that rent and then continue to move forward or not.
One of the concerns raised in testimonies, Mr. Garau, who's testified with us before, said that even with the new rent reasonableness program, if the agency is overpaying compared to comparable units, DCHA's policy is to not correct that amount unless or until the landlord asks for more than they're currently asking for. Is that accurate?
That would not be 100% accurate, but under the former leadership, we made a determination that it was in the best interest of the agency when we roll out the new rent reasonableness, not to to hold harmless those where the agency had decided previously that those rents were agreeable. So this was an agency decision previously to say, yes, we would rent this unit to you for this amount. Now that we roll out the new rent reasonableness program, we're not going to go back and say, oh, we made a mistake and reduce your contract rent. What we will do going forward, if you request a rent increase, we will run the rent reasonableness test. And if after running that test, your unit is determined that the rent is too high or should be lowered, we will lower your contract rent for that unit. If it goes up, we would give them that new amount. And we disclose this to the owners before they request a rent increase. And we also discussed this through several owner meetings that we had prior to rolling out the new rent reasonableness system, because we wanted to advise them that should we run rent reasonableness on your unit, if you request a rent increase, there is the possibility that we will reduce your rent. But to answer your question, the decision by the leadership team at DCHA previously was not to go back to the owners and reduce their contract rents. Currently, we did an analysis based on the trend of fair market rents increasing, where we felt that within the next 2 years, those rents that they're getting now would be market rents.
Okay. I don't love the idea of overpaying. I do also question what would happen to our residents who are in units if we reduce the rent while they're there. That could lead to some instability for people. So I think it is an imperfect answer in the short term, but I don't know that there is a better answer in the short term. My perception at this point is that in the long term that will shake out, because everyone will eventually have to ask for a raise in not too many years.
What you just stated was a part of the discussion when we met. I was a consultant at that time. We don't want to destabilize the market. We want to not lose owners. We do not want to lose units. What is the best path forward?
What about the question that came up, the recommendation of pre-approving rent reasonableness, so that people with vouchers aren't doing multiple applications and then waiting all this time and finding out that it doesn't meet rent reasonableness? Can or should the agency be offering landlords the opportunity to do rent reasonableness ahead of time?
My personal opinion, based on doing this nationally, this question comes up a lot, and it has been tried both ways. Both ways there are flaws to it. There are many times when we do it in advance, and by the time someone wants to rent that, get ready to rent that unit, it's not available, or something else comes up where we have to run rent reasonableness again, and there's costs associated with it. The way we do it now, which is the traditional way for most housing authorities, is that we run it when we receive the request for tenancy approval before we even do inspections. So we try to minimize that wait time that owners have units offline. So we let them know up front if it's going to be reasonable, so that if it's not, then they can make a determination if they're going to reduce the rent and accept this voucher holder. Unfortunately, we do know that sometimes causes tenants to find multiple units. So it's one or the other. So it has been tried both ways. Most housing authorities do it the way the housing authority does it. It has been determined to be the most efficient. However, the housing authority does have the flexibility to do it up front. And I'm going to defer to the new executive director to make a determination on which way he would want to go with that. Personally, I would not, because the costs associated with doing it up front and never leasing that unit could be exorbitant.
Okay.
And there is a public facing side of the tool, so affordablehousing.com, where you can see generally information about available units. We do recognize that because we're using the tool, which actually requests specific information about the unit, about the features and amenities as to how we make that determination. So we do understand that it's not a perfect, but being able to see generally what is in the market for the general area that they're looking at is also another way that people are accessing information.
Okay, this is exactly what I was gonna ask. Seems like a good middle ground, imperfect, but we're not 100% accurate, but people would understand that. That's what I was gonna. So do people like with vouchers and case managers know how to do this, know about this idea?
Yes. Yes, and we definitely discussed this in our owner meetings, how the Housing Choice Voucher Program on the federal side was tailored to mirror the open market, where owners would have to do an evaluation of their unit before placing on the market for rent. So they can use several tools, Zillow, rent.com, apartments.com, and do their own assessment before putting their unit on the market for rent. So we encourage them to do that and to use the affordablehousing.com public facing website.
Okay, and has HUD given any information, hint, conclusion on whether they're willing to accept the grandfathering approach on rent reasonableness?
That's still up for discussion. That was, let me rephrase. That has not been up for discussion. We have discussed the amounts that the HUD authority may have overpaid in previous years and what to do with that. But no, we have not had discussions about what we're talking about now.
Okay. And for the inspections piece, because units have to be inspected before a resident can lease it with the local voucher. Someone asked this question today as well. Should this be something that we do outside of DCHA? It seems to me that this would give you more sort of capacity, a little more breathing room. And the general notion that I hear is that this used to be done outside of the housing authority and that it was efficient. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think that has come up in conversation before. From my kind of knowledge of with the housing authority specifically, is that in the limited time that it was tried, I think there were some concerns about consistency, and so it's kind of, you're taking the word of the vendor, but the liability still lies with the housing authority, as far as if the unit is for whatever reason not compliant, then that becomes problematic. So I think there's been a reluctance to contract out inspections historically.
Here at DCHA, that is one area that housing authorities, when funding was an issue, housing authorities have looked at that and have outsourced the inspection process. It's been successful in some areas and not so much in others, as Hammer, for the reasons Hammer has stated. So you'll find, if you go out in the industry, different housing authorities may do it differently. And there are several that I am personally aware of that outsource their inspections, and it has been successful, and others who've decided that wasn't in their best interest and brought it back in-house.
Okay, we'll keep talking about that. It's something I'm very interested in. I'm going to move to a different issue. I have two more issues that I want to go through relatively briefly, but have been joined now by Councilmember Henderson. No? Oh, okay. All right, then I get to keep going. All right, another false alarm. So now I want to go to organizational integrity and core functions. This morning, I talked about how allegations raised earlier this year pointed to the need for a compliance overhaul. Do you have any updates on initiatives to make sure that rule breaking is detected quickly, investigated thoroughly, and resolved transparently?
Interesting question. This housing authority actually has some internal controls in place that's more than most. So we do have an Office of Audit and Compliance where referrals can be made, that there are investigations that take place, and those findings are presented to executive staff for resolution or escalation to outside forces if necessary. Since I've been here, there have been some allegations where, as soon as we received them, depending on the nature of them, we initiated investigation either internally or externally. And with the goal of making those results public, once those investigations or reviews are completed. So in my estimation, there can, well, let me just say this, there can always be improvements in all internal controls. We are looking at them. We were looking at them. I was looking at them during my tenure, and I'm sure the new executive director will look at them as I did, map them out and see if there's any holes in the process that can be filled. But I will say right now, there is a process in place to address allegations that come forward. Human beings do this job, and there are going to be instances where things come up, and they're like the fraud line, the investigation line. There are tools that we have in place for people to report them, and once they're reported, they are thoroughly investigated, and appropriate action is taken once those are validated.
I appreciate that, and you know, I wanted to start by affirming the agency does have good tools for internal audits and finding and addressing internally issues that come up. Also, just want to make sure it is clear. Your point that there are people who work in the agency. It's run by people. Some people will make mistakes. Some people will do bad things. It is not by a long shot the majority. However, my concern in the past with how some things have been handled is that they were only investigated internally, and even where there was suspected criminal behavior, didn't seem to be reported to law enforcement to investigate and see if there were broader issues. My concern was always, is the agency catching broader issues so that we can cut back on these types of things happening? And that's what didn't seem to be happening. That was one of my big concerns in the past. So that is more a statement than a question.
And I appreciate that. And traditionally, housing authorities would escalate those to the OIG if they felt like there was a substance to those allegations. And I'm sure the housing authority will look at what that process flows looks like to escalate those to local AG or OIG for further investigation should some, like you stated, some criminal activity be alleged or substantiated.
We'll continue to work together on those types of issues. I don't like seeing them any more than agency leadership does. I want to just make sure as we turn the page and sort of build trust with residents, anything that fuels distrust or concern is going to have such an impact across the agency. And again, when the vast majority of people are working their tails off to do the best they can under difficult circumstances, I don't want to see the agency, plagued and bogged down by issues that have to do with a really small number of people. So I want to continue to work there. I think transparency is just important because when there's not transparency, there's a lot of suspicion and frustration. So I'll continue to work with the agency on that.
I know the current executive leadership team totally agree with that transparency. And that's something since I've been here that they've all been preaching, that we need to be totally transparent. And they reiterate that with me, especially with council people, that we need to be transparent. We need to tell them. So we agree with you. And I know the current executive leadership team does.
Excellent. What is DCHA doing? We heard and we've spoken a bit about concerns with customer service and sort of, how some employees allegedly communicate with residents. What is DCHA doing? And you mentioned some of this earlier, Director, to encourage strong performance and to help staff develop their skills?
You reached a topic that's very dear to me. Well, like I stated, I had an all-staff meeting because during the interim time, I wanted to reiterate the importance of customer service, both internal and external, and from my perspective and my leadership. That's paramount. And it goes from everyone, from every person in the agency must provide exceptional customer service because you're the face of the agency when you interact with the public. It's not the new director, it's not the board chair, it's the person who picked up the phone on the call. It's the person who saw the person walking into the customer service center. You are DCHA, so that's paramount. I know we just had customer service training, and that's going to be an annual requirement of all employees. We've had training on how to effectively communicate outside of regular customer service, how to effectively communicate with our customers, how to get to the actual concern and be responsive. What I found and what we found is we are thinking we're responsive, but we're not. So we had to do some training on trying to dig into what is the actual concern the resident is presenting and not listening, not half listening and responding. So we're doing a lot of training around active listening, looking for the actual problem and responding to that, and not letting that customer go either on phone or in person until, is there anything else can we help you with? Are we sure that we resolved all of your issues? In addition to that, we've added staff to the call center, and we're updating our IVR. So to be more specific, so you can get to the right person. We're training those on the phone. So when those calls get to them, they can try to do what we're calling first call resolution. We all know no one wants to call back. When they have you on the phone, they want all of their issues answered. So we want to fully train them in all of our programs, whoever is on which line, so that you can thoroughly answer that question. So you don't let that customer go thinking something is not answered. So we can reduce the number of repeat calls and reduce the number of people saying, I called, but they didn't give me all the information. And by adding more staff, that we can minimize or reduce their wait time to have calls answered. And we're also looking to enhance the callback feature so that during peak times, because there are going to be times after holidays, after weekend, Mondays, where even though we're increasing staffing, the volume is going to be such that the call wait time is going to be increased. So we want to give them options on how to communicate with us through callback, through email, through chat, and through an online portal, which on the housing choice voucher side, which quite frankly, we did an analysis in most of the calls on the voucher side, that we're going to roll out another part of our business system, Yardi, that allows our families to do things online themselves, more things online, so they don't have to communicate with us. And we're also we're redesigning we were redesigning the website to provide more self-service options there. So we're looking at a holistic approach to customer service, not just that interaction with staff, but how can they reach the agency in different ways and be more efficient? So how do you want to communicate? This is what I like to say. How do you want to communicate with us? So we want to give you various options, because not everyone needs to call. Some people, not everyone can do things online. Not everyone can use a portal. So we want to give people options on how to best receive service. So the agency is in the process of rolling all of those things out. The new executive director, I'm sure, will have input on those, but those are things that we put in place right now to try to increase customer service. And quite frankly, from me, what I stated is, if we have repeat offenses, I don't want to use the word offense, repeat occurrences, where we're receiving complaints about poor customer service, we will require training as far as our learning management system and their performance plan. But ultimately, if there are certain staff members who are just not providing the level of service that we want to provide to our customers, then there's other action the agency just has no choice but to take.
I appreciate all the tools that you're rolling out and the ones that you're contemplating. I think they will help. I think something else that may help. Humans are humans, and when you are dealing, especially in customer service, most people are not calling to say, "Hey, great job." They're calling because they're upset, and over time, that's going to make you feel beaten down. And one tool I think has been useful in organizations are net promoter scores that help folks understand how people feel about your service, but also may help give feedback for individual people. And I think that carrots generally work better than sticks. And if there is a way to track, which I think is going to be important, how various people are doing, how they're making people feel at the end of that service, and if there's some benefit to that operator, a bonus, a day off, that probably moves the needle more. I recognize it's a difficult job. So I hope the agency will consider something like that as you continue to look at customer service.
And I would be remiss if I wouldn't say this, that the executive team, we got together and required everyone to provide performance plans. And within those performance plans, customer service or customer's experience is one of the things we'll be measuring going forward through various surveys. So we can get a real understanding of what what our customers are experiencing and what are those areas that we can improve. And they will be evaluated on that. Well, if the new director agrees,
Yeah.
they will be evaluated on those customer experience scores. And in my personal experience, and I agree with you with those incentives, but appreciation of the staff will go a long way to improving the customer service. If we don't share with the staff that they're appreciated for the work that they do, that will not convey outwards. So within us, we have to provide excellent customer service to the people that we work with, all of our staff, and say thank you, share appreciation, understand what they're working with on a daily basis, as you stated, so that will go outward towards our external customers as well, that they can provide good customer service.
I think that's right.
And I would also add that some of the improvements in technology and some of the tools and the cross-training also helps the staff do their work better and more efficiently. And I think having a sense of pride in the work that they do, because everybody's there because they believe in the agency and they believe in the mission.
Yeah.
And so giving them the tools that they need to be able to perform their duties, I think will also go a long way. And I know that that's something that I know from all sides of the agency has been a big focus.
Similar to this, I hear from a concerning number of people who say that documents they submitted got lost, or they received mail with postmarks suggesting that it was mailed at a different time. How can we reduce these kinds of issues?
No, and I think Director Jenkins alluded to some of this at the beginning of the government testimonies, that we went through a physical move. There's technology changes. We're improving our systems in terms of how information is coming to us. So when we moved out of 1133 and we're in the kind of more remote than in person and during the swing time, we did open some satellite centers for people to drop things in, but it added complication because people can drop off documents, they can email it, they can mail it. We're sending mail out, but it's being forwarded. Sometimes it gets to us, sometimes. Postal service, there's any number of things which adds to the levels of both frustration, opportunity for loss, opportunity for, anytime the chain gets a little bit longer, there's a better chance of it to break.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we're all in, primary headquarters is at 300 7th Street. We have a customer, we now have a customer solution center on the ground floor of that building, but we still have one more over in Ward 8. But when we turn on the ability for people to submit their documents directly so that it doesn't have to be mailed, it doesn't have to be scanned, it doesn't have to be emailed, then I think it's going to all continue to build on the efficiencies and the chances of things for improving the efficiency and for documents to go to where they need to be.
So I'm sorry. So going forward, there will be fewer, I don't want
Right.
to sound critical, more streamlined
More
ways.
streamlined, yes.
Okay.
And so we also, for any documents that are submitted or dropped off at our customer solution center,
Mhm.
then it has to be scanned and transmitted to the relevant staff person that same day.
Okay.
And then they'll be able to send, to communicate with the client to let them know that they have the document. So I think we were in a much more difficult position to meet those commitments before, but now with the, us being in the same building with the different improvements happening, then it is easier to track and easier to monitor.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's concerning when I
think,
get these
yes.
reports, and I know it is to you.
And I would say too is, as Director Jenkins mentioned, is that, we're coming out of COVID. So that caused interruption and there's some breaks in kind of more opportunity for things to go wrong. the physical move, and now people now being back in and people coming in more. There's, 3 days of in-person minimum. So things are changing and improving. And I think even for the staff, that it's actually easier for them to do their jobs because they're able, we're incrementally making these improvements to the system.
Last subject matter, and just for planning purposes, I got like 5 questions on this, and not I think incredibly long questions, but there's a big question mark in the public about where things are on the HUD report in response to the HUD report. HUD's deadline was over the summer, and some people thought DCHA would publish a report laying out how everything was resolved and it'd be neat and clean and clear. That's not exactly how the process works. So I just want to get some detail on this. I think, Director, you said 69 of the 103 HUD recommendations are resolved at this point?
Yes.
Okay. What's the plan to finish out the remaining items?
Well, we've submitted, we only have a few more items to submit. We submitted the rest to HUD for their review. So the plan is when this meeting happens to find out if there's any others that, any of that things that we submitted that they are not going to accept. And so that we can find out what needs to be amended, what needs to be adjusted that they will accept so we can close those out. We, at last week's meeting, and HUD was amenable to this. They want to get this done as well, want to have that meeting as quickly as possible so we can go over those remaining items that they have not closed to see what the Housing Authority needs to do to have those closed. And once they are, then I'm hoping that the new director would make all of those solutions public.
So you're not making public responses that haven't been approved by HUD.
Right, because
Okay.
we're going back and forth.
Okay.
They ask, we submit, they provide comments or feedback, we resubmit, and then ultimately it's closed once we're all in agreement on that particular item.
Is there, would it make sense to post the ones that have been closed or?
In my opinion, it would not, because it would not be a holistic report. But I would defer to the new executive director if he would like to do that. In my past, when I've gone through things like this, we didn't post anything until everything was completed. So to minimize the questions, some may think, oh, this would shut down some of the questions, but in my experience, it does not. It adds more questions, and they're when they start reading the responses and reading where we are, then they want to know what's going on with the other ones, what's going on with implementation, which I understand. Of the things that we said that we're going to do, but I think it was better suited for the Housing Authority to send all of those out with, in my opinion, when they close those all out with a plan to implement, with defined timeframes that the public can track to say, finding number 1, yes, this is what we said we're going to do. We amended this policy and implement it this date and do follow-up on this date, and then the public can hold us accountable for that, in my opinion.
Okay. That makes sense. The competing issue is just the issue of transparency. People wondering, when people wonder, they fill in the blanks themselves,
Right.
and the way people fill in blanks is usually worse than the reality. But do you have a rough sense of a timeline on the final issue? I know you don't control it. HUD really controls this, but
We're excited. While I was here, we were excited to get it done because we worked very hard. The team worked very hard to respond to the numerous findings. Based on the last week's meeting, I think they're eager to get these done as well. So if I had to guess, that they would reconvene a meeting within the next 30 days. And the Housing Authority would be able to come back with closing most of those items by the beginning of 2024. But again, as you stated, a lot of this depends on HUD, and I'm not blaming them, but there's a lot for them to unpack and go through. and specifically regarding our policy documents. Those are very long documents, both the ACOP and admin plan. And while they were approved, there were some other recommendations that they had for those. And during last week's meeting, we reiterated to them that we're doing this process again because we're taking it into account their feedback as well as our stakeholders' feedback when they update the plans in this coming fiscal year.
Okay, I appreciate that. So sort of, high level, some issues that just remain to be addressed. I think there's absolutely improvement. Want to continue to focus on transparency across the board, communication, internal training. These things, I think go a long way. Those are many of the common themes that we heard in the testimonies. There were a number of one-off individual issues. Do you need us to send you notes on those, or do you?
We took notes. So we actually are following up on a lot of the ones that we heard today. Questions regarding recertification. Oh, I just want to clarify that. In the public, I apologize. The public housing sector, we are doing triannual recertifications for seniors. So that is still in place. That had not changed.
Okay, so seniors will only have to recertify every 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. Since you opened it, let me ask you about one other policy. I appreciate it. The guest issue. So, what somebody said to me yesterday, and I said, they want to know who's going to stay for a long time. And they said, well, what about when my grandkids come over the summer? I got kids and I like to leave them at the grandparents' house for a couple of weeks. How should residents be viewing that policy?
Yeah, we did a lot of work on the visitor policy. And do you want to speak on it? You want me to start? So we're concerned about the safety of our residents. And we need to know who's on the property because things happen on a property and we need to be aware of who's there. So we did not say that they could not have visitors, but what we did say, if we're limited to 10 consecutive days or 30 days in a calendar year. If the resident needs more, then we need to know about that because then it becomes not necessarily a visitor, but a resident. And then there's other policies that are required by HUD for people who are residing in the unit. From an occupancy standpoint, we gotta make sure they're in the right bedroom size. If there are adults there, if their income should or should not be counted toward the rent. So when we adjusted it, we said, you can come, you can have visitors for up to 10 days, but we need to be notified. And we limited it to 30 days in any one calendar year. So should you want to leave the grandkids over for 2 weeks at a time, that's fine. Just let us know because we don't want visitors there for 6 months. And we did find some instances of that.
Okay. I hope that the agency is or will in the future look at regulations for private apartments. That's a concern everywhere. If the regulations are on par with what you would see in an apartment, a rental apartment, I think it will probably make sense to residents. If it's not, I think it's going to be a harder sell. But I do recognize you need to know who's there, but we also want to make sure that's balanced against residents feeling respected in their homes. And the reason I didn't, I am glad you mentioned this because I didn't say this. The reason I didn't go into great detail on these particular issues. I'm interested in the detail, but my understanding is that this is something you're going to be reviewing annually.
Yes.
Okay. And for each review, there will be a public comment period.
Yes.
Okay. And the agency is focusing on continually improving the knowledge residents have about that.
Correct.
Okay. So my suspicion is that the next couple probably going to be a little rougher. They're going to get a lot more feedback, and after that, there'll be a groove. Things will kind of settle a bit. So for residents, and I plan for the committee to sort of be involved in the sense that we'll know when the review is going to happen. We're going to know when the public comment period is going to happen. We're going to be making sure the agency has let people know and whether or not they want to or do ultimately submit any feedback. We just want to work with the agency to make sure people know, because I think, after you get over the hump over a year or two, I don't think it's going to be a lot of issues. So that's the reason. Once I heard that this is going to be supposed to be an annual thing, I said, we'll work through this because it won't be too long before these are coming back up for review.
Absolutely.
Council, I'm sorry, I would like to state that the program actually visited each one of the properties and actually talked about the changes in the policy to provide families an opportunity to know what changes were actually coming and provide comment.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm concerned that at least one resident council president said they didn't know. That's not always the agency's fault. And so I appreciate that you went to each property to let them know.
As you stated, this was a heavy lift because they had updated these policies for years. So there's a lot of updates in this one. And as you stated, in subsequent years, once we get in a groove of these happening, it will be less contentious because people will know what these policies are, they're implemented, and there'll be less changes. That's a lot of changes in a short period of time when you think about everything the agency's been through.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I want to first thank you for standing in the gap in the agency. I've appreciated working with you. We kind of feel from an oversight perspective when there's sort of, friction or resistance, we feel that we haven't felt that during your tenure. And I appreciate it a great deal. I think, things continue to improve, which is tough for an agency this big, trying to deal with this many issues. It is really difficult to come in on an interim basis. So really want to thank you. You brought a lot of knowledge here, and I think sort of for a brief period, each director shows a different way and, it informs how the agency proceeds going forward. So I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody at DCHA for the work that you're doing and the board as well. And thank you for all your work in preparation of this hearing and for doing this hearing.
Thank you. Can I just say,
Yep.
we're on the record, I want to thank all of the staff. I really appreciate the opportunity to work with DCHA. The team, as I stated earlier, have been amazing through all this as far as their commitment to closing the HUD audit and continuing the day-to-day operations. So I want to thank you, everyone. It's been I've had a lot of fun. When people ask me all over the country, you're in DC? You're in DC? But it's been fun. So thank you guys.
I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate it. I also want to thank our public witnesses for sharing their experiences and recommendations as well. My goal is as these hearings happen, we get fewer and fewer public witnesses because they feel like the processes are working and that they're feeling heard. For anybody who was not able to testify today, but wants to submit written testimony, it is welcomed and encouraged and will be made part of the official record. If you're interested in submitting testimony, you can do that through the council's online portal. Spell out LIMS, LIMS, lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings, lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Or you can email your testimony to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this roundtable will remain open until the close of business on Thursday, November 9th, 2023. And if you are interested in learning more about these issues or other work of the committee, please sign up for updates at robertwhiteatlarge.com. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 6:44 p.m. and this roundtable is adjourned.